This story is Supremacy Dragon God by Shin Kirihara. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Location: Kuo, Japan. A boy no older than 7 years old was sitting at the window side chair of the library while holding a book in his hand. He looked down the window and saw 4 particular people. 2 were adults in their 30s and 2 were 5-year-old kids. 1 girl and 1 boy. They're none other than Goru and Miki Hyodo. His parents and the other 2 were Mia and Max Hyodo, his younger siblings. The boy clutched the book in his hand in anger and sadness at the blatant favoritism and negligence of his parents towards him and his elder sister. The reason? It's training. Both Mia and Max born with high magical reserves and their sacred gears. Mia was born with a low-tier new Longinus gear, Spellbreak. This gear has the soul of a heavenly dragon-class dragon named Pyrina. She was newly reached heavenly class dragon before being slayed by biblical god and then turned into a sacred gear. Pyrina had the ability to control wind and sun-related powers like extremely hot flame, can glow as bright as sun, ability to create miniature sun but with extremely low powers, etc. Mia also has the main affinity towards the same elements as her sacred gear, which made her even more powerful. Max was also born with a low-tier new Longinus class glass named Dark Gear. This gear has the soul of one of the strongest evil dragon named Apophis, who got himself turned into sacred gear after his defeat. Apophis has the ability of Umbrakinesis, which means power over darkness and shadow to attack his opponents, and special black water ability that can dissolve anything once came in contact with and can even injure god-class beings, etc. Both of them get to train at the mere age of 5, whereas he and his elder sister were pushed to the side as the whole clan dotes on those 2. He was so angry and hurt that his hands were shaking lightly. He felt a hand on his shoulder and a soothing voice called out to him. Issei, calm down. It's not worth getting angry on something like this. Now revealed. Issei turned to look at the only person who he cared about and vice versa. Issei Hyodo, the eldest son of Goru and Miki Hyodo. During his birth, Miki had some complications because of which Issei was born with low mana even in comparison to the normal humans, which leads to him being seen as an outcast by the clan. I know Machine, but I can't help it. They treat us like we don't exist, and if they do, they treat us like servants, but worse. Now revealed. Masha nodded her head sadly. Masha, or Maria Hyodo, which is her actual name, is the eldest born of their parents, and just like Issei, she was also treated as an outcast by the clan. Maria Hyodo is a 11-year-old girl but seems older than her age. She has long brown hair tied in a high ponytail with red ribbons and 2 long bangs falling at each sides of her face and bangs in front of her face. She has light brown eyes and she is wearing a plaid, off-the-shoulder dress in shades of red and white. The dress features black ruffles adorned with gold buttons along the front, and deep blue layered sleeve design adds a contrasting yet elegant touch to the outfit. Just like Issei, Maria had to go through several difficulties because she lacked magical powers and sacred gear, which leads to her and Issei being close to each other as their support, and hence why Issei calls her Masha. A nickname he accidentally called her with when he was 2 years old, and since then also she calls him Eyes. I understand you, Eyes. Even Mom has changed a lot from before, she replied sadly as she sat across from him. In the past, Miki was not like she is today. She was more attentive and lovable towards them without caring if they have magic abilities or sacred gear or not. She even taught them some basic magics which even very low mana users can also learn, but was stopped later by Goru because at that time Mia and Max had already born and needed more of her attention than teaching them. At first they didn't mind it because they also understand that young babies need to be checked and cared for continuously, but even after they reached their current age she still didn't spend time with them and ignored them. Both Maria and Issei are growing without the love and support of parents, and even for Issei, who was basically raised and looked after by Maria till now. Let's just forget about it. What were you doing? Maria decided to change the topic to divert Issei's mind to somewhere else. Me? I was just reading the magic books and learning from them, and see, now I can do this? Issei stretched his hands and soon it was covered in blue flames. Maria was surprised and looked at Issei with a smile and patted his head affectionately. I'm so proud of you, Eyes. Keep it up. Issei beamed in joy and hugged her, making her laugh as she hugged him back. Both spent the rest of their day in the library as Issei showed a few more things to Maria and even taught her how to do so, which she easily did. What their clan didn't realize was that Issei and Maria are fast learners, can learn things faster than anyone else. And later they went to Issei's room to sleep. Don't get them wrong. Maria does have her own room, but it is more of a storage room now and an abandoned place with a used-up bed which was almost destroyed, black and white walls, spider webs, creaking floors, etc. etc. And when Issei realized that, he practically dragged her to his room and stay with him. At first she didn't want to do it because she thought she would burden Issei, but Issei having none of that and he didn't care about it. What he cared about is her. Later that night in the main meeting room of the clan, there were several people from the clan along with Goru and Mickey and their youngest twins Mia and Max, who were sitting next to their parents. Max was sitting next to Goru and Mia was sitting next to Mickey. So, that's the end of this meeting, and from tomorrow onwards you had the timely authority in the clan, Koruga. Same goes to you, Kiyomi, Goru stated in cold voice as he pointed out both. Koruga Hyodo is a man in his early 30s with short, spiky, white hair, with slightly tousled bangs that frame his face. He has crimson-red eyes and a small mole under his right eye. He wears a sleek red leather jacket with silver embellishments and fur-lined details, giving it a rebellious and military-inspired look. Underneath the jacket is a plain white shirt, tucked into dark blue fitted jeans, accentuating a casual yet striking outfit. Accessories include a belt with a gold buckle and a chain necklace, adding subtle ruggedness. He is also wearing fingerless gloves, enhancing his fighter-like vibe. The other was Kiyomi Hyodo. She has long, sleek, dark brown hair, with soft waves cascading down her shoulders. And the front features parted bangs that frame her face. Her eyes are sharp and amber-colored, giving her an intense expression. She is dressed in a black tailored suit with a white dress shirt underneath, exuding a professional and formal appearance. The suit is complemented by a slim black tie, emphasizing a sharp, business-like aesthetic with gold earrings serving as subtle yet elegant accessories. These two are the strongest people in the clan, just behind Goru and Mickey. But the thing here is both didn't get along with each other, and the reasons are unknown, but the thing that is common between them is they are close friends them respectively. Don't worry Goru, we will take care of the clan in your absence and will make sure nothing happens, Koruga replied with haughty tone, making Goru nodded with a smile. Kiyomi just sighed and rubbed her forehead in annoyance at his arrogance, as Mickey then spoke. Kiyomi PLS, make sure that everything is okay. And also keep an eye on Koruga so that he don't go overboard, Mickey said to Kiyomi in soft yet firm voice, making her nod. Don't worry Mickey, I'll make sure that this idiot don't cross a line. Koruga right eye twitched at being called an idiot by her. Who are you calling an idiot, you spinster virgin? Kiyomi growled at his comment and looked at him annoyed and spoke. Shut your mouth you dumb fuck manless thing with the size of pea. Koruga's face grew red in anger and embarrassment, and suddenly all the men in the room felt their pride leaving them. Then why don't you come with me and let me show you what kind of man I am? His voice was low and dangerous, but Kiyomi was unaffected and crunched up her face in disgust and spoke. You better stop that shit now, or else I'll cut the thing that makes you a man and feed you your own walnut-sized balls and will rape you with your own cock. You understand? A chill ran down on everyone's back and even Goru was affected. Ahem, I think you both need to calm down because I don't want my kids have their innocence taken by your talks. Mickey replied with a chilling smile which was directed at them, as she had headphones on both Mia and Max, who were clueless at what is going on. Kiyomi huffed and made the distance between her and Koruga as Mickey removed headphones from their ears. Mom, what were you guys talking about? Mia asked her mother while tilting her head in curiosity. Nothing dear, we were just talking about both of your training schedule. Mickey answered her softly as Goru nodded and spoke. That's right daughter, we were planning for a training trip for you and Max. Both beamed in joy as Max asked his father. Father, Max asked, his voice filled with excitement, where are we going for training? Goru gave a small, approving smile at his son's anticipation. Max, he began, you and I will head to the underworld to train with an old friend from the Gremory clan. As for your mother and sister, he glanced at his wife and daughter, you two will travel to the Shinto realm for specialized training. Mia gasped in delight, clapping her hands together. Really, father? We're going to the Shinto realm? Her voice was a mix of disbelief and joy. Mickey smiled warmly at her daughter, placing a hand on Mia's shoulder. Max was just as overjoyed. The underworld. That's awesome. He turned to his twin, practically vibrating with excitement. Mia, did you hear that? This is going to be amazing. Yes, yes. Mia responded, bouncing on her heels. I can't wait. Goro raised his hand, and the room quieted. Tomorrow, we leave at dawn. Be ready. The meeting adjourned with the twins still buzzing with excitement. Goro exchanged a quick, knowing glance with Koruga before departing the room with his family. Next morning, the sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft glow over the Hyodo estate. Miki stood by the teleportation circle with Mia, both dressed in sleek training attire suitable for the Shinto realm. Miki paused for a moment, her brows furrowed as if trying to recall something. I feel like I'm forgetting something, she murmured, mostly to herself. Mia tilted her head. What is it, Mom? Miki shook her head, dismissing the thought. It's nothing, dear. Let's go. In a flash of light, Miki and Mia teleported to Kyoto, the gateway to the Shinto realm. Meanwhile, Goro stood beside Max at another teleportation circle. Before activating it, he leaned toward Koruga and whispered, "Take care of Issei and Maria." His tone was light, but the words carried a sinister undercurrent. The hidden meaning was clear to Koruga, whose lips curled into a smirk. "Consider it done," Koruga replied, his crimson eyes glinting with mischief. Satisfied, Goro activated the teleportation circle. He and Max disappeared in a surge of energy, reappearing at the grand entrance of the Gremory estate in the underworld. Max's eyes widened as he took in the sight. Whoa! This place is incredible. Goro placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. Come, Max. Our training begins here. Back to Hyodo estate, Issei and Maria just came downstairs and found the main house to be eerily quiet, making them have a bad feeling about something. Machine. For some reason I'm feeling weird about something, Issei said in a nervous tone. Don't worry, Eyes. I'm here with you. Nothing will happen. Maria tried to decrease the tension, but she herself was feeling something was off. Suddenly, without warning, Koruga's voice broke through the silence, cold and sharp. There you are, little worms. Issei barely had time to turn before a fist connected with his stomach, sending him flying across the corridor. His small frame skidded across the polished floors and out into the training grounds, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Eyes! Maria screamed, rushing toward him, only to be intercepted by two of Koruga's followers. They grabbed her arms roughly, dragging her back as she thrashed against their hold. Let me go! What are you doing? She cried out, panic and anger lacing her voice. One of the men chuckled darkly. Orders are orders. You'll stay put, little girl. Issei groaned, forcing himself to his hands and knees, his vision blurry. He could hear Maria's screams and the sickening thuds as the followers struck her. Stop it! Issei yelled, his voice raw and desperate. He tried to stand, only for Koruga to appear before him, delivering a brutal kick to his ribs. You're weak, Koruga sneered, towering over him. Pathetic. If you can't even defend yourself, how can you protect her? Leave her alone, Issei spat, pushing himself up despite the pain. He swung a fist at Koruga, who effortlessly dodged it and countered with a punch that sent Issei sprawling again. Maria's cries grew louder as she was beaten, the sound like daggers in Issei's heart. His anger burned hotter with each second, but his body refused to cooperate. Every time he tried to move, Koruga was there to stop him, his strikes precise and unrelenting. Hours passed in this torment. By the time Koruga and his men finally left, claiming this had been training, both Issei and Maria were bloodied and broken. Issei crawled toward his sister, every movement agony. When he reached her, he pulled her battered body into his arms, his tears falling freely. I'm sorry, Machine, he choked out. I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry. Maria stirred, her swollen eyes barely opening. Despite her pain, she reached up to touch his face, offering him a weak smile. It's not your fault, Eyes, we'll get through this. Together, she whispered before losing consciousness. They thought it was the end of it, but how wrong they were, since this was just a starting of their torment. The days turned into weeks, and the relentless torment from Koruga and his lackeys showed no sign of waning. Yet, amid the pain, Issei and Maria pushed themselves harder, refusing to let their spirits break. Each night after the house fell silent, they trained in secret, their shared determination growing stronger with every passing day. Issei spent hours poring over stolen magical texts, his mind sharp as he absorbed the knowledge. His affinity for fire magic, though initially limited, had grown considerably. The once small flickers of blue flames now roared with intensity, dancing across his hands as he practiced control. Maria, on the other hand, proved to be a natural with precision and agility. While she lacked the raw magical power that Issei had developed, her movements were graceful, her strikes swift and calculated. Together, they made a formidable team, each compensating for the other's weaknesses. 5 years passé, the torture became a routine, a twisted training regimen overseen by Koruga. The clan turned a blind eye, dismissing it as discipline. Issei and Maria endured, their bond growing stronger with each beating. In secret, Issei trained in magic and martial arts, using stolen books and whatever scraps of knowledge he could gather. He taught Maria as well, their progress a quiet rebellion against the cruelty they faced. By now, both had matured significantly. Issei had grown into a lean, handsome young man, his features sharp and his eyes filled with quiet determination. Maria, too, had blossomed, her beauty undeniable despite the hardships she endured. Both are now 12 and 16 years old respectively. One night, as they slept in Issei's room, a shadow slipped into the room. The door creaked softly, but neither sibling stirred. Koruga stepped inside, his expression unreadable. His crimson eyes roamed over the room before settling on Maria, who was curled up beside Issei, her face peaceful in sleep. A strange light flickered in his gaze as he took a step closer, his presence finally rousing Issei. Issei's eyes snapped open, his body tense as he registered the figure looming over them. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Koruga smirked, tilting his head as if in amusement. "Relax, boy. Just checking on my favorite little weaklings." Issei shifted, placing himself between Koruga and Maria. "Get out." Koruga's smirk faded, replaced by something darker. "Watch your tone, brat." Maria stirred, waking to the tension in the room. Her eyes widened when she saw Koruga, fear flashing across her face. "Eyes," she whispered, clutching his arm. "Don't worry, Machine," Issei said, his voice steady. "I won't let him hurt you." Koruga chuckled, a sinister sound. "You think you can stop me? How amusing." The air in the room grew heavy as the confrontation escalated. Koruga's smirk twisted into something cruel as he loomed closer. The dim light of the room only accentuated the malice in his crimson eyes. "You've been playing house in this little hovel, thinking you're safe, but you're nothing more than bugs under my boot," he mocked, his tone dripping with scorn. Issei didn't flinch, his body instinctively shielding Maria. His amber eyes burned with defiance as he slowly stood, putting himself between Koruga and his sister. "Machine, stay behind me," Issei whispered, his voice steady despite the pounding in his chest. Maria hesitated, fear gripping her. She could see the danger radiating off Koruga, but the unwavering determination in Issei's eyes gave her a sliver of courage. "You're out of your mind if you think I'll let you touch her," Issei said, his fists clenched tightly. Koruga's smirk widened. Brave words from someone who's been nothing but a punching bag for years. Without warning, Koruga lunged, his movements too fast for Issei to follow. A crushing blow landed against his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall with enough force to crack the wood. "Eyes!" Maria cried, her hands flying to her mouth. Issei groaned, forcing himself to his feet despite the searing pain. "Stay back, Maria!" he managed to yell, his voice hoarse but firm. Koruga didn't give him a moment to recover, his foot slamming into Issei's chest, pinning him to the wall. "You're still just a weakling," Koruga sneered, leaning closer. "No matter how much you train in secret, no matter how hard you try, you'll never be strong enough to protect anyone." Issei gritted his teeth, his hands wrapping around Koruga's ankle as he summoned every ounce of strength he had. With a roar, he shoved Koruga back, the force surprising even the older man. Koruga stumbled slightly before regaining his balance, his expression darkening. "Oh? Did the worm finally grow some fangs?" Maria moved toward Issei, but he held up a hand to stop her. "Don't. Stay back," he said, his voice soft but commanding. Issei squared his shoulders, his body battered but his resolve unshaken. "I won't let you hurt her, no matter what it takes." Koruga tilted his head, feigning boredom. "Then come on, show me what you've got." Issei charged, his fists glowing faintly with the blue flames he had worked so hard to master. His movements were sharper, more calculated, but Koruga was still leagues ahead of him. Blow after blow landed, but for every strike Issei managed to dodge, two more connected with devastating precision. Maria watched in horror, her hands trembling as she fought the urge to intervene. She knew she couldn't stand against Koruga, and the last thing she wanted was to become a distraction for Issei. After what felt like an eternity, Issei was once again on the floor, blood trickling from his mouth. He pushed himself up, his arms shaking, but Koruga's boot pressed down on his back, forcing him to the ground. Pathetic, Koruga spat, his tone ice cold. You can't even last a few minutes. What makes you think you're worth anything? Issei's vision blurred, but he turned his head slightly to meet Maria's terrified gaze. I'll never stop, he said through gritted teeth. No matter how many times you knock me down, I'll always get back up. Koruga's lips curled into a twisted smile. Admirable. Foolish, but admirable. He lifted his boot and stepped back, turning his gaze to Maria. You're lucky I'm feeling merciful tonight, he said, his tone laced with mockery. This was just a reminder of your place. Don't forget it. With that, he turned and left the room, his presence like a suffocating cloud finally lifting. Maria was at Issei's side in an instant, her hands trembling as she tried to assess his injuries. Eyes, are you okay? Issei let out a weak chuckle, his head resting against her lap. I've been better, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Tears streamed down Maria's face as she gently brushed his hair back. Why did they do this to us? What did we ever do wrong? Issei's hand weakly reached up, resting on hers. It's not about us being wrong, Machine. It's about proving them wrong. Maria stared down at him, her heart aching. I don't care about proving them wrong, Eyes. I just want us to be safe, to be happy. Issei closed his eyes, his exhaustion finally overtaking him. We will be, he murmured. One day, I promise. Maria held him close, her tears soaking into his hair. Despite the fear and despair that lingered, a small spark of hope flickered in her chest. They had each other, and for now, that was enough. The next morning came too soon. Issei woke to the dull ache of bruises and cuts covering his body. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through him, but he forced himself to sit up. Maria was still asleep beside him, her face marred with faint bruises but peaceful in her slumber. He sighed, his gaze softening as he brushed a strand of hair from her face. Even in the midst of their torment, she managed to keep her kindness and strength intact. It was a quality that inspired him, pushing him to endure for her sake. But last night had left a mark deeper than the physical wounds. The way Koruga had looked at Maria, it was something that gnawed at Issei's mind. There was a malice in his gaze, but there was something else too, something vile and predatory. Issei clenched his fists. He would be damned if he let Koruga touch her. Maria stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Eyes, are you okay? I'm fine, Machine, he lied, offering her a small smile. You should rest a little more. But Maria sat up, wincing slightly from her own injuries. I'm not the one who needs rest. Let me look at you. Before Issei could protest, Maria gently grabbed his arm and inspected the worst of his wounds. Her touch was soft, but her expression hardened as she saw the extent of the damage. This isn't right, Eyes, she said, her voice trembling with anger. We can't keep living like this. I know, he replied quietly. But we have to survive first. And to survive, we need to get stronger. Maria nodded, though tears threatened to spill from her eyes again. We will, she whispered. Together. The rest of the day was quiet. Koruga and his lackeys were nowhere to be seen, but Issei knew better than to assume it was over. He spent the hours teaching Maria what little magic and martial techniques he had managed to learn in secret. Her progress was rapid, as it always was, and by the end of their session, her movements were sharper, her control more precise. That night, as the house settled into its uneasy quiet, Issei couldn't shake the sense of foreboding that lingered. He kept his guard up, even as Maria dozed off beside him. A shadow moved through the hallways, silent and deliberate. The moonlight streaming through the windows illuminated Koruga's face, a twisted expression of amusement and something darker playing across his features. He stopped at Issei's door, his hand resting on the handle. Slowly, he pushed it open, the faint creak of the hinges breaking the silence. Inside, Issei's eyes snapped open. His body tensed as he saw the familiar silhouette in the doorway. He didn't move, pretending to remain asleep as he watched Korga step inside. Korga's gaze immediately fell on Maria, who was curled up against Issei, her breathing soft and even. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he took a step closer. Issei's hand twitched, his magic sparking faintly to life. He waited, his heart pounding, as Korga reached out a hand toward Maria. "Don't you dare," Issei growled, his voice low and dangerous. Korga froze for a moment, then turned his gaze to Issei, his smirk widening. "Awake, are we?" "Get out," Issei hissed, his body shifting to shield Maria. Korga chuckled, the sound sending a chill down Issei's spine. "Relax, boy, I was just admiring her. She's grown quite lovely, hasn't she?" Rage boiled in Issei's chest, his magic flaring brighter. "Touch her, and I'll kill you." Korga raised an eyebrow, his amusement only growing. "Kill me? You can barely stand after yesterday's little lesson." "Try me," Issei spat, his flames growing in intensity. For a moment, Korga's expression darkened, his amusement replaced by something far more sinister. He took a step closer, looming over Issei. "Careful, boy, you're starting to sound like someone who thinks they have power." Issei didn't say anything but glared at him, but Korga didn't flinch and sneered. "On second thought, I think you need another lesson, boy," he said with a twisted smirk. Before Issei could react, Korga grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of bed. Maria's eyes widened in shock and fear as Issei hit the floor hard, gasping from the impact. "Korga, leave him alone," Maria shouted, trying to sit up, but Korga's subordinates were already holding Issei in place, pinning his arms. Korga laughed darkly as he turned his attention to the bed. "Stay out of this, girl. You'll have your turn." He climbed onto the bed, his crimson eyes glinting with a dangerous light as he loomed over Maria. Maria froze, her fear quickly giving way to anger. "Don't touch me," she screamed, thrashing and trying to push him away, but Korga's strength overpowered her. Issei struggled against the men holding him, his heart pounding in his chest. He watched in horror as Korga grabbed Maria's wrist, ignoring her protests. Rage boiled inside him, but every time he tried to move, he was met with a punch or kick from Korga's lackeys. "You're pathetic," one of them sneered, slamming his fist into Issei's stomach. "Just sit there and watch, boy, on how our boss mail your sister into a woman," others laughed at this. The words stung worse than the blows. Issei's vision blurred with tears of frustration and anger. "Let her go," he shouted, his voice raw. Maria's screams grew louder, as he heard the sound of tearing of clothes, and Issei's body trembled with the weight of his helplessness. "Why am I so weak?" he thought, despair crushing him. "Why can't I protect her?" He thought in despair, feeling strength leaving his body, but then, amidst the chaos, a powerful voice echoed in his mind. "You've failed. Again and again, you've failed. Weak, helpless. You call yourself her protector, but you cannot even stand. Is this the best you can do?" Issei's eyes widened as the voice filled his head, drowning out everything else. It was deep and commanding, filled with both scorn and power. "Do you wish to remain like this? To watch those you love suffer because of your weakness? Or will you rise?" "Who are you?" Issei thought, his anger bubbling to the surface and at full force. "That is irrelevant. What matters is what I offer. Power. The strength to protect what is yours. But it will come at a cost. Whatever it takes," Issei whispered, his voice trembling with rage and desperation. "Just give me the strength to stop him." The voice chuckled darkly. "Good. The pact is made. From this moment, your heart is mine. I am Albion Guiber, the White Dragon Emperor, and you are now my host. Let us begin." Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in Issei's chest, causing him to cry out. The lackeys holding him stumbled back in shock as a brilliant white light engulfed him. The sheer force of it sent them flying across the room, crashing into the walls like ragdolls. Maria and Korga froze, their eyes drawn to the blinding radiance emanating from Issei. The entire estate shook as waves of raw energy pulsed through the air, alerting every member of the clan. Korga turned his head, fear flickering in his eyes. What the hell? In an instant, Issei moved, his newfound speed carrying him across the room in a blur. Before Korga could react, Issei's foot connected with his chest, sending him flying off the bed and into the opposite wall. The impact cracked the stone, and Korga slumped to the ground, coughing and dazed. Issei turned to Maria, his expression softening as he raised a hand. With a flick of his wrist, a simple but elegant dress of white and blue magic materialized around her, covering her torn clothes. "Are you okay, Machine?" Issei asked, his voice calm but laced with concern. Maria nodded, her eyes wide with shock and awe. "Eyes, what's happening to you?" The light surrounding Issei began to dim, revealing his transformed state. His body was encased in sleek, white armor adorned with glowing blue accents, and two majestic wings of light extended from his back. A dragon's helmet rested on his head, its glowing eyes radiating power. "Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker," Albion's voice announced in Issei's mind. "With this power, none will harm what is yours. Now, show him your strength." Issei turned toward Korga, who was struggling to his feet. The once confident man now looked shaken, his arrogance replaced with uncertainty. "You," Korga growled, wiping blood from his lip. "What are you?" "I'm the one who's going to end this," Issei replied coldly. His wings flared as he advanced on Korga, his movements precise and terrifyingly fast. Korga barely had time to react before Issei struck, his punches landing with devastating force. Each blow sent shockwaves through the room, the sheer power leaving Korga battered and gasping for air. "You dare hurt her," Issei snarled, his voice echoing with a dragon's growl. "You dare touch my sister. You will pay for that." Ah, Issei's aura and power grew stronger and stronger. "This kid is fascinating. Not only did he acquire complete balance breaker in first attempt, but he has so much raw and magical powers that is disturbing and fascinating at the same time," Albion thought to himself in astonishment at his current host. Korga tried to fight back, summoning his own magic, but it was no use. Issei's newfound strength was overwhelming, each attack breaking through his defenses with ease. Finally, Korga collapsed to the ground, his body broken and his pride shattered. Issei loomed over him, his glowing eyes burning with rage. But Korga didn't stop. He got up to fight again, and even now his subordinates also joined Korga to fight against Issei. Issei's breathing grew heavier, the energy coursing through him an intoxicating mix of power and pain. His body strained under the weight of his newfound abilities, but his anger and determination pushed him forward. Korga had risen again, his pride wounded and his fury palpable, and his subordinates, though hesitant, rallied behind him. "You think you can handle us all, boy?" Korga snarled, his crimson eyes blazing. "I'll make sure you regret ever standing against me." Issei didn't respond. His wings flared as he launched himself forward, striking with a speed and ferocity that left Korga momentarily stunned. His gauntleted fist connected with Korga's jaw, sending him hurtling back. Before the subordinates could react, Issei turned on them, unleashing a torrent of blue flames from his palms that scattered them like leaves in a storm. But the effort cost him. The strain of dividing his focus and tapping into multiple abilities from the Vanishing Dragon's balance breaker began to weigh on him. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and the light of his armor flickered faintly. Even so, he refused to stop. Every punch, every blast of energy was fueled by a singular purpose, to protect Maria. Korga wiped the blood from his lip, his fury boiling over. "Don't just stand there," he bellowed to his men. "Take him down." More subordinates poured into the training grounds, drawn by the commotion. Their combined auras filled the air with oppressive power, and the fight shifted into chaos. Issei became a whirlwind of movement, striking with precision and overwhelming force. He divided his attacks, using Albion's guidance to manipulate the battlefield, but the growing number of opponents was beginning to overwhelm him. Inside the house, Maria stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. Through the shattered doorway, she could see Issei fighting alone against a growing tide of enemies. His body was battered, his movements slowing, and her chest tightened with despair. "Eyes," she whispered, her hands trembling. A voice echoed in her mind, sharp and commanding, yet strangely comforting. "Do you intend to watch as he falls? Will you stand idle while the one who protects you is destroyed? Or will you rise?" Maria's breath hitched. Who are you?" "I am Aurelia, the Golden Dragon Empress. I have watched your struggle, your pain, your desire to protect. Now, I offer you the power to act." But such power comes at a price. Maria's eyes burned with tears as she stared at the battlefield. I don't care what it costs. I'll do anything to help him. Then you accept the pact? Yes, Maria shouted in her mind, her resolve unshakable. The voice laughed softly, a sound both regal and fierce. Good. The pact is sealed. I take your heart, and in return, you shall wield my power. Rise, my host, and claim your destiny. A golden light erupted around Maria, enveloping her in a warm, searing glow. The sensation was overwhelming, her body trembling as Aurelia's power surged through her veins. Her clothes melted away, replaced by golden armor etched with intricate patterns that shimmered like sunlight, and a golden sword materialized in her hand. Maria gasped as the light faded, her reflection caught briefly in the shattered glass of the doorway. She looked different, stronger, fiercer. Now go, my host, Aurelia commanded. Your brother needs you. Maria didn't hesitate. With a powerful beat of her wings, she launched herself into the air, soaring toward the battle. The sight of Issei, surrounded and outnumbered, spurred her onward. Issei staggered back, his armor cracked in places, his flames flickering weakly. He gritted his teeth, preparing for another assault, when a streak of golden light cut through the air. The newcomers paused, their eyes widening in shock as Maria descended like a meteor, her golden blade slicing through the ground with a resounding crash. The shockwave sent several of Korga's subordinates flying. Masha, Issei muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Maria turned to him, her golden eyes blazing with determination. Eyes, you're not alone anymore. I'm here. Korga's expression twisted with rage and fear as he took a step back. What is this? Maria didn't give him a chance to react. Following Aurelia's guidance, she swept into the fray, her movements elegant yet devastating. Her blade cut through her enemies with ease, her golden armor deflecting their attacks effortlessly. Focus your strikes, child, Aurelia's voice urged. Do not waste energy on unnecessary movements. Let your power flow naturally. Maria nodded, her strikes becoming more precise. She and Issei moved in perfect sync, their combined attacks breaking through the enemy ranks. Masha nay, Issei said, his voice filled with pride and gratitude. You look amazing. Maria smiled faintly. So do you, eyes. Let's end this. The fight intensified, the siblings standing back to back as they faced Korga and his subordinates. For the first time in years, they felt truly unstoppable. The power of the dragons coursed through them, a testament to their will to protect each other. But the battle was far from over. More clan members began to arrive, their expressions shifting from confusion to horror as they realized who was fighting. The feeble outcasts they had dismissed were now glowing with the power of legendary dragons, standing defiant against the strongest among them. Issei and Maria, someone murmured, their voice trembling. What are they? Korga's fury reached a boiling point. Don't just stand there, he screamed. Kill them. The siblings exchanged a glance, their resolve unshaken. They tightened their grips on their respective powers, ready to face whatever came next. This was their stand. Together, they would fight, no matter the cost. The battlefield was chaotic. The clash of magic, the roar of flames, and the sound of shattering earth echoed through the Hyodo estate grounds as Issei and Maria fought against Korga and his growing number of subordinates. The siblings stood firm, their glowing dragon armors shining like beacons of defiance amidst the darkness. Issei's vanishing dragon balance breaker radiated raw power, his attacks calculated and devastating. Maria's golden armor glimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, her blade carving through enemies with precise strikes as Aurelia guided her every movement. On the sidelines, Kiyomi stood with her arms crossed, her sharp amber eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Shouldn't we stop this? One of the clan members asked nervously, watching as the fight spiraled further out of control. Kiyomi raised a hand, silencing them. No, she said coldly. Korga brought this upon himself. Let him reap what he's sown. But, interfere, and you'll answer to me, Kiyomi snapped, her tone leaving no room for argument. The clan members fell silent, their gazes shifting between Kiyomi's stern expression and the battle raging before them. Korga growled in frustration as he narrowly dodged another of Maria's fiery strikes, the golden flames licking at his armor and leaving charred marks in their wake. You brats think you can beat me? He roared, his voice filled with desperation. I'll show you the power of a real warrior. Your power is nothing compared to ours, Issei shot back, his fists igniting with blue flames. He dashed toward Koruga, his speed catching him off guard, and delivered a powerful punch to his midsection. Koruga coughed, blood splattering the ground as he stumbled back. His subordinates, sensing their leader's growing desperation, rallied together, pooling their magic into a massive, glowing sphere of energy. Focus everything you have, one of them barked, their voices trembling as they poured their remaining strength into the attack. The air grew thick with energy as the sphere expanded, crackling with violent magic. Koruga joined them, his face twisted in rage. Let's see you survive this, he bellowed, hurling the massive attack toward the siblings. Issei and Maria stood their ground, their eyes narrowing as the attack hurtled toward them like a falling star. Issei, Albion's voice called out in his mind. Use half-dimension, shrink the attack. Issei nodded, raising his hands. His wings flared as a shimmering field of energy surrounded the sphere. Slowly, the attack began to shrink, its massive size reducing to just over half of what it had been. The strain was immense, sweat pouring down Issei's face as he gritted his teeth. I can't hold it for long, he shouted, his arms trembling as the condensed attack continued its path toward them. Maria. Aurelia's voice rang in her mind. Use the flames of heaven. They will cleanse this attack and destroy those who dare oppose you. The flames of heaven? Maria asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Focus, child. Call forth the flames from within. They're yours to command. Maria took a deep breath, her golden eyes glowing as she raised her hands. A flicker of gold appeared, growing into a roaring blaze that encased her blade. The flames burned brighter with each passing second, their heat intense and pure. Eyes, hold on, Maria cried, lifting her sword high. Issei grunted in acknowledgement, pouring everything he had into keeping the attack contained. Maria swung her blade, unleashing the flames of heaven in a torrent of golden fire. The flames collided with the magical sphere, consuming it with a sound like a roaring inferno. The flames were relentless, eating away at the attack until nothing remained. Screams echoed across the battlefield as the flames surged toward Koruga and his subordinates. Many of them were caught in the blaze, their cries silenced as the flames incinerated them completely. The surviving subordinates were left charred and injured, their magic depleted. Koruga fell to his knees, his armor blackened and his body covered in burns. He clutched his side, coughing violently as blood dripped from his mouth. No. This can't be, he muttered, his voice weak. Issei staggered forward, his balance breaker armor flickering as exhaustion set in. Despite his fatigue, his gaze remained sharp as he glared down at Koruga. This is the power of the White Dragon Emperor, Issei said coldly. And this is what happens when you threaten what's mine. Maria landed beside him, her golden armor radiant even amidst the destruction. She pointed her blade at Koruga, her voice steady despite the tremor of adrenaline coursing through her. Leave, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. If you ever come near us again, you won't get a second chance. Koruga looked up at them, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. He said nothing as he struggled to his feet. No machine. Don't let him walk away. If he walked away from here then he will come back at us like a worm he is. For the humiliation we put him through especially what he tried to do to you today. I won't let him go. Koruga glared at Issei for his insult on him but Issei didn't faze. Then what foe you suggest Eyes? Maria asked him as he stretched his towards Koruga. What are you doing Eyes? She asked nervous and hoping he is not doing what she is thinking. I'm sorry machine. He apologized sadly but then, final dragon blast. The attack consumed Koruga and his subordinates who screamed in agony and soon wiped out of the face of earth. Maria looked at Issei in shock at what he has done. The siblings stood together, their armors gleaming as the battlefield fell silent. The clan members watching from the sidelines exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier scorn replaced with a mixture of horror and fear as they saw the strongest member from clan got eradicated by a 11-year-old boy. Kiyomi smirked, her gaze shifting to the two young warriors. Interesting, she muttered to herself as his expression hardened. But they could be a problem now. Knowing their past and their hatred towards clan. The battlefield's silence stretched for only a moment before both Issei and Maria collapsed, their bodies succumbing to the overwhelming strain of their balance breakers. As their armors faded into shimmering light, their true forms were revealed, but they were changed. Issei's once brown hair was now stark white, his amber eyes replaced with piercing blue. Maria's transformation was just as striking, her dark brown hair now a lighter shade, and her caramel eyes had taken on a radiant golden hue. Kiyomi approached the fallen siblings, her sharp eyes narrowing as she took in their altered appearances. Interesting, she muttered under her breath before motioning to nearby clan members. Take them to the infirmary. Handle them carefully. Despite some hesitation, the clan members obeyed, lifting the unconscious siblings and carrying them away. Kiyomi followed closely, her mind racing with thoughts about what she had witnessed. For an entire week, Issei and Maria remained unconscious in the infirmary. During this time, both of them found themselves in unfamiliar yet comforting surroundings. Issei's mind. Issei stood in a vast, glowing expanse of white and blue. The air crackled with energy, and in the distance, he saw the towering form of a majestic white dragon, its scales shimmering like polished silver. "Welcome, host," the dragon said, its voice deep and regal. "I am Albion Gwyber, the White Dragon Emperor. You are now the wielder of divine dividing." "Albion," Issei repeated, the name resonating within him. Albion nodded, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the boy before him. "I have chosen you, Issei Hyodo, as my host. In this sacred space, I will guide you and teach you of the world. You have now become a part of the supernatural world." As they spoke, Albion explained in depth about the supernatural realms, the factions, and the sacred gears, tools of immense power that could change the course of history. He detailed the origins of divine dividing, a mid-tier Longinus gear capable of dividing and stealing the power of enemies. Albion's voice softened as he shared his past. "I am one of the heavenly dragons, once revered and feared as the White Dragon of Supremacy. My rival, the Red Dragon Emperor Diedrich, and I were locked in eternal conflict until we were sealed within sacred gears by the biblical god. This cycle of hosts is our legacy, and you are now a part of it. If you have any questions, then feel free to ask." "Albion," Issei began, his voice uncertain but curious. "What exactly is a balance breaker? How did I manage to activate it?" Albion's massive wings shifted slightly as he regarded his host. A balance breaker is the pinnacle of a sacred gear's power. It manifests when a host pushes themselves beyond their limits emotionally, physically, or spiritually. For most, achieving it even temporarily is a monumental task. Yet you, Issei, have not only unlocked it on your first attempt but did so permanently. That alone sets you apart from most of my previous hosts. Issei blinked, a mix of surprise and pride settling in. "So, I really managed it on my first try?" "Indeed. And it is no small feat. Divine dividing now flows as an extension of your soul. In time, you will learn to wield its full power, dividing and having the strength of even the strongest foes." Albion commented with pride in his voice and continued. "But everything is not easy as it sounds, since your body has grown through so many changes when you sacrificed your heart for power, and that is when your dormant magical abilities have also awakened by your will and determination to get power to protect your sister. Which is very admirable, I must say." He complimented his host, much to his embarrassment, since he was never complimented before by anyone other than his sister. Issei's brows furrowed as another thought struck him. "What about my body? You mentioned that I have dormant magical powers. What does that mean?" Albion chuckled, the sound reverberating like thunder. "Yes, your magical potential has been suppressed for a long time, but the activation of divine dividing has started unlocking it. With proper training, you will not only master my abilities but also your own innate magic. This journey will not be easy, but I believe in your potential, Issei Hyodo. You are a worthy host." "You said there will be changes in my body, but what kind of changes are you talking about?" Issei asked curiously. That's really simple, kid. Your body has gone through several changes since you sacrificed your heart for power. First thing is your hair and eyes have changed colors from brown to white and blue respectively, which are similar to that of balance breaker armor and its gems. Second thing is you are half dragon and half human now, and your dragon part will continue to grow more in future. Third, having a dragon's body mean your bones are now longer, denser, stronger, flexible and all, even your height has increased from before. Fourth, your magic abilities have skyrocketed since your own dormant magical abilities has awakened, and last but not the least, your stamina, endurance, resistance and all also have increased a lot. Hearing the amount of abilities he possessed now surprised him greatly. Wow. That's a lot to take in, not gonna lie. Albion chuckled at his reaction but then groaned serious and spoke. Listen, kid. You have to leave this clan for good once you woke up, since now that you have shown that you are my host, they will try to keep you here to make you their tool and weapon to do their evil deeds. Do you want that to happen to you and your sister? Issei's eyes widened in shock and fear as he shook his head. Good. Then when you woke up, follow my lead if you had to get out of here, understand? Issei nodded his head as his expression grew serious. Maria's mind. Maria found herself in a warm, golden light that felt almost divine. Before her stood a radiant golden dragon, her form graceful yet imposing. Her voice was melodic but carried an unmistakable strength. Greetings, child, the dragon said. I am Aurelia, the Golden Dragon Empress, and you are now my chosen host. Maria's breath hitched as she looked at the majestic being before her. You're Aurelia? The one who gave me this power? Yes, Aurelia replied, her golden eyes kind but firm. The sacred gear you now wield is Incinerate Anthem, a high-tier Longinus. It is a weapon of great power and responsibility. As Maria absorbed this revelation, Aurelia spoke of her past. I was once a holy dragon, a guard of heaven itself. During the Great Holy War 5,000 years ago, Lucifer's forces attacked heaven. I gave my life defending it, and the biblical God preserved my soul, binding it to this sacred gear. Now, through you, my legacy continues. You are free to ask any question you want. Similarly, Maria's mind raced with questions as she stood before Aurelia. What is Incinerate Anthem, exactly? Maria asked, her golden eyes wide with wonder. How is it different from other sacred gears? Aurelia's regal voice resonated around her. Incinerate Anthem is a high-tier Longinus, a sacred gear of immense power. Its golden flames are heaven's fire, capable of incinerating all evil, purifying corruption, and even wounding divine beings. Very few in history have wielded such a tool, and fewer still have managed to unleash its balance breaker as you have. Maria's breath hitched. I unlocked the balance breaker already? Yes. You, like your brother, have achieved what most cannot. Hosts typically spend years merely gaining temporary access to this power, but you have secured it permanently. That alone speaks to your strength and determination. Aurelia nodded. Maria hesitated before asking, what about my body? I felt different when I woke up in the armor. Aurelia's gaze softened. Your body is adjusting to the dormant magical energy that now flows freely through you. Until now, it was suppressed, perhaps deliberately so, but my presence has unlocked it. You are more than capable of mastering this power, Maria. I am proud to call you my host. My dormant magical energy, she trailed off as bed eyes widened. Aurelia nodded and explained to her like how Albion did to Issei and even the abilities she acquired from it, and in the end she also told her to leave the clan because if not then they will use her and her powers, making her nod. Time skip. After a week, the siblings finally awoke. Issei blinked, his vision adjusting to the soft light of the infirmary. His body still ached, but he felt different, stronger. His white hair falling into his eyes as he blinked and rubbed his eyes. The room was quiet except for the faint sound of Maria's breathing. He turned his head and froze. The girl in the bed across from him looked so different, her lighter brown hair catching the sunlight, her golden eyes peaceful as she slept. But he knew instantly who she was. Machine, he whispered, relief and awe filling his voice. Maria stirred at the sound of his voice, her golden eyes fluttering open. When her gaze met his, her breath caught in her throat. Eyes? She asked hesitantly. It's me, he said, sitting up slowly. Maria stared at him, disbelief etched on her face. But you look so different. How do I know it's really you? Issei chuckled, understanding her hesitation. Ask me something only I would know. Maria frowned in thought before speaking. What did you call me when you were 2 years old, even though you couldn't pronounce my name properly? A grin tugged at Issei's lips. Machine. And I've been calling you that ever since. Maria asked another one. When I was 8, I tried to bake cookies, but something went wrong. What did you say to cheer me up? Issei grinned. I told you it didn't matter that they were burnt because they were made with love. Then I ate every single one. Tears welled up in Maria's eyes as she threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Eyes, it's really you. Issei hugged her back, relief washing over him. Of course it is, Machine. Their reunion was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Both turned to see Kiyomi entering, her usual cold expression in place. Immediately, Issei moved in front of Maria, shielding her with his body. His blue eyes narrowed, his distrust evident. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone hard. Kiyomi raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between the two. "Relax, I'm not here to hurt you. I don't trust the clan. And you're no exception," Issei said firmly. Maria placed a hand on his arm, silently urging him to stay calm, but Issei didn't budge. Kiyomi sighed, crossing her arms. "Fair enough. After everything you've been through, you wouldn't trust me either. But I'm not like the rest of them. If I were, you wouldn't have woken up in this infirmary." Issei's eyes narrowed further but didn't respond. "Oh, please spare me your nonsense," he snarled in anger. "You are just like the rest of the clan. Power-hungry bastards. Watch your mouth, boy. You don't want to anger me because I'm worse than Korga and I won't fall your tricks," Kiyomi spoke in low and dangerous voice. "Oh please, you never cared when that bastard Korga and his subordinates beat us up in the context of training, and what he wanted to do to Machine. Like hell I believe you." His response made her growl in anger but she controlled it and spoke. "I only came here to talk, not to fight," Kiyomi continued, her voice steady. "What happened a week ago has changed things. Whether you like it or not, you've both become far more important than you realize. And the Hyodo clan is going to notice." Maria frowned, stepping slightly out from behind Issei. "What do you mean? Your power didn't go unnoticed by the other members of the clan, and as an acting leader of the clan I'm giving you the opportunity to train under me and the clan." Both of their eyes widened, but then Issei heard Albion's voice in his head. "Don't listen to her, Issei. She only wants both of you to stay and use you and your powers." Issei was unsure on what to do, and Albion seeing this sighed and continued. "Kid, I understand your hesitation because other than this compound you don't have anywhere to go along with your sister. But believe me when I say this, it is better to live in wild than live with the likes of her who turned blind eye to you and your sister's suffering." Albion added fuel to the fire after saying that and passes the memories of his and Maria's torment to his head, making him even angrier, as he turned his eyes towards Maria and spoke softly. "Machine, close your eyes." Tight, hearing Issei's serious voice, she didn't need to be told twice and closed her eyes tightly, as Issei turned to look at Kiyomi. "And what if I said no?" Kiyomi gave him a chilling cold smile and spoke. "Then you and your sister will be considered criminals because you had killed the members of Hyodo clan. Self-defense or not, murder is a murder." Issei, instead of being nervous, grinned savagely and shouted. Solar flare. A bright light blinded Kiyomi, which gave Issei time to hold Maria and teleported away from the infirmary. Once the light died down and Kiyomi got her sight back, she looked around and didn't find Issei or Maria, which made her growl in anger and called her subordinates and sent them off to find Issei and Maria, and also put them on criminal list as they had killed the members of the clan and ran away. Location: unknown. Both Issei and Maria found themselves in an unknown location surrounded by huge trees and greenery. Maria turned to look at Issei, who was breathing heavily since he still hasn't recovered yet. Maria pulled Issei to a nearby tree shade and sat down, laying Issei's head on her lap. "Machine, what are you doing?" Issei spoke in embarrassment as his face grew red in color. "Oh hush, my silly little brother." She silenced him with a look and continued, "You always had to be reckless, knowing you hadn't recovered yet, but you had to play hero for me." Issei didn't said anything and mouthed an apology. Maria just caressed Issei's head, letting him rest in her lap. After a few minutes, Issei created a magic circle from which a small pouch came out. "What's that?" Maria asked, curiosity lighting up her face. "I've been working on something," Issei said, opening the pouch to reveal a pair of matching pendants. A circular pendant with a rose gold finish, featuring a winged staff or dragonfly-like motif at its center, and a bright red gemstone is set at the heart of the design, adding a vibrant focal point. It is attached to a red cord with metallic accents near the clasp, giving it a bold and striking appearance. And the second one is black circular pendant with a similar motif of a winged staff or sword at the center. The background has a starry or glittery texture, evoking a celestial theme, with a bright blue gemstone set in the center, and is attached to a black cord with silver embellishments, complementing its sleek and mysterious vibe. Maria's eyes widened. "Did you make these?" Issei nodded, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yeah, they're infused with protection spells. If either of us is in danger, the other will know. Maria took the red pendant, her fingers tracing its smooth surface. Eyes. This is amazing. Thank you. Issei slipped the blue pendant around his neck, smiling softly. We look out for each other, right? Maria caressed his head and kissed his forehead, her heart full. Always. Sorry to interrupt your lover's moment, but someone is nearby, and he is strong. Albion called out to them, making them blush at being called lovers, but soon it died down and both stood up, getting in position. Oh, who do we have here? A man came out from behind the tree and stood in front of them. Who are you? Maria asked, feeling nervous since the man is radiating power far greater than Korriga or Kiyomi. Azazel, it's been a while, Albion called out to him as wings of divine dividing appears behind Issei. Azazel is a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and black goatee. He is wearing a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore gray slacks and brown shoes. Ah, Albion, huh? It's sure been a while that we talked, Azazel said happily as he looked at the wings of Issei, but sometimes also caught his eyes. He turned to look at Maria, but more specifically on the golden cross around her neck, and muttered, Incentrate anthem, huh? He then looked at both and spoke. It's rather unusual of seeing this generation's White Dragon Emperor with the host of Incentrate Anthem. His comment made Issei narrow his eyes as he stretched his hand to the side, shielding Maria, and spoke. And what is that supposed to mean? Tell me, who are you? If not, then. With little difficulty he clad his body in balance breaker. Azazel's eyes widened in surprise but then smirked widely. Well, someone is really interesting indeed, and chill out, kiddo. I mean no harm to you or your woman. Their face grew red in embarrassment as Issei shouted. She is my sister, not my woman. Azazel hummed in understanding. Calm down, Issei. Azazel mean no harm, and if he did, he would have attacked you already before I even warned you both. Albion spoke from within the gear, making Issei sigh and dispel the balance breaker. Well, it looks like introductions are in line. I'm Azazel, the Governor General of Fallen Angel Faction. Grigori, 12 wings as black as night come out of Azazel's back as he introduced himself. My name is Maria Hyodo and he is my little brother Issei Hyodo. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Azazel. Maria introduced both herself and Issei as Azazel's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the last name but quickly reverted back to normal. Just Azazel is fine girl, and besides being called Mr. makes me feel old. Both nodded at his words as Issei asked. So, Azazel, where are we? Azazel looked at Issei and spoke. You are currently in US, kid. More specifically in California. Issei's and Maria's eyes widened in shock. California. Both shouted in shock, making Azazel covered his ears. Yes, California, and stop shouting both of you or you want to make me deaf. Issei and Mari apologized as Azazel continued. What does 2 members of Hyodo clan doing in California away from Japan? Both flinched at his question, which Azazel saw and replied. You don't have to answer it, kids. By your reaction I can say that you don't have a proper childhood or your relationship with your clan is non-existent. Their eyes widened in surprise at how easily Azazel read them. How? Issei muttered in shock, making Azazel gave a sad smile and spoke. Don't worry about it, kid. I have my ways. But tell me this. Where will you both go? Do you kids have anywhere to go? Both of them shook their head in denial. Then how about you come with me to Grigori? He suggested to them, making their eyes widen, but before they could speak their dragon spoke. That's nice ideas, kids. You should accept it. Aurelia spoke from her gear. Oh ho, who do we have here? Aurelia, my old friend. How your new life is sacred gear treating you? Azazel spoke in amusement, making Aurelia growl in annoyance. Shut it, crow. Before I throw my purple flames on you. Azazel chuckled at her reaction but didn't said anything. But seriously, Azazel. Why do you want our hosts to go to Grigori with you? Albion spoke in cold voice. Common Albion, it's not every day that you get to meet the host of a heavenly dragon and Holy Cross ABF. Besides, if they come with me, then not only they will be protected from threats stronger than them, and also I can train them properly. Not only in the use of sacred gear but without it as well. both dragons went into deep thought after hearing Azazel's words. As much as I want to disagree, but you are right. You can keep them safe and train TGEM properly. Very well, I accept. Aurelia spoke in serious voice, much to the shock of Maria as she accepted Azazel's proposal. I agree with her, and hence I also accept it. But keep one thing in mind, Azazel. Do something that harms our hosts, then I'll kill you. Albion spoke with total seriousness, making Azazel agree. But Albion, Issei wanted to disagree but was cut off by Albion, who spoke. I understand your hesitation, Issei, but we don't have any other choice here. Azazel can train you properly and make you stronger. Trust me, Albion spoke in gentle yet firm voice, leaving no room for argument. Fine, we will go. Maria looked at Issei in worry, who just smiled and nodded. Great, then let's go. Azazel created a magic circle and teleported them to the Grigori. This could a new start for Issei and Maria. They know that there will be several challenges ahead of them, but they have each other and now their battle partners as well to face off against any kind of enemy. The night air was cold, but the battlefield burned with tension as the clash between Kokobil's forces and the united front of the Grimoire and Citri groups began. Shadows danced across Kuo Academy, the occasional flare of magic and steel illuminating the grim faces of the combatants. Kokobil hovered above the fray, his wings stretched wide, his sneer filled with disdain as he observed the chaos below. Issei stood at a distance, leaning casually against a tree. His calm, almost bored expression contrasted sharply with the charged atmosphere. His white hair glowed faintly under the moonlight, his piercing blue eyes tracking every move as they are covered with circular black sunglasses. To him, this display was pathetic. Years of training, years of preparation, and this was the best they could muster. Kiba lunged forward, his sword gleaming in the light of the nearby flames as he met Fried Selzen in a flurry of steel. The madman cackled, his fused Excalibur glowing ominously as it clashed against Kiba's blade. Is this all you've got, you little wannabe knight? Fried taunted, his movements erratic but surprisingly precise. All that training, and you still fight like a damn amateur. Kiba gritted his teeth, his frustration evident as he parried a particularly vicious strike. Beside him, Zenobia flanked free, but even she struggled to keep up with the chaotic ferocity of their opponent. Issei watched the exchange, his arms crossed as he shook his head slightly. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath. He wasn't impressed. He wasn't worried. To him, this was merely a predictable outcome of their limitations. In the distance, Rhea stood with her peerage, her crimson hair whipping in the wind as she directed their attacks toward the Cerberus copies Kokobil had summoned. A fierce fireball erupted from her hands, engulfing one of the beasts, but it only roared in response, charging through the flames with renewed ferocity. Keep your focus, Rhea shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Akeno, support from above. Akeno floated gracefully in the air, her lightning striking down with precision, but even her power seemed to barely scratch the surface of the beasts. On the other side of the battlefield, Sona and her peerage worked tirelessly to maintain the barrier that kept the fight contained. Mia, a prominent member of Sona's group, stood firm, her spellbreak sacred gear shimmering faintly as she faced off against one of Kokobil's cadre while clad in her balance breaker. The fallen angel sneered, his dark wings flaring as he unleashed a barrage of light spears. Mia's movements were swift, her gear glowing as she dispelled the spears midair with precision. Is that all you've got? Mia taunted, her voice steady despite the intensity of the fight. For someone who claims to be a cadre, you're disappointingly predictable. The fallen growled, his attacks becoming more frenzied, but Mia held her ground, her focus unwavering. Max, on the other hand, was struggling. Kokobil had descended to the battlefield, his mere presence overwhelming as he toyed with Max, his strikes precise and devastating. Max is clad in his balance breaker as he attempts to retaliate, but every attempt is effortlessly countered by Kokobil. You call this power? Kokobil sneered, delivering a crushing blow to Max's chest that sent him sprawling. You've had years to grow stronger, yet here you are, still floundering like an insect. Max coughed, blood dripping from his mouth as he struggled to stand. His hands trembled as he gripped his weapon, his dark water abilities flickering as he tried to summon his strength. Issei's gaze lingered on Max, his expression unreadable. Despite the one-sided nature of the fight, Issei made no move to intervene. He simply observed, his sharp eyes taking in every detail, every mistake. Still relying on brute force with no strategy, Issei murmured, his voice barely audible over the chaos. No wonder you're losing. Mia's fight was a stark contrast to Max's. Her movements were precise, her sword glowing brighter as she began to overwhelm the fallen angel Kadri. With a sharp burst of energy, she shattered the Kadri's spear, her confidence unwavering as she pressed the attack. Not bad, for a devil, the fallen muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. But you're still out of your league. Mia smirked, her sword lowering as she closed the distance. We'll see about that. Meanwhile, Heba and Zenobia continued their battle against Freed, the madman's laughter echoing across the battlefield. Despite their efforts, Freed's fused Excalibur gave him a significant advantage, his strikes growing more erratic yet more powerful with each clash. You're all so damn boring. Freed shouted, his voice filled with glee as he swung his weapon with reckless abandon. Come on, show me something exciting. Heba's frustration was evident as he narrowly dodged another swing. Damn it, we can't keep up with him. Focus, Grimoire Knight, Zenobia shouted, her own blade clashing against Freed's. We can't let him get the upper hand. Despite their determination, the fight was clearly wearing on them. Issei sighed, his gaze shifting back to Kokobile and Max. Kokobile had grown bored, his attacks becoming less frequent as he taunted Max mercilessly. This is what you consider a challenge? Kokobile mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Pathetic. Max growled, his dark water abilities flaring as he lunged forward, but Kokobile effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a devastating blow that sent Max crashing into the ground, breaking his balance breaker. The impact sent a shockwave across the battlefield, drawing the attention of Rias and her group. Max, Rias shouted, her voice filled with worry. Kokobile laughed, his wings spreading wide as he hovered above the battlefield. This is the best the Grimoire clan has to offer. How disappointing. Issei pushed off the tree he had been leaning against, his calm demeanor unshaken as he began to walk toward the battlefield. The chaos seemed to pause as his presence became more noticeable, his white hair and piercing blue eyes covered by his sunglasses drawing the attention of those around him. Kokobile's gaze shifted to Issei, his interest piqued. And who are you supposed to be? Issei stopped a short distance away, his expression unreadable as he met Kokobile's gaze. Just an observer, he said coolly. Though I have to say, this fight is underwhelming. Kokobile raised an eyebrow, his amusement evident. Underwhelming, you say, and what makes you think you could do any better? Issei's lips curled into a faint smirk. I don't think so, I know. The battlefield fell silent as Kokobile's laughter echoed across the academy grounds. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But don't let your arrogance be your downfall, boy. Issei didn't respond, his calm gaze unwavering as he took another step forward. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, a subtle yet undeniable shift in the atmosphere. The others watched in stunned silence, their exhaustion and fear momentarily forgotten as they sensed the sheer power radiating from Issei. This was no ordinary fight anymore. This was something far greater as he saw his body started to glow in silver aura. The silver glow that enveloped Issei's body pulsed with an otherworldly aura, his calm demeanor unshaken even as Kokobile's sneer turned into an expression of cautious confusion. Hovering effortlessly in the air, Issei radiated an untouchable presence that silenced the battlefield. The faint hum of power surrounded him, reminiscent of a god descending to correct mortal mistakes. Kokobile's crimson eyes narrowed as he launched a barrage of light spears, their golden tips gleaming like falling stars. The assault was relentless, a tempest of divine weaponry meant to overwhelm. Issei remained still, his silver aura flaring slightly before the spears evaporated upon contact. How? Kokobile growled, his wings beating furiously as he unleashed another wave of attacks. What are you? Issei tilted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. You call this power? I haven't even warmed up. With a faint smirk, he moved, his silver glow trailing behind like an ethereal afterimage. Kokobile barely had time to react before a fist collided with his chest, sending him flying backward. The ground beneath him cracked as he skidded to a halt, his breath escaping in ragged gasps. Impossible, Kokobile muttered, clutching his chest where the blow landed. He looked up, his face pale with disbelief. This power, it's not possible. You shouldn't be able to touch me. Issei descended slowly, his feet barely touching the ground as he approached the fallen cadre. Shouldn't I be able to? Or you just assumed I couldn't? He replied, his tone light, almost teasing. I'm not even using my sacred gear. Consider this, playing fair. Kokobeel's wings flared in desperation as he attempted to rise, only for Issei to vanish from sight. The next moment, Kokobeel's body slammed into the ground again, Issei standing over him with a hand pressed lightly against his chest. You wanted power. Here it is, Issei said, his voice low and calm as the silver glow intensified. With a single motion, he hurled Kokobeel into the air, following up with a rapid series of strikes that left the once confident cadre battered and reeling. The battlefield had fallen into stunned silence. The Grimoire and Citri peerages watched in disbelief, their exhaustion and injuries forgotten as they witnessed the ease with which Issei dismantled Kokobeel. Max's fists clenched at his sides, his dark gear flickering faintly as his eyes filled with jealousy. How is he doing this? He's not supposed to be this strong. Kokobeel tried to retaliate, summoning a massive spear of light that crackled with destructive energy. He hurled it at Issei with a roar, his desperation evident. Issei raised a single hand, catching the spear effortlessly. With a small squeeze, the weapon shattered into shards of harmless light. Kokobeel's eyes widened in horror. Stay away from me, he shouted, his voice trembling. Issei chuckled softly, his silver aura flaring as he closed the distance in an instant. Kokobeel let out a strangled cry as Issei grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Before Issei could deliver the final blow, the barrier surrounding the battlefield shattered with a deafening crack, drawing everyone's attention. A streak of red light descended from the sky, landing gracefully a short distance away. As the light faded, the figure it revealed left everyone stunned. The figure was clad in a sleek red armor adorned with glowing green gems, its design both elegant and intimidating. Unlike Kokobeel's chaotic presence, this figure exuded an aura of controlled power. The curves of the armor were distinctly feminine, the slim build unmistakable. Issei turned, his silver glow dimming slightly as he regarded the newcomer with a calm expression. You're late. The red-armored figure tilted her head, her voice smooth and tinged with amusement. I wasn't going to interrupt. You seem to have things under control. Kokobeel groaned weakly, his body crumpled at Issei's feet. His eyes widened in recognition as he looked at the red figure. Security, he stammered, his voice shaking. That's correct, she replied, her tone light but carrying an edge as she glanced at Issei. I was only here for Kokobeel and the other cadre. Didn't think you'd have him handled already. Issei's lips curled into a faint smirk. What can I say? He wasn't much of a challenge. The battle elsewhere was drawing to a close. Kiba and Xenovia had finally gained the upper hand against Fried, their combined efforts overwhelming him. Kiba's holy demonic sword shimmered with newfound strength as he shattered Fried's fused Excalibur, while Xenovia's Durandal cleaved through Fried's defenses with ease. Fried's crazed laughter turned into a choked scream as he fell, his body battered and broken. Meanwhile, the Grimoire and Citri peerages had defeated the remaining Cerberus copies and fallen angels, their exhaustion evident but their determination unshaken. Rias approached, her crimson hair matted with sweat and her eyes blazing with questions. Her peerage followed closely behind, their expressions wary as they took in Issei and the red-armored figure. Who are you? Rias demanded, her voice sharp as she addressed both Issei and the armored woman. Neither of them responded. Issei's attention shifted as a voice echoed in his mind, calm yet amused. Your host seems to have things under control, Pyrina. Diedrag's voice resonated within the red armor. Pyrina's response was tinged with annoyance. Don't get ahead of yourself, Diedrag. Your host may have potential, but she's hardly perfect. Apophis's voice joined the conversation, his tone sharp. Enough with the posturing. What of Albion? Has he awakened? Diedrag chuckled. Albion's host is already active and far stronger than any of yours. I suggest you focus on catching up before worrying about him. Issei raised an eyebrow at the exchange but said nothing as he heard the laughing of Albion in his head, his calm gaze fixed on the red-armored figure as she reached down to grab Kokobeel and another fallen cadre who had been defeated. Her wings flared as she prepared to leave. Wait, Rias called out, stepping forward. You can't just leave. Who are you, and why are you interfering? The red-armored woman turned her head slightly, her green eyes glowing faintly. I've already answered that. I'm not here for you. With that, she launched into the sky in a burst of blinding red light, Kokobile and the other cadre in tow. As the light faded, Issei lowered himself to the ground, his silver glow dimming completely as he turned to walk away. Stop! Rias's voice rang out, firm and commanding. Her peerage, along with Sona's, moved to block his path, their gazes serious as they surrounded him. You owe us an explanation, Sona said, her tone calm but insistent. Who are you, and how are you capable of such power? Issei paused, his blue eyes meeting hers. The silence stretched as tension filled the air. Issei's sunglasses lowered slightly as his piercing blue eyes swept across the gathered peerages, his expression one of sheer disinterest as he spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Why should I give any explanation to any of you? Rias stepped forward, her crimson eyes blazing with frustration. Because this is our territory. Kuo Academy is under mine and Sona's jurisdiction, and you came here uninvited. Issei tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into a faint smirk. And Kokobile and his little group of misfits. They also infiltrated your precious territory. What makes it any different that I did? At least I handled the problem. His tone was arrogant, dismissive, and it sent a ripple of indignation through the Grimoire and Sea-Tree peerages. Akino's eyes narrowed dangerously. Kiba's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, but he remained silent, his gaze locked on Issei. Sona adjusted her glasses, her composed exterior hiding the growing irritation in her voice. Regardless of your reasoning, you acted without consulting the people responsible for this territory. You owe us answers. Issei chuckled, his tone dripping with condescension. Answers? For what? For cleaning up your mess. He gestured toward the battlefield, where the remnants of Kokobile's forces lay scattered. You couldn't even handle Kokobile. And now you're standing here, thinking you can demand anything from me. His words struck a nerve, Rias's frustration boiling over as she clenched her fists. We fought to protect this place. We gave it everything we had. And failed. Issei interrupted smoothly, his tone cold. If I hadn't stepped in, do you honestly think any of you would still be standing? Max, still nursing his injuries, glared at Issei with a mix of anger and jealousy. Don't act like you're so much better. He snapped, his voice trembling. You think you're invincible just because you stopped Kokobile. Issei's gaze shifted to Max, his calm expression turning slightly amused. Better. No, I know I am. Unlike you, I don't make a show of struggling against someone like Kokobile. Max's fists clenched, his dark water flickering around him as he took a step forward. You arrogant bastard. Stop, Rias said sharply, her voice cutting through the tension as she placed a hand on Max's shoulder. Her focus returned to Issei. You're not going anywhere until we get some answers. Issei raised an eyebrow, unfazed. And what exactly do you think you're going to do to stop me? The air grew heavy with tension as Issei's calm confidence contrasted sharply with the barely restrained anger of the two peerages. The atmosphere shifted suddenly, growing dense and oppressive, as if an invisible weight bore down on the battlefield. The peerages staggered, their knees buckling under the crushing force of Issei's aura. Gasps filled the air as one by one, even the strongest among them fell to the ground, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure. Issei stood amidst the chaos, his arms crossed and a maddening grin spread across his face. The silver glow around him pulsated faintly, and the single finger he had raised flickered with a barely perceptible light. His blue eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and disdain as he observed the peerages struggling beneath him. You can't even handle 10% of my base aura, Issei stated, his voice calm but laced with derision. And yet you have the audacity, the balls, to stand here and demand answers from me. His chuckle echoed ominously, sending another wave of pressure that forced the already kneeling group lower to the ground. Rias gritted her teeth, her crimson hair falling around her as she glared up at Issei. You, arrogant. Before she could finish, Zenobia stepped forward. Her movements were slow and deliberate, her durandal resting at her side. Unlike the others, she wasn't kneeling, though the effort it took to remain standing was evident in her slightly trembling legs. She hesitated before speaking, her voice steady despite the crushing aura. Thank you, Zenobia said, her tone sincere. For what you did. Kokobile would have killed us all if not for your intervention. Issei's grin widened as he turned his gaze toward her. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her words with a faint flick of his glowing finger. At least one of you knows how to show some manners. His attention returned to the kneeling group, his expression hardening. Take notes, he said mockingly. Even a newcomer like her has more grace than you spoiled brats. She knows how to say, thank you, when someone saves her life. The scorn in his voice sent a ripple of anger and shame through the peerages. Rias's fists clenched tightly at her sides, her crimson eyes burning with indignation even as her body refused to rise under the weight of his aura. The oppressive force finally receded, allowing the group to breathe more freely, but the tension remained thick. Issei's gaze moved to Max, whose jealousy was written all over his face. Max's voice was sharp and bitter as he snarled, how can you have such power? You're not worthy of it. I am. Someone like you doesn't deserve it. Issei threw his head back and laughed, a deep, mocking sound that echoed across the battlefield. His silver glow flared briefly as he focused his piercing gaze on Max, his grin widening with pure amusement. Not worthy, Issei repeated, his tone dripping with mockery. And what makes you think you are? Because you fail around with your precious dark gear and still can't land a single decent hit. Max's face turned red with anger, his fists trembling at his sides. Shut up, he shouted, his voice filled with frustration and desperation. Issei took a step closer, his presence towering despite the calmness of his voice. You're jealous, aren't you? Watching me do in moments what you couldn't even dream of accomplishing in years. His smirk deepened, his words cutting through Max's anger like a blade. And you think I'm not worthy? That's rich. The others looked on, a mix of fear and unease settling over them as they witnessed the exchange. Issei's power, his confidence, and his ruthless taunts left no room for doubt about who held the upper hand. Face it, Issei said, his voice dropping to a low, almost predatory tone. You'll never be anything more than a footnote in the shadow of someone truly powerful. Max lunged forward in a fit of rage, his dark gear flaring weakly as he swung a wild punch at Issei. But before he could even get close, the silver glow surrounding Issei flared, halting Max in his tracks. The force of it sent him staggering back, gasping for air as though the mere act of being near Issei drained his strength. You're out of your depth, brat, Issei said, his grin fading into a cold, emotionless stare. Know your place. Max collapsed to his knees, his body trembling with a mix of anger, humiliation, and despair. Issei turned away, his silver aura dimming slightly as he glanced at Zenobia once more. You've got potential, he said simply. Try not to waste it like the rest of them. Zenobia nodded, her expression unreadable as she processed his words. The others could only watch in silence, their fear of Issei outweighing their anger at his condescension. For the first time, they were forced to confront the sheer difference in power, and it left an unshakable impression. Issei's eyes scanned the battlefield one last time before he allowed his silver glow to fade. He turned his gaze to Zenobia, still standing with determination despite the overwhelming power he had just displayed. Take your partner and leave, Issei said, his tone suddenly calmer. He gave her a knowing look. You've got more important things to do than watching this circus. Go find your partner, and leave this mess behind. Zenobia nodded, her expression unreadable as she stooped to collect the broken fragments of Excalibur. She paused for a moment, glancing toward Issei, but said nothing. There was too much to think about now. The battle, the power she had witnessed, the unsettling knowledge that her beliefs had been shaken with the death of God. Zenobia had no idea where to go now, and she felt lost in a world that seemed to be falling apart at the seams. Her gaze lingered on Issei for a moment longer before she turned and left, the weight of his words and the uncertainty of her future settling heavily in her chest. Issei's smirk returned as he faced the remaining members of the Grimoire and Sea-Tree peerages. You lot, next time, don't act all high and mighty when you clearly can't even handle a fraction of my aura, he said, his voice carrying with the same smug arrogance that seemed to radiate from every word. Consider yourselves lucky I was feeling merciful tonight. You should be thanking that exorcist, at least she knows how to show some respect. Max's fists clenched as his jealousy flared once more, but Issei's words stung far worse than any of his anger could. You both, Issei continued, his gaze moving to Max and Mia now, come from the Hyodo clan, right? Trained from a young age, And this is what you've amounted to. He chuckled bitterly. Pathetic. If you ever want to stand a chance, start training harder. I don't know how your clan runs things, but if they see you as some kind of potential, I pity them. Max seethed, but he couldn't argue with Issei's assessment. Mia, too, clenched her jaw but remained silent. The sting of his words was undeniable, and the burning jealousy that flared within them both was enough to fuel their resolve, but it also left a bitter taste in their mouths. Issei turned on his heel and launched himself into the air, his silver glow shimmering briefly before he was gone, his figure becoming a mere streak against the night sky. The peerages were left in stunned silence, their emotions a tangled mess of anger, shame, and fear. As Issei flew away, he made no effort to hide his amusement. He felt no need to explain himself further. He had already shown them how insignificant they were. The encounter had been far too easy. Zenobia wandered through the streets, the fragments of Excalibur clutched tightly in her hand. Her mind raced with thoughts of what had just occurred, of Issei's overwhelming power, and of the strange sensation that lingered after seeing him in action. He had been calm, arrogant, but undeniably powerful. It wasn't just strength that he held, it was a complete and unshakable confidence. She glanced down at the broken sword in her hand. It felt like a reminder of how much more there was to learn, of how much she had yet to understand. The church had always given her direction, but after what she had witnessed, God's death, the destruction of everything she had held onto, it was becoming more and more difficult to stay. She had heard whispers, rumors, and half-truths that gnawed at her faith. The loss of God, everything had been thrown into chaos. How could she continue her path when everything was in ruins? Her connection to the church was slipping through her fingers. What was left for her now? As she approached the place where she and Irina had stayed, Zenobia felt the weight of her thoughts. Perhaps it was time to leave the church behind and find her own path, whatever that might be. But for now, she would seek out Irina. Maybe she, too, was feeling the uncertainty that Zenobia couldn't shake off. Together, they could figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Issei flew through the night sky, his mind focused on one thing only. His landing was smooth as he touched down in front of a modest house, one that had been his home for as long as he could remember. He entered without hesitation, his hand reaching up to adjust his black vest. His silver aura had long since faded, but the confidence and the power he exuded remained. Inside, the house was quiet, with only the soft sound of a clock ticking in the background. Issei made his way to the bedroom, where a figure lay peacefully asleep. The sight of her made his heart skip a beat, and his expression softened for the first time that night. Maria lay on the bed, her features soft and serene in her slumber. She wore a silk gown that shimmered faintly in the low light of the room, and for a moment, Issei simply watched her, his mind momentarily free of the burdens of power, of battle. A smile tugged at his lips as he moved quietly toward the bed. He slipped under the covers and pulled her gently into his arms, just like he always did. Maria stirred slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile even as she remained asleep. Without opening her eyes, she nuzzled her face against the crook of his neck, a contented sigh escaping her lips. Issei chuckled softly at the familiar warmth of her embrace. It was moments like this that reminded him of the bond they shared, one that no amount of power could ever replace. Despite everything, the chaos, the battles, the power that flowed through his veins, there was still peace in these quiet moments. His eyes closed as he wrapped his arms around her, the weight of the world momentarily forgotten. He let out a breath, his mind finally at ease as sleep began to take over him as well. The troubles of the day, the doubts, and the anger, all of it faded into the background as he held Maria close, feeling the comfort of her warmth. For now, this was enough. As the night deepened, Issei slept peacefully, his arms securely wrapped around Maria, whose soft breaths fanned his neck. In contrast, Kuo Academy was anything but calm. A regiment of devils clad in black armor patrolled the grounds, their disciplined movements a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded earlier. At the center of the gathered forces stood Graphia Lucifuge, the silver-haired queen of Searzex Lucifer. Her regal presence commanded respect, her piercing eyes scanning the damage around the academy with an impassive expression. Rias and her peerage, now regrouped and somewhat recovered, stood before her, their injuries still evident despite their efforts to appear composed. Rias stepped forward, her tone deferential yet strained. "Graphia," Rias began, thank you for coming so quickly. Graphia's gaze shifted to her sister-in-law, her voice cool and professional. This level of destruction warranted immediate attention. Explain what happened. Rias took a deep breath, recounting the events. Kokabeel attacked, intending to incite war between the three factions. We did our best to hold him off, but... Her words faltered as she glanced at her peerage, the memory of their struggle still fresh. But, Graphia prompted, her tone sharp. A man appeared out of nowhere, Rias continued, her frustration barely hidden. He was, unlike anything we've encountered before. He effortlessly overpowered Kokabeel, as if it were nothing. His power was overwhelming. Graphia's expression didn't change, but her sharp eyes narrowed slightly. A man, you say? Who was he? We don't know, Sona interjected, stepping forward. He refused to give us any answers and left before we could get anything out of him. Rias nodded, and if that wasn't enough, the Red Dragon Emperor also appeared. She took Kokabeel and the other cadre before disappearing. She, Graphia raised an eyebrow at the pronoun. Yes, Rias confirmed. The host of the Red Dragon Emperor is, a woman. Her power was, unimaginable as well. Graphia remained silent for a moment, her mind processing the information. Finally, she gave a curt nod. I see. I will inform Lord Searsex about this immediately. She turned to the devils under her command. Assist the Grimoire and Cetri peerages in repairing the damage and securing the area. Yes, Lady Graphia, the soldiers responded in unison before dispersing to carry out her orders. Graphia turned back to Rias and Sona, her expression softening slightly. You and your peerages should rest. I will handle this matter. With that, she teleported to the underworld, leaving behind a group of exhausted yet grateful devils. Location: Underworld, Lucifer Castle. In the grand halls of the Lucifer estate, Graphia stood before her husband, Searsex Lucifer, recounting the events of the night. A man who overpowered Kokabeel without using his sacred gear, and a female host of the Red Dragon Emperor, Searsex repeated, his voice calm yet thoughtful. This is unexpected. Graphia nodded. Indeed, Rias and her peerage were unable to gather any substantial information about either individual. The man refused to answer their questions, and the Red Dragon Emperor left as quickly as she arrived. Searsex leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled as he considered her words. This changes things. If Kokabeel was easily defeated, and there are such powerful individuals involved, we cannot afford to ignore this. Graphia inclined her head. What do you propose, my lord? Searsex stood, his presence commanding as he addressed his queen. I will contact Michael and Azazel. A peace meeting is long overdue, and this incident only underscores the need for it. We must prevent further conflict between the three factions. Graphia nodded. I will prepare the necessary arrangements. Searsex summoned a communication circle, reaching out to both the leader of Heaven, Michael, and the governor of Grigori, Azazel. The two leaders responded promptly, their tones cautious but receptive to the idea of a peace meeting. Back in Kuo, the devils had finished their work. The soldiers bowed respectfully to both Rias and Sona before leaving, their presence a stark reminder of the seriousness of the situation. Sona excused herself, gathering her peerage and teleporting back to the Cetri estate, where they could recover in relative peace. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage, along with Max and Mia, returned to the Hyodo household. The familiar sight of the warm, welcoming home was a stark contrast to the tension that still lingered between them. As they entered, Goro and Mickey Hyodo greeted them with concern etched on their faces. You're back, Mickey said, her voice trembling slightly. Are you all right? What happened out there? Max ignored her entirely, storming up the stairs to his room without a word. Mickey's worried gaze followed him, while Goro's brow furrowed in confusion. What happened? Goro asked, his tone calm but firm as he addressed Rias. Rias sighed, glancing at her peerage before launching into an explanation. She described the attack, the appearance of Kokabeel, their struggle, and the arrival of unknown man Issei and the Red Dragon Emperor. The others chimed in with additional details, painting a vivid picture of the events. By the time they finished, Goro's expression was unreadable, his eyes distant as he processed the information. Mickey placed a gentle hand on Rias's shoulder, offering a soft smile. You've all been through enough for one night. Go and rest. You have school tomorrow, after all. The group nodded, their exhaustion finally catching up to them as they made their way to their respective rooms. Rias and Asia climbed the stairs together, stopping in front of Max's room. Rias knocked softly before entering, finding Max sitting on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands. "Max," Rias said gently, her voice laced with concern. He didn't look up, his shoulders tense. "I don't want to talk about it," he muttered. Asia hesitated before stepping forward, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "We just want to make sure you're okay," she said softly. Max let out a frustrated sigh but didn't push them away. Rias and Asia exchanged a glance before sitting on either side of him, their presence a quiet reassurance as the weight of the night settled over them all. Max sat silently on the edge of his bed, his hands clenched into tight fists as Rias and Asia sat nearby, their concerned gazes fixed on him. His mind was a storm of emotions: anger, jealousy, humiliation. The memory of Issei's smirk, the effortless way he had crushed Kokobile, and the sheer disdain in his voice replayed in his mind over and over. Why him? Max thought bitterly. What makes him so special? Asia's soft voice broke the silence. "Max, are you sure you're okay? You haven't said much since we got back." "I'm fine," Max replied sharply, though his tone lacked conviction. Rias narrowed her eyes, her arms crossed as she studied him. "You're not fine, Max. You're upset. You've been upset since we left the battlefield." Max shot her a glare but didn't respond. He didn't want to talk about it, especially not with her. How could she possibly understand what he was feeling? "Max," Rias continued, her voice softening slightly, "we all struggled out there. None of us could handle Kokobile on our own. There's no shame in that." Her words only fueled the fire burning in Max's chest. He stood abruptly, his fists trembling at his sides as he turned to face them. "No shame," he repeated, his voice rising. "We've been training for years, Rias. Years. And yet, some random guy shows up out of nowhere and makes us all look like fools. How am I supposed to feel about that?" Asia flinched at his outburst, her hand instinctively moving to her chest as if to calm herself. "Max, it's not a competition," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. "We all did our best. That's what matters." Max laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "Our best." His best was barely trying, and it was still better than all of us combined. "Do you have any idea what that feels like?" Rias frowned, her expression tinged with concern. "You're comparing yourself to someone who clearly isn't normal, Max. That kind of power, it's not natural." "And why not?" Max shot back, his voice filled with frustration. "Why shouldn't I have that kind of power? I trained just as hard as anyone else. I should be the one standing there, making others kneel, not him." Rias opened her mouth to respond, but she hesitated. There was no reasoning with Max when he was like this, jealousy and anger clouding his judgment. She sighed, standing from the bed. "Get some rest, Max," she said quietly. "We can talk more about this tomorrow." Asia gave Max a worried glance before following Rias out of the room. Once the door closed, Max collapsed back onto the bed, his mind racing. Why wasn't I good enough? Why am I always second to someone else? Meanwhile, across town, Issei stirred slightly in his sleep. His arms remained wrapped around Maria, who nestled closer to him, her peaceful expression bringing a small smile to his face even in his dreams. The room was quiet, save for the soft sound of their breathing, but Issei's thoughts were anything but silent. Though his body rested, his mind replayed the events of the night, his memory sharp as a blade. He could still feel the tension in the air as he stood before the Grimoire and Citri peerages, their gazes a mix of fear and frustration. He smirked slightly, even in his sleep. It had been satisfying putting them in their place, showing them just how small they were in the grand scheme of things. Their arrogance, their self-importance. It was laughable. They think they're strong because of their positions, their reputations, Issei thought. But strength isn't given, it's earned. His mind shifted to Max, the boy's jealousy practically radiating off him. Issei chuckled softly, the sound barely audible. He's got potential, I'll give him that, Issei mused. But he's too caught up in his own insecurities to realize it. That's what makes him weak. Not his power, but his mind. Issei's thoughts drifted to Zenobia, the only one who had shown him any semblance of respect. She was different, not blinded by pride like the others. He respected that, even if he didn't say it outright. She'll be fine, he thought, his mind growing hazier as sleep pulled him deeper. She's got the right attitude. The warmth of Maria's presence brought him back to the present, his arms tightening around her slightly. She murmured something unintelligible in her sleep, her soft voice soothing. This is what matters, Issei thought, his heart softening as he held his sister close. Everything else, it's just noise. As the night wore on, both brothers remained locked in their thoughts, one consumed by envy and frustration, the other at peace, knowing he was exactly where he was meant to be. Their paths, though intertwined by fate, were worlds apart in perspective. The night stretched long, and though their minds were far from quiet, sleep claimed them both in the end. For now, the chaos of the world was distant, a mere shadow in the corners of their restless dreams. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the room. Issei stirred awake, his sharp blue eyes blinking away the haze of sleep. His body had shifted during the night, and as his senses returned, he noted the familiar warmth surrounding him. Maria was still nestled close to him, her face serene as she used his left arm as a pillow. Her soft breaths tickled his skin, and he couldn't help but smile at the peaceful expression on her face. He turned his head slightly to the right, only to find himself staring at a strikingly beautiful woman with long silver hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a sleek nightdress that clung to her figure, her relaxed expression making her seem almost angelic despite the immense power he knew she held. Valiana Lucifer, the host of the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake, and one of his mates. Issei's lips curled into a faint smirk as he watched her sleep. She had returned late last night after delivering the captured Kokobile and his cadre to Azazel. It had taken her longer than expected to sort through the aftermath of the incident, and by the time she returned, she'd slipped into bed without waking him. Shifting his gaze downward, he noticed yet another presence. On his chest lay a young woman with vibrant purple hair that shimmered faintly even in the dim light. She clung to his vest, her delicate fingers gripping the fabric tightly as she slept. Her expression was soft, and her rhythmic breathing was calming. Ingvild Leviathan, the wielder of the newly awakened Longinus, Nereid Kyrie, which allowed her to control dragons with her singing. Another of his mates, and one who held a special place in his heart. Issei chuckled softly, the sound barely audible as he glanced between the three women surrounding him. His thoughts briefly drifted to the events of the previous day, particularly to the jealous gaze of his ex-younger brother, Max. The memory brought an arrogant smile to his face, a reminder of his dominance and the gap between them. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on the moment. With practiced ease, he carefully freed himself from Maria's grip, gently lifting her head and placing a pillow beneath it. He repeated the same with Valiana, who stirred slightly but didn't wake. Ingvild murmured softly in her sleep as he shifted her off his chest, her hand instinctively reaching out before settling again. Once free, Issei stood and stretched, his muscular frame casting a shadow across the room. He moved toward the bathroom, his steps light to avoid disturbing the three sleeping women. After brushing his teeth and taking a quick shower, he dressed in a fitted black t-shirt and black pants that highlighted his toned physique. His hair, still damp from the shower, clung slightly to his forehead as he made his way downstairs to the kitchen. The house was quiet, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint chirping of birds outside. Issei began preparing breakfast, his movements swift and precise as he cracked eggs into a pan and set a kettle to boil. He enjoyed these quiet moments, the calm before the inevitable chaos of the day. Meanwhile, in the Hyodo household, Max sat on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the floor. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on his mind, a storm of emotions swirling within him. He had barely slept, his thoughts consumed by the humiliating display at the academy. Issei's mocking words and effortless power replayed in his head, each memory a fresh wound to his pride. How can he be so strong? Max clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Why does someone like him get to have that kind of power while I'm stuck here, struggling to even keep up? A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. It opened a moment later, revealing Miki Hyodo with a concerned expression. "Max, sweetheart," she said gently, stepping into the room. "You didn't come down for breakfast. Are you feeling okay?" I'm fine, Max muttered, not looking at her. Mickey frowned, her motherly intuition telling her otherwise. She sat beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You've been quiet since last night. If something's bothering you, you can tell me. Max shrugged her hand off, his frustration bubbling to the surface. I said I'm fine, Mom. Mickey sighed, her worry evident as she stood. If you need to talk, you know I'm here. She paused at the door, glancing back at him. Try to eat something, okay? You'll feel better with a full stomach. Max didn't respond, and Mickey left the room with a heavy heart. Left alone once more, Max let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his hair. The gnawing sense of inadequacy refused to leave him, a constant reminder of how far he had fallen behind. The sound of footsteps outside his room made him tense for a moment, but they quickly faded. He leaned back against the bed, his mind racing with thoughts of how he could close the gap between him and Issei. I have to get stronger. No matter what it takes. In Issei's kitchen, the aroma of cooking food began to fill the air. He hummed softly to himself, flipping the eggs with practiced ease. His thoughts lingered on the day ahead, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Life was good, for now. Issei flipped the golden brown pancakes on the pan with practiced ease, the sweet aroma of the fluffy treats wafting through the air. Beside him, the coffee machine hummed softly, the rich scent of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the sweetness of the pancakes. He had just placed a fresh stack on a plate when he felt the faint disturbance of a presence behind him. Without turning around, Issei spoke, his tone casual. I didn't know you liked to sneak into houses like that. Azazel. A deep, familiar chuckle came from behind him as the Governor-General of Grigori was sitting at the table. Azazel leaned back comfortably, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Sharp as always, kid, Azazel said with a grin, crossing his arms as he observed Issei's cooking. You've gotten even better at sensing presences. Issei smirked slightly, placing another pancake on the stack before turning to face Azazel. When you've got a teacher like you, there's no room to slack off. Azazel laughed, a hearty sound that filled the room. I'll take that as a compliment. Feel free to, Issei replied smoothly, pouring coffee into a mug and handing it to Azazel. So, what brings you here this early? Not that I mind, your visits are always welcome. Azazel took a sip of the coffee, his grin softening into something more thoughtful. Sears called me last night, he began, setting the mug down. Issei's eyebrows rose slightly, his interest piqued. Sears Lucifer, what did the fake Lucifer and Devil King Siskin want with you? Azaz laughed and leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. He's called for a peace meeting between the biblical factions. Heaven, the underworld, and us. Issei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned to the stove. Peace between the biblical factions. Now, isn't that a sight to imagine? Angels, devils, and fallen angels holding hands and singing songs of unity. Azazel laughed at the sarcasm in Issei's tone and said, it's not as far-fetched as you think. Sears is serious about it, and Michael and I agreed. Given the events surrounding Kokobile, we can't afford another potential war. Too much hangs in the balance. Issei turned slightly, his blue eyes sharp. I take it that Kokobile's little stunt was enough to scare them into action. Azazel nodded. That, and the fact that individuals like you and Valion are out there. People capable of tipping the balance in ways none of us can predict. Before Issei could respond, the sound of light footsteps echoed through the house. A moment later, Maria entered the kitchen, her brown hair slightly tousled from sleep. She yawned softly, as she made her way to the table. She is wearing a white-collared blouse with long sleeves. The blouse has a professional look and pairs well with a dark navy blue, buttoned vest with a tailored fit, accentuating her figure, and a matching navy blue pencil skirt, fitted and ending mid-thigh, contributing to a polished yet slightly bold look. She is wearing sheer black thigh-high stockings that add a refined and slightly formal style with black high-heeled pumps, sleek and classic, completing her professional attire. Morning, eyes, she said sleepily, her voice soft as she sat down. She glanced at Azazel and smiled. And good morning to you, Azazel. Azazel grinned. Morning, Maria, still stealing the bed, I see. Maria chuckled lightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Someone has to keep him in line. Moments later, Valiana entered, her silver hair shining even in the dim morning light. She wore a casual yet elegant outfit, her sharp eyes immediately locking onto Azazel. Azazel, she greeted with a nod before taking a seat. Her voice carried a certain coolness, but there was a glimmer of respect and warmth in her gaze towards her father figure. "Good to see you, Valiana," Azazel replied. Finally, Ingvild appeared, her purple hair cascading over her shoulders as she walked in with a relaxed grace. She rubbed her eyes slightly, her soft features brightening as she saw everyone gathered. "Morning everyone," she said with a gentle smile, taking a seat beside Maria. Issei carried the plate of pancakes to the table, setting them down before serving coffee to everyone. He moved with efficiency, his actions practiced and fluid as he poured syrup over the pancakes and set utensils before his companions. Azazel took a bite of the fluffy pancakes and sighed with satisfaction. "You've outdone yourself, kid. These are perfect." Maria and Ingvild nodded in agreement, while Valiana sipped her coffee, a faint smile gracing her lips. As they ate, Azazel turned to the women and explained the reason for his visit. Sears has proposed a peace meeting between the biblical factions. Heaven, the underworld, and Grigori are finally coming together to talk. Valiana raised an eyebrow. A peace meeting? Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Or a necessary step, Ingvild said softly, her voice carrying a note of hope. Issei leaned back in his chair, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. Necessary or not, it's bound to be entertaining. I'm curious to see how long it'll take before someone throws the first insult. Azazel chuckled. That's why we're working to keep things civil. If this works, it could change everything. The conversation shifted as Issei turned to Valiana. Speaking of work, where's your team? Still off on a mission? Valiana nodded. They're handling something minor. They should be back soon, though. She tilted her head slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. What about your team? Still scattered across the globe? Issei smirked. Yeah, they're all off doing their own thing. Traveling, training, exploring. I let them operate independently, it's more effective that way. Though one of them is stationed in Kuo Academy right now. Azazel raised an eyebrow. Kuo Academy. That's an interesting place for one of your team members to be. Let's just say that she didn't want to go somewhere else knowing we will be in Kuo for some time and also Grimoire and Citri are also here, Issei replied cryptically, his smirk widening slightly. The table fell into a comfortable rhythm of small talk and shared stories as the group enjoyed their breakfast. Though the world outside was filled with chaos and uncertainty, for now, this moment of camaraderie offered a brief respite. The Hyodo household was unusually quiet that morning as everyone gathered around the dining table for breakfast. The tension from the previous night lingered, and even the warm aroma of freshly prepared food did little to lift the heavy atmosphere. Mickey and Guro sat at the head of the table, with the rest of the group filling in the seats. Max sat near the corner, eating slowly and mechanically. His mind was far from the table, the humiliation of the previous night still fresh in his thoughts. The memory of Issei's overwhelming power, the mockery, and the smug superiority he exuded played on a loop in Max's head. He could barely taste the food in front of him. Mia, seated beside him, glanced at her brother but said nothing. She could tell he wasn't in the mood for conversation, and truthfully, she wasn't either. The quiet was interrupted by the arrival of Kiyomi. She entered the room with a confident air, her long dark hair flowing behind her as she greeted everyone with a polite nod before taking a seat. Good morning, Kiyomi said, her voice calm as she settled into her chair. She glanced at Mickey, noticing the unusual expressions on everyone's faces. Something happened last night. Mickey sighed, her shoulders drooping slightly. Yes, something happened, Kiyomi. Her voice was soft as she recounted the events of the previous night, the sudden attack by Kokobile, the arrival of an unknown and immensely powerful individual, and the unexpected appearance of the Red Dragon Emperor. Kiyomi's brow furrowed as she listened, her composed expression giving way to one of deep thought. When Mickey finished, Kiyomi turned toward Rias. This unknown person, what did he look like? Rias hesitated for a moment before answering. He had white hair, piercing blue eyes, and an aura so overwhelming it forced us all to our knees. He was calm, almost smug, and he seemed to know exactly how powerful he was. Kiyomi's frown deepened, and a low sound of frustration escaped her lips, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. "What's wrong?" Guro asked, his tone serious. His sharp eyes locked onto Kiyomi, sensing that she knew something. Kiyomi met his gaze, her expression equally serious. If what Rias described is accurate, then this might be the criminal we've been searching for. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Guro stiffened, his face turning pale. Rias, Kiba, Akano, and Asia exchanged confused glances, while Mia and Max sat up straighter, their interest piqued. Only Mickey remained silent, her expression unreadable as she stared down at her plate. Asia timidly broke the silence, her soft voice trembling. "See, criminal. Who are you talking about?" Kiyomi took a deep breath, her tone grave as she answered. "A few years ago, two of the eldest children of the Hyodo clan somehow awakened powerful abilities. The boy gained Divine Dividing, and the girl inherited Incinerate Anthem." At her words, the room fell into stunned silence. Rias's mouth dropped open slightly, and Kiba froze mid-bite. Akano's normally composed expression faltered, her eyes wide with shock. And then, Akano asked carefully, her voice unusually serious. Kiyomi's eyes hardened. They killed Koruga and his group. The horror that washed over the group was palpable. Asia gasped softly, covering her mouth with her hands, while Kiba clenched his fists under the table. Rias's expression turned somber, her brows furrowed in thought. "They left the clan after that," Kiyomi continued, her tone unrelenting. "We've been searching for them ever since. If this man is the one who fought Kokobile, then it's possible he's one of them." Max's grip on his fork tightened. The revelation made his blood boil even more. Meanwhile, Mickey sat quietly, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched her cup of tea. Her thoughts swirled with sadness and confusion. Why, she thought to herself, why would they do this? Why would they kill fellow members of the clan? Why did they leave? Where did I go wrong in raising them? Why can't they be like Mia and Max, dutiful, loyal, and kind? Her heart ached with the weight of her unanswered questions, her gaze distant as she tried to reconcile the memories of her eldest children with the horrifying story Kiyomi had told. The heavy silence was broken when Kiba, sensing the rising tension, decided to change the subject. "So," he began with a forced smile, "did you all know there's a parents' meet at school this week? They're inviting parents to see how their children are performing." The effect was immediate. Rias, Mia, and Max froze, their faces paling at the mention of the parent-teacher meeting. "Oh no," Mia groaned, burying her face in her hands. "Why did you have to bring that up, Kiba?" Max slumped back in his chair, his earlier frustration momentarily replaced by dread. "This is going to be the most embarrassing thing ever." Rias sighed, her head hitting the table softly. "Of all the things to remind us of, Kiba, why that?" Kiba chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Just trying to lighten the mood." Asia tilted her head in confusion. "What's so bad about a parents' meet?" "You don't understand," Max said, his tone defeated. "It's not the meeting itself, it's our parents. They'll embarrass us in front of everyone." Mickey blinked, snapping out of her thoughts as she heard Max's complaint. A small smile tugged at her lips as she looked at her children. "Embarrass you?" she asked innocently. "We're just proud of you, Max. What's so bad about that?" "Everything," Max and Mia said in unison, earning a laugh from Kiyomi and a faint smile from Guro. For a moment, the heaviness in the air lifted, the laughter and teasing serving as a small reprieve from the darker thoughts lingering in their minds. As the laughter faded, the tension still lingered, albeit slightly softened by the change in atmosphere. Mickey, noticing the nervous glances between Max, Mia, and Rias, smiled warmly. "Come now," she said gently, "the parent-teacher meeting isn't that bad. We're just there to see how well you're all doing. Isn't that right, Guro?" Guro, who had been thoughtfully silent, nodded but raised an eyebrow. "That depends on what they've been up to. If there's anything embarrassing for the family, I'll have a few things to say." Mia groaned, slumping in her chair. "This is exactly why we don't want you there, Dad." Rias shared her sentiment, burying her face in her hands. "We'll never live it down if you make a scene in front of the other students." Max, who had been lost in his thoughts since Kiyomi's revelation, finally spoke up, his voice tinged with irritation. "You're all acting like it's just about the meeting. Do you not realize what's really going on? The table quieted as all eyes turned to Max. His clenched fists rested on the table, his knuckles white as he glared at his untouched plate. "What do you mean, Max?" Mickey asked, her voice laced with concern. Max's jaw tightened as he looked up at her, then at Goro and Kiyomi. "I mean, how can we sit here pretending everything's fine after what Kiyomi just said? If that guy last night really is one of the criminals we're looking for, then why isn't anyone doing anything about it?" Goro leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes locking onto Max. "You're angry because of what happened last night, aren't you?" Max didn't respond immediately, his silence speaking volumes. Finally, he muttered, "I'm angry because someone like him is walking around with that much power, acting like he owns the world." "Max," Rias started, her voice soft, but he cut her off. "You don't get it," he snapped, his voice rising. "Do you have any idea how humiliating it was? He treated us like we were nothing. Like we didn't even matter." Mickey reached out to touch Max's arm, but he pulled away, standing abruptly. "I'm done with breakfast," he muttered, turning and heading for the stairs. "Max," Mickey called after him, but he didn't stop. The sound of his bedroom door closing echoed through the house, leaving an uneasy silence at the table. Mickey sighed deeply, her shoulders slumping as she rested her head in her hands. "What is wrong with him?" Kiyomi, who had been watching the exchange with a thoughtful expression, spoke up. "He's frustrated. Last night wasn't just about power, it was about pride. For someone like Max, who's trained so hard, being overshadowed like that is hard to swallow." Rias nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the table. "He's not the only one who feels that way. We all struggled against Kokobile. To see someone step in and handle it so easily." Akino's usually cheerful expression was unusually serious. "It makes you question whether you're as strong as you thought you were." Mickey sat up, her eyes glistening slightly as she looked at Kiyomi. "Do you think Max will be okay?" Kiyomi offered a small smile, though her eyes were filled with concern. "He'll be fine. He just needs time to process everything. And maybe, a reminder of what he's fighting for." Mia sighed, leaning back in her chair. "I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid." Max's room. Upstairs, Max sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the floor. His mind replayed the scene from the previous night, his frustration mounting with every passing moment. Why wasn't I strong enough? Why can't I be like him? The memory of Issei's smirk, the effortless way he had crushed Kokobile, burned in his mind. Max clenched his fists, his anger bubbling to the surface. "I'll show him," he muttered under his breath. "I'll get stronger. Stronger than him. Stronger than anyone." Back to the dining room. Back at the table, Goro cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "I'll talk to him later," he said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. "But for now, we need to focus on the bigger picture. If Kiyomi's right, and this man really is one of the Hyodo clan's criminals, then we need to prepare for what that means." Rias, still processing everything, glanced at Kiyomi. "If he's that powerful, do you think we can even stop him?" Kiyomi's expression was grim as she met Rias's gaze. "I don't know, but if he is who I think he is, then we'll have to try. No matter what it takes." The table fell silent again, the weight of the situation pressing down on everyone. Finally, Kiba, sensing the need for a lighter topic, spoke up again. "So, about that parents' meet." Mia groaned audibly, throwing a napkin at him as the others chuckled weakly, grateful for the brief moment of levity. But even as laughter filled the room, a lingering tension remained. The events of the previous night, and the revelations that followed, had shaken the household to its core. And though they tried to focus on the present, the shadow of the unknown loomed large, promising challenges yet to come. Azazel leaned back in his chair after finishing the last of his coffee, sighing with satisfaction. "Not bad, kid. You've outdone yourself with breakfast again." Issei smirked slightly as he sipped his coffee. "I'll take that as a compliment." Azazel stood, brushing imaginary crumbs off his jacket. "Well, I'd love to stick around and enjoy this domestic scene a bit longer, but I've got preparations to handle. The peace meeting isn't going to organize itself, and I need to make sure Michael and Sirzex don't start a theological debate halfway through." Ingvild chuckled softly as she set her fork down. "Good luck with that." Azazel nodded, adjusting his coat. "I'll see you all later." And eyes, don't stir up too much trouble while I'm gone. No promises, Issei replied with a grin. Azazel laughed, giving him a mock salute before disappearing in a flash of light, leaving the four of them alone in the kitchen. Issei turned his attention to the three women, noting that all of them were dressed and ready to go. Ingvild wore a flowing white blouse and a pair of slim black trousers that highlighted her elegant figure. Maria was in a sleek, tailored pantsuit, exuding professionalism. Valiana's outfit was simple yet practical, black jeans and a leather jacket that radiated confidence. You're all dressed up, Issei said, raising an eyebrow. Where are you off to? Ingvild was the first to answer, her soft voice carrying a tinge of regret. I have a duet with Lavinia today at the Black Dog Bar. We've been rehearsing for weeks, so I can't skip it. Of course, you can't, Issei replied with a small smile. As she finished her breakfast, Ingvild stood and walked over to him. Leaning down, she kissed him lightly on the lips, her touch warm and gentle. I'll see you later, she said softly, before turning to the others and bidding them farewell. Just as she reached the door, she paused and glanced back at Issei with a playful smile. Oh, and Lavinia says she's missing you. You really should visit her soon. Issei chuckled. Yeah, I'll make time. Ingvild waved before stepping out, the door clicking shut behind her. Issei's gaze shifted to Maria next. What about you? Where are you headed? Maria finished her coffee, setting the cup down with a small clink. I have a meeting at the company today. It's an important one, so I need to leave now to prepare. She walked over to him, leaning down to kiss his cheek softly. Her hand ruffled his hair affectionately, earning a rare blush from him. His usual confident demeanor faltered slightly, and he cleared his throat, looking away. Stop doing that, I'm not a kid anymore, he muttered, though his tone lacked conviction. Maria's lips curled into a knowing smile as she straightened up. Why, you're adorable when you blush. Her playful words only deepened his embarrassment, and she turned to leave, her expression triumphant. As she walked out, she heard Aurelia's voice echo in her mind, filled with amusement. Nicely done, Aurelia said in amusement, feeling proud. You really know how to get under his skin. Maria's smile widened slightly as she replied silently, of course. It's one of my talents. Her satisfaction was cut short by Valiana's subtle glare as the silver-haired woman crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed by Maria's display. Maria met Valiana's gaze briefly, her smirk turning ever so slightly smug before she disappeared out the door. Finally, Issei turned to Valiana, raising an eyebrow. And you, what's your plan for the day? Valiana leaned back in her chair, her sharp eyes meeting his. Azazel asked me to look around the town. You know, get a feel for the place since the meeting will be happening at Kuo Academy. Besides, I was planning to meet the hosts of Dark Gear and Spellbreak. Her words made Issei pause mid-bite. His blue eyes gleamed with amusement as a grin spread across his face. You're going to Kuo Academy, huh? Mind if I join you? Valiana raised an eyebrow. You, why? He set his fork down, his grin widening. Let's just say I'd like to see their angry, pathetic faces again. Watching them squirm is always entertaining. Valiana laughed, shaking her head. You're terrible. Maybe, he replied with a shrug, but you love it. She finished her coffee, standing up and stretching. Fine, you can tag along. Just don't start any fights, at least not until I've had my fun. Issei smirked, finishing the last of his pancakes. No promises. With breakfast done, the two of them headed toward the door. Valiana grabbed her jacket, and Issei slid on his shoes, his silver aura flickering faintly as he stretched. Let's go, he said, holding the door open for her. Together, they stepped out into the crisp morning air, their destination clear, Kuo Academy. Scene change. Max was walking towards the academy as he was passing from the pool, deep in his thoughts, as he tried to shake off the events of the previous night. His fists clenched tightly as he replayed the humiliation of being utterly powerless in the face of someone like the mysterious man who had defeated Kokobile. His brooding was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning toward the sound, his breath caught in his throat as he saw her, a stunningly beautiful silver-haired woman with sharp eyes and a confident stride. She wore a sleek leather jacket over a form-fitting top, her presence commanding as she stopped a few feet away from him. Valiana Lucifer. Max's initial reaction was one of stunned admiration. His eyes raked over her figure, a mix of awe and something more primal creeping into his gaze. Lust flickered in his expression as he stared, utterly captivated by her beauty. Valiana's sharp eyes immediately noticed the look, and her lips curled into a sneer of disgust. "Keep looking at me like that, and I'll gouge out your eyes, and shove it up your ass," she said coldly, her tone carrying a dangerous edge. The threat snapped Max out of his daze, and he took an involuntary step back, a nervous chuckle escaping him. I wasn't. You were," she interrupted, her voice dripping with disdain. "Disgusting." Max clenched his jaw, embarrassment and anger warring within him, but before he could respond, Valiana continued. "By the way, isn't it our second meeting, host of Dark Gear?" she spoke in amusement which surprised him. "What do you mean by that?" he asked cautiously. "Era, you forget the red armor person from yesterday who took Kokabil and other cadre away." Her answer surprised him as he spoke in shock and nervousness. "Security." Her grin widened and spoke mockingly. "The one and only." For some reason Max felt overwhelmed. Valiana then raised a finger toward him, a small spark of magic dancing at the tip. Her smirk widened as she tilted her head slightly. "How pathetic you are, boy, but tell me, what do you think would happen?" she said, her tone mocking, "if I used just a little magic on you? Do you think you'd survive?" Max's body stiffened as the air grew tense, and he instinctively reached for his dark gear, though the faint glow from it was overshadowed by the sheer presence Valiana exuded. Before anything could happen, the sound of swords being drawn filled the air, and two blades were suddenly pressed against Valiana's neck. Kiba and Mia stood on either side of her, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. Both of them were sweating slightly, the weight of Valiana's aura pressing down on them, but they kept their blades steady. "Step away from him," Kiba said, his tone firm. "You've gone too far," Mia added, her voice colder than usual. Valiana didn't flinch. If anything, her smirk grew wider, her confidence unshaken despite the weapons at her throat. "Oh, this is cute," she said, her tone laced with amusement and sarcasm. "Tell me, if you couldn't do anything against Kokabil or the man who humiliated him, what makes you think you can handle me?" Her words struck a nerve, and both Kiba and Mia tensed, their frustration evident. "That's enough." Rias's voice rang out, cutting through the tension. She stepped forward, her crimson hair flowing behind her as she placed herself between Max and Valiana. Her eyes blazed with determination as she addressed the silver-haired woman. "Why are you here, Red Dragon Empress?" Rias asked, her tone carefully controlled. Valiana shrugged, lowering her finger as she glanced at Rias. "Relax, Princess. I'm just here to scope out the place before the peace meeting." "Peace meeting?" Rias echoed, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Don't you know about it?" Valiana asked, her tone almost bored. "Seer's ex Lucifer wants to make peace with the angels and fallen angels. This academy is hosting the meeting." Rias's surprise mirrored that of her peerage, who exchanged uncertain glances. Even Max, still glaring at Valiana, was caught off guard by the revelation. Despite the tension, Max's confidence surged as he straightened up, a smirk playing on his lips. "You know, I have to admit, you're pretty amazing. How about we grab a coffee sometime?" Valiana turned her cold gaze on him, her smirk fading into a look of pure disdain. "You, don't flatter yourself." Max faltered, his smirk disappearing as anger and embarrassment flickered across his face. "What's wrong with me?" he asked defensively. Valiana's voice was sharp and cutting. "You're pathetic trash, that's what's wrong. I don't fall for weaklings who can't even hold their ground in a fight." Her smirk returned as she added, "Besides, I already have someone. Someone much, much better than any man in this world." The girls of the Grimoire peerage exchanged knowing glances, with Rias stepping forward protectively. "He's better than our Max?" Akino asked, her tone tinged with amusement as she glanced at Max's rapidly reddening face. "Not just better," Valiana said with a smug grin, "incomparable." Before Max could retort, a voice interrupted from behind Valiana. "Just so you know, she belongs to me." All eyes turned as Issei appeared, his hand snaking around Valiana's slim waist, pulling her close. His piercing blue eyes gleamed with arrogance as he glanced at the gathered group, his smirk practically oozing confidence. The reaction was instant. Gasps of recognition echoed through the courtyard as everyone realized he was the same man who had effortlessly defeated Kokobile the previous night. "You!" Rias exclaimed, her crimson eyes wide with shock. Max's jealousy skyrocketed as he took in the intimate closeness between Issei and Valiana. The way she leaned into him, the easy confidence with which he held her, it all made his blood boil. Akano, regaining her composure, stepped forward cautiously. You're with Grigori." Issei's smirk widened, and he chuckled softly. "That's right," he said, his tone mocking. "I belong to Grigori, and Valiana belongs to me." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, and the tension crackled like electricity as the Grimoire peerage struggled to process the implications. For Max, however, it was a crushing blow, his rage barely contained as he glared at Issei with a mix of anger and envy. Issei, for his part, relished every second of their reactions, his smirk never fading as he stood tall with Valiana by his side. Issei's sharp blue eyes scanned the group before him, their bodies tense as they prepared to attack. He could see the determination in their gazes, their pride pushing them to confront him despite the overwhelming gap in power. He sighed softly, his lips curling into a smirk. "You really don't learn, do you?" Without warning, his aura flared. The silver glow that surrounded him grew brighter, denser, pressing down on everyone present. The weight of his power froze them in place, their bodies refusing to respond no matter how much they struggled. Valiana, standing at his side, couldn't help but laugh, the sound melodic yet mocking. "Pathetic," she said, her silver hair shimmering in the glow of Issei's aura. "Didn't you learn anything from last night? You're like ants trying to fight a dragon." Even as she spoke, Valiana felt the weight of Issei's aura pressing against her as well. It was suffocating, a force that would have left most people crumbling to their knees. But she stood firm, her expression unwavering. She had told him before that she wouldn't let something like this affect her. If she couldn't handle the pressure of his power, then she was unworthy of standing beside him, not as a partner, a rival, or a mate. She had too much pride to falter now. Issei glanced at her, noticing her composed demeanor despite the intense pressure. His smirk softened into something more genuine as he leaned down, his hand moving to cup her cheek. Without a care for the stunned audience, he kissed her. Valiana's silver eyes widened momentarily at the unexpected gesture, but she quickly relaxed, her lips moving against his in response. She didn't feel embarrassed or flustered, she was too proud for that. Instead, she kissed him back with equal fervor, her hands resting lightly on his chest as the world around them seemed to fade away. The soft sound of her muffled moan escaped when Issei's hand slid down her back and gave her ass a firm squeeze, pulling her closer. The intimate act was unashamed, confident, and utterly possessive. The courtyard grew silent except for the faint hum of Issei's aura. Every member of the Grimoire peerage turned beet red, their faces a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Even Max, usually quick to recover, could only stare, his jaw clenched tightly as jealousy consumed him. When the kiss finally broke, their lips parted slowly, leaving a thin strand of saliva connecting them. Issei's smirk returned as he glanced at the group, their stunned expressions only feeding his amusement. Valiana licked her lips slightly, her voice calm but mocking as she addressed them. "How shameful," she said with a faint smirk. "Standing there gawking at two lovers kissing. You should be embarrassed." The group's faces grew even redder, some turning away while others glared at her, their anger and embarrassment bubbling to the surface. Issei chuckled, wrapping an arm around Valiana's waist as he turned to leave. "Let's go," he said, his tone light. "I think we've had enough entertainment for today." Valiana nodded, the corner of her lips twitching upward in a faint smile. She cast one last glance over her shoulder, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement as she took in their flustered and furious expressions. Together, they walked away, their laughter echoing through the courtyard, leaving behind a group of angry, humiliated devils, and one seething, jealous Max. The moment Issei and Valiana left, the crushing pressure that had frozen the Grimoire peerage in place dissipated, leaving them gasping for air. Their muscles ached from the strain of resisting the immense force, and their faces still burned red from the earlier display between Issei and Valiana. Rias ran a hand through her hair, her frustration evident as she glanced at her peerage. "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine," Kiba answered, though his voice was strained. He sheathed his sword and cast a wary glance in the direction Issei and Valiana had left. Mia was silent, her eyes narrowed in thought. She couldn't ignore how easily they had been subdued, again. It gnawed at her pride as a swordswoman and a Hyodo. Max, however, was fuming. His hands trembled with barely contained rage, his jealousy eating away at him. He muttered under his breath, how is he so strong? And how could she? Asia gently touched Max's arm, her timid voice cutting through his thoughts. We should go to class. The bell is about to ring. The familiar chime of the school bell echoed across the courtyard, snapping the group out of their daze. Rias sighed, brushing herself off. She's right. Let's go. We can't be late. The group quickly made their way toward the school building, their footsteps hurried as they tried to shake off the lingering effects of their encounter. High above them, Issei and Valiana hovered in the sky, watching the scene unfold below. Issei's divine dividing wings extended gracefully behind him, their gleaming white feathers catching the sunlight. Beside him, Valiana's devil wings spread wide, their dark elegance contrasting with his radiance. Look at them, Valiana said, her tone dripping with disdain. Scurrying off like scared mice. And these are supposed to be devils trained for battle. Issei smirked, crossing his arms as he observed the Grimoire peerage's retreat. It's almost disappointing. They've had so much time to grow, to train, and this is the best they can do. Within his mind, Albion's voice rumbled, his tone laced with amusement. For rivals, they're hardly worth mentioning. Though I must admit, your progress has made the gap almost laughable. Diedrag chimed in from within Valiana, his voice equally mocking. Perhaps we should set our sights on more worthy opponents. Valiana chuckled softly, I doubt they'll be much different. But at least they're not this pathetic. Issei nodded, his expression thoughtful. It's almost like they don't understand the weight of what's coming. They're comfortable, stagnant. It's no wonder they struggle against anyone stronger than them. Out of the blue, Valiana tilted her head, her silver eyes glinting with curiosity. You know, I'll never understand how they can be your younger siblings when they and you are leagues away. Her words hung in the air, and when she glanced at Issei, her smile faltered. His expression had darkened, his jaw tight as he stared straight ahead. Realizing her misstep, Valiana frowned in annoyance at herself. Eyes, she said softly, turning to face him. She hugged him tightly, her arms wrapping around his waist as she pressed her forehead against his chest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. I know it's a sore topic for you. Issei exhaled slowly, his arms encircling her in return. His touch was gentle despite the weight of his emotions. It's okay, he said quietly. I'm past it, mostly. But sometimes, it's just too much to bear, even now. Valiana looked up at him, her eyes filled with guilt. Then, as if deciding to banish his sadness with action, she pulled his face down and kissed him fiercely. Issei's eyes widened briefly in surprise, but he quickly melted into the kiss. His hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer as their lips moved together in a wild, consuming dance. Valiana poured everything into the kiss, her apology, her love, and her desire to make him forget. When they finally broke apart, their breaths mingled, and their eyes locked, filled with a mixture of lust and affection. Better, Valiana asked softly, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Issei smirked, his voice low. Much better. Before they could continue, Diedrag's deep voice cut through their moment. I hate to interrupt, but you might want to look down. Issei and Valiana both groaned in frustration, their irritation clear. This better be good, Valiana muttered as they turned their attention to the ground below. What they saw made them pause. A petite boy with pale skin and crimson eyes was sprinting through the school grounds, his expression one of pure panic. Behind him, a white-haired girl with cat-like ears and a stoic face was chasing him with a clove of garlic held high like a weapon. Issei blinked. What the hell am I looking at? Valiana tilted her head, her lips twitching with suppressed laughter. No idea, but it's hilarious. Diedrag sighed. That boy is a dampier, isn't he? And she seems to have a peculiar sense of humor. Albion chuckled. Or perhaps she's just sadistic. Issei shook his head, watching as the boy tripped over his own feet and scrambled to get back up, all while screaming, Kaneko-chan, stop. I told you I'm not scared of garlic anymore. The girl, Kaneko, apparently, remained silent as she closed in on him, her pace unhurried but relentless. Valiana snickered. Well, this just made my day. Issei leaned back slightly, his smirk returning. Yeah, it's definitely more entertaining than those idiots' pathetic display from earlier. The two of them continued to watch, their earlier frustrations momentarily forgotten as they enjoyed the absurd spectacle below. As Issei and Valiana continued watching the amusing chase below, a new figure entered the scene. Saji Genshiro, another pawn of Sona Citri, hurried over to where the pale, panicked boy had tripped yet again. Saji slowed his pace as he approached, his face flushed and his eyes wide with excitement as they locked onto Gasper. Wow, you're so cute. Are you a first year here? Gasper, still scrambling to get up, looked at Saji with a mix of confusion and terror. Before he could respond, Max's voice cut through the commotion, his tone annoyed. Don't bother, Max said, walking up with his hands stuffed into his pockets. His expression was a mixture of irritation and exasperation. Gasper's not a girl. Saji froze, blinking in disbelief as he turned to Max. What? Max sighed heavily, clearly still bitter about his own initial misunderstanding. Yeah, I thought the same thing when I first met him. Gasper stood up, brushing dirt off his uniform as he muttered under his breath, why does everyone think I'm a girl? Saji's face turned bright red as he stammered, why you're a boy. Kaneko finally stopped chasing Gasper, her stoic face betraying a hint of amusement as she handed the clove of garlic back to her bag. It's a common mistake, she said flatly. Valiana laughed softly from above, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement as she nudged Issei. This is better than a soap opera. Issei smirked, but before he could reply, both of them sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A familiar, commanding presence appeared nearby, and both Issei and Valiana turned their heads to see Azazel poking his head out from the bushes in the school garden. Azazel's arrival caught the attention of everyone on the ground. The Grimoire and Citri peerages tensed immediately, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons or preparing their magic. Relax, Azazel said casually, raising a hand in a non-threatening gesture. His golden eyes swept over the group, his expression calm but clearly unimpressed. I'm not here to fight you. Rias stepped forward, her crimson hair glinting in the sunlight as she narrowed her eyes at him. Governor General Azazel, what do you want here? Azazel grinned faintly. Nothing much, just here to observe. His gaze shifted to Gasper, Hiba, Max, Mia and Saji. You all have sacred gears, don't you? The group stiffened further, their wariness evident. Relax, Azazel said again, his tone almost bored. I'm not here to harm anyone. I'm just disappointed. Disappointed? Hiba asked, stepping forward cautiously. Azazel nodded, his expression growing more serious. Yes, you have sacred gears, tools of incredible power, and yet, you use them so poorly. It's almost a waste. His words stung, and the group exchanged uneasy glances. Even Rias, who normally held her composure, looked unsettled by the accusation. Do you know what you're capable of? Azazel continued, his gaze sweeping over them. Do you understand the potential you have? Sacred gears are gifts, unique, powerful gifts. And yet, you treat them like toys. Max bristled at the comment, his jealousy and frustration bubbling to the surface. You don't know anything about us. He snapped. Azazel turned his piercing gaze on Max, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, I know enough. You're angry, frustrated, jealous. You want to be stronger, to prove yourself. But anger alone won't make you powerful. It'll only make you reckless brat. Max opened his mouth to retort, but the words died in his throat as Azazel's gaze bore into him. Azazel sighed, his expression softening slightly. You all have potential, but until you stop holding yourselves back, that's all it'll ever be, potential. With that, he turned on his heel, his coat billowing slightly in the breeze as he began to walk away. I have work to do. Enjoy your class's brats. The group watched him go, their tension slowly fading as he disappeared from sight. That was unexpected, Hiba said, breaking the silence. Rias nodded, her brows furrowed in thought. He's not wrong, though. We've been so focused on the battles in front of us that we've lost sight of what we're truly capable of. Kaneko shrugged, her expression unreadable. He's annoying, but he has a point. Max scowled, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. The bell rang again, pulling them out of their thoughts. "We'll talk about this later," Rias said, glancing at her peerage. "Let's get to class before we're late." Reluctantly, the group began to disperse, making their way toward the school building. High above, Issei and Valiana watched the scene unfold. "Well, that was entertaining," Valiana said, crossing her arms. Issei chuckled, his divine dividing wings shimmering faintly as he turned to her. "Azazel has a way of stirring things up, doesn't he?" "He's not wrong about their potential," Valiana said thoughtfully. Then her lips curled into a smirk. "Not that they'll ever catch up to us." Issei grinned, his blue eyes gleaming. "Not in a million years." With that, they turned and flew off, leaving the school behind as the students below settled back into their routines. The day of the parents' meeting had arrived, and the atmosphere at Kuo Academy was a mix of excitement and dread. Students shuffled through the halls with their parents, some proudly showing off their achievements while others wished they could disappear into thin air. In Class 2B, Max and Mia sat stiffly at their desks, their faces flushed with embarrassment as their mother, Mickey, cheered loudly from the back of the room. "My wonderful twins, you've done so well," Mickey exclaimed, clapping her hands together with unrestrained enthusiasm. "I'm so proud of you both." Max buried his face in his hands, muttering under his breath, "Please, someone, make it stop." Mia groaned softly, her head dropping onto her desk. "This is a nightmare, a literal nightmare." Meanwhile, Guro stood beside Mickey with his arms crossed, a calm but proud smile on his face. He didn't say much, but the way he nodded approvingly at every mention of Max and Mia's names made their embarrassment even worse. "Your father looks so proud," Mickey added, pointing at Guro. "Look at him." "Mom, please," Mia whispered, her voice desperate. In another classroom, Class 3A, Rias found herself in a similar predicament. Her father, Zeodicus Grimori, stood tall at the back of the room, his booming voice drawing everyone's attention. "That's my daughter," he declared proudly, his hands on his hips. "She's done exceptionally well, as expected of the Grimori family." Rias's face turned bright red as she slumped lower in her seat. "Father, please stop," she whispered harshly, her hands gripping the edge of her desk. Her mother, Venelana, stood beside Zeodicus with an amused smile on her face. She leaned toward her husband and whispered, "You're embarrassing her." "Nonsense," Zeodicus replied, waving a hand dismissively. "I'm simply stating the truth." Rias let out a sigh, covering her face with her hands as the rest of the class chuckled quietly at the display. Meanwhile, in the school corridors, Issei strolled confidently alongside Valiana. His white hair and piercing blue eyes, partially hidden behind sleek sunglasses, drew attention from every direction. Valiana, walking gracefully beside him, exuded the same commanding presence, her silver hair and sharp eyes causing more than a few heads to turn. Students and teachers alike couldn't help but steal glances at the pair, their beauty and charisma almost overwhelming. "Who are they?" one student whispered. "Are they models?" another murmured. A group of girls squealed quietly as Issei passed, their eyes wide with admiration. "He's so handsome," one of them whispered, clutching her friend's arm. Not to be outdone, a group of boys stared openly at Valiana, their faces flushed. "She's gorgeous," one of them muttered. Valiana smirked faintly, clearly aware of the attention they were receiving. She suddenly paused, sensing a familiar aura nearby. Her silver eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned to Issei. "I'll catch up with you later," she said casually. "Where are you going?" Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Valiana leaned in and kissed him right there in the middle of the corridor, much to the shock and envy of everyone watching. Pulling away with a smirk, she said, "I'm going to annoy your ex-brother again." Issei chuckled, shaking his head as Valiana walked off as she disappeared around a corner. He continued walking, his sunglasses hiding the amusement in his eyes. He was here on behalf of a friend, after all, a friend who had conveniently cut the call before Issei could refuse. As he passed by Class 2A, he felt a familiar aura and stopped. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Maki," he called out, his voice drawing every eye in the room. A woman near the back of the classroom turned to look at him, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief. Maki Zenin is a young woman above average height with an athletic build. She has small golden eyes and dark green hair tied into a short ponytail. She had fringes of hair over her forehead with smaller strands framing her cheeks and used to sport pairs of glasses. For a moment, there was silence. Chaos erupted. Who is Tat? He is so tall and handsome. Wait, Maki, is that your boyfriend? Maki blushed furiously, waving her hands in denial. He's not my boyfriend, he's just a family friend. Sure he is, one of the students teased, grinning. Take off your sunglasses, another student called out. Let's see your eyes. Issei smirked, reaching up to remove his sunglasses in a dramatic, almost theatrical motion. His piercing blue eyes were revealed, shining with an intensity that left the room in awe. The girls practically swooned, some clutching their chests as they fawned over him. He's gorgeous. Maki, how could you keep someone like this a secret? Issei was about to respond when a beautiful teacher at the front of the room clapped her hands sharply, drawing everyone's attention. That's enough, she said firmly, though a faint blush dusted her cheeks. Calm down, all of you. One of the students smirked. You're just jealous, sensei. We know you like him too. The teacher ignored the comment, though her cheeks turned a shade darker. She turned to Issei, her expression stern but her eyes shining with interest. Regardless of whether you're a family friend, you can't just barge into a classroom like that. Issei rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. My bad, I didn't mean to cause a scene. The teacher's stern expression softened slightly, and she pulled out a slip of paper, quickly jotting something down before walking over to him. She leaned in close, slipping the paper into his hand as she whispered, "Call me later." Issei blinked, caught off guard, as the room erupted into another uproar. That's not fair, sensei. You can't just call dibs. Give us a chance too. Maki sat at her desk with a poker face, her hands folded neatly in front of her as chaos unfolded around her. Inside, however, she was silently questioning her life choices. Issei, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, stepped behind Maki and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her to her feet. Is this a classroom or a circus? He said to himself in a low voice as he pulled Maki out of the classroom. Albion's laughter echoed in his mind, the dragon's amusement practically palpable. I don't know about you, but this is the best comedy show I've seen in centuries. Issei sighed, shaking his head as he led Maki out of the room, the noise fading behind them as the door closed. Issei and Maki walked side by side through the quiet corridors of Kuo Academy, heading toward the gymnasium hall. The faint sounds of laughter and chatter echoed in the distance, but Maki's expression remained fixed in a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. I can't believe you, she muttered, glaring at him from the corner of her eye. Barging into my class and creating a scene like that. What the hell were you thinking? Issei smirked, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. What can I say? Watching them lose their minds was entertaining. And besides, he called me and told me to be here for you. Maki stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him with wide eyes. Wait, he called you? Yep, Issei said, his smirk widening. Didn't even give me a chance to argue. Just told me to show up and hung up. Maki groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. Unbelievable. When is he planning on coming back? Issei shrugged nonchalantly. Don't know. Whenever he feel like it, I guess. Maki let out an exasperated sigh, muttering under her breath about the antics of the man who had sent Issei here. As they approached the gymnasium, the sounds of chaos grew louder, and Issei's keen senses picked up on Valiana's distinct aura among the commotion. The sight that greeted them as they entered was nothing short of comedic. Sona Citri, the usually composed and serious student council president, was sprinting across the gymnasium, her face flushed with embarrassment as her elder sister, Seraphal Leviathan, chased after her with boundless energy. Sona-chan, Seraphal called out, waving a plush wand in her hand. Come give your big sister a hug. Stay away from me, Sona shouted, her voice cracking slightly as she tried to evade her overly affectionate sibling. Nearby, Max stood with his arms crossed, his face an angry shade of red as he glared at Valiana, who stood a few feet away with a smug smirk on her face. Issei raised an eyebrow at the scene, his smirk turning into a grin as he walked over to Valiana with Maki beside him. All right, what did you do to the brat this time? he asked in amusement, nodding toward Max. Before Valiana could answer, a loud, shrill shout echoed through the gymnasium, causing both Issei and Valiana to flinch. With their enhanced hearing as a dragon and devil respectively, the sound hit them like a physical force. They turned toward the source of the noise and saw Mia pointing directly at them, her glare sharp and accusatory. Behind her stood her parents, Guro and Mickey. "What are you doing here?" Mia demanded, her voice filled with suspicion and barely concealed anger. Guro's sharp eyes narrowed as he studied Issei. There was something familiar about him, the way he carried himself, his piercing blue eyes, and the air of confidence that surrounded him. He matched the description Kiyomi had given, and that made Guro's expression harden further. Mickey, on the other hand, stared at Issei with a puzzled look. She couldn't shake the feeling that she knew him from somewhere, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't place him. Issei crossed his arms, his smirk unfaltering as he met Mia's glare head-on. Valiana, standing beside him, looked equally unbothered, though her sharp silver eyes darted toward Guro and Mickey with mild anger. "Just passing through," Issei said casually, his tone light but carrying an undertone of challenge. "Didn't realize we needed a permission slip." Mia's glare intensified, but before she could respond, Mickey stepped forward slightly, her expression softening as she addressed him directly. "You seem familiar. Have we met before?" Issei's smirk faltered for the briefest moment, his gaze flickering toward Mickey. Valiana noticed the slight shift in his demeanor, her sharp mind piecing together the weight of the situation. Guro's eyes narrowed further, his suspicion growing. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone calm but firm, carrying an authority that demanded an answer. The tension in the gymnasium grew palpable, the chaos from earlier fading into the background as all eyes turned to Issei. Even Serafal paused her chase of Sona, her curiosity piqued by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Issei tilted his head slightly, his smirk returning, though it was more subdued this time. "Just a friend," he said smoothly, though the way his eyes flickered to Valiana suggested there was more to the story. The subtle exchange didn't go unnoticed by Guro, whose frown deepened. Mickey, however, continued to stare at Issei, her expression one of quiet contemplation. The silence stretched, the weight of unspoken questions hanging heavily in the air. Valiana, sensing the growing tension, leaned closer to Issei and whispered, "You want me to handle this?" Issei shook his head slightly, his smirk growing faintly sharper. "No need," he replied quietly. "This is my mess." With that, he turned his full attention to Guro and Mickey, his piercing blue eyes meeting theirs without hesitation. The smirk on his lips was confident, but the slight tension in his posture hinted at the storm brewing beneath the surface. For now, the chessboard was set, and the game had begun. Issei's smirk grew wider as he leaned slightly toward Guro, his blue eyes gleaming with mischief. "You know, old man, you really should smile more. Otherwise, you'll end up looking like an old man with more wrinkles than you already have." Guro's face flushed red with anger, his sharp glare locking onto Issei. The audacity of the comment left him momentarily speechless. Valiana, standing beside Issei, burst into laughter, her silver hair swaying as she doubled over slightly at the sheer boldness of the insult. "You," Guro growled, his voice low and dangerous as the air grew tense. Issei tilted his head, his smirk unfaltering as he stared back at Guro, completely unbothered by the tension. "What, did I say something wrong?" Guro's voice sharpened as he pointed a finger at Issei. "Watch your words when addressing your superiors." At this, Issei's smirk turned into a mocking gasp. He patted his coat pockets frantically, his movements exaggerated as if he were searching for something incredibly important. Wait, he said, his tone filled with fake urgency. "I think I've got something for you right here." After a few seconds of theatrical searching, he stopped, grinning as he reached into his right pocket. Slowly, he pulled out his hand and extended his middle finger toward Guro. "Here's your superiority," Issei said smugly, his tone laced with mockery. Valiana's laughter erupted once more, even louder this time, as she leaned against Issei for support, her shoulders shaking with amusement. Guro's face darkened further, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. "You insolent." From the side, Mia and Max watched with wide eyes, a mixture of anticipation and excitement bubbling within them. "This is it," Max muttered to Mia, his voice low but eager. Dad's going to put him in his place. He's stronger than Kokobile, after all. Mia nodded, her eyes flicking between her father and Issei. No one talks to Dad like that and gets away with it. But before Goro could act on his simmering rage, the gymnasium doors opened, and a commanding voice rang out. What's going on here? All eyes turned as Rias entered the gymnasium, followed closely by her family, Circex Lucifer, Graphia Lucifuge, and their parents, Zeoticus and Venilana. Rias's crimson hair flowed behind her as she walked toward the group, her gaze shifting between Issei, Valiana, and her visibly furious father-in-law. You two, she said, her voice firm, what are you doing here? Issei smirked lazily, not even attempting to explain himself. Valiana, still recovering from her laughter, simply shrugged, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement. Circex and Graphia exchanged glances, their expressions curious. As they stepped closer, their eyes locked onto Issei, and a flicker of recognition crossed their faces. His white hair, piercing blue eyes, and the aura of power surrounding him matched the description Rias had given after Kokobile's defeat. Graphia's voice was calm but pointed as she leaned toward Circex. That's him, she said softly. Circex nodded, his expression thoughtful as he stepped forward, his imposing presence silencing the room. He stopped a few feet away from Issei, his blue eyes meeting the younger man's unflinchingly. You, Circex said, his voice polite but firm. Are you the one who defeated Kokobile? The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Issei as the weight of the question hung in the air. Goro's anger shifted to confusion as he glanced between Circex and Issei, the realization that this was no ordinary man slowly dawning on him. Issei's smirk returned, his hands casually slipping into his pockets. Yeah, he said simply, his tone filled with arrogance. That was me. Gasps rippled through the room as the tension thickened. Goro's narrowed eyes widened slightly in disbelief, and even Mia and Max, who had been so confident in their father, looked stunned. Circex studied Issei carefully, his expression unreadable. Interesting, he said quietly, though the weight of his words carried throughout the gymnasium. Issei's smirk widened as he met Circex's gaze, the silent challenge between the two men sparking an almost tangible tension in the air. The tension in the gymnasium thickened as Circex and Issei exchanged steady gazes. The atmosphere was electric, and the unspoken challenge between the two powerful individuals made everyone uneasy. But the silence was abruptly broken when a faint ringing sound came from Issei's pocket. He casually pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen, and smirked as he answered the call. Machine, he said smoothly, his tone shifting to something softer. From the other end of the line, Maria's familiar voice called out, Eyes, where are you? And is Valiana with you? Yeah, we're both here, Issei replied, glancing at Valiana, who raised an eyebrow at him. What's up? I need both of you to come home, Maria said firmly. There's something important we need to discuss with everyone. Issei's expression turned thoughtful before he nodded, though Maria couldn't see it. All right, we'll head back now. He ended the call and pocketed his phone before turning to Valiana. Machine needs us at home, he said simply. Let's go. Valiana shrugged, uncrossing her arms. Fine by me, I was getting bored here anyway. Issei turned to Maki, who was standing quietly beside him, observing the scene with a neutral expression. Maki, he said, drawing her attention, you want to come with us. I know you live alone, but getting together with people, family or not, is never a bad idea. Maki hesitated, her eyes flicking between Issei and the group behind her. After a moment of consideration, she sighed softly and nodded. All right, I'll join you. Just as they were about to leave, Goro's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. You're not going anywhere until you apologize for your behavior. Issei stopped in his tracks, glancing over his shoulder with a faintly amused smirk. Excuse me. Goro flared his aura, the powerful wave of energy rippling through the gymnasium and making most of the people present tremble. Max and Mia struggled to stay standing, while even Rias in her peerage felt the weight of his power pressing down on them. Only Circex, Graphia, Zeoticus, Vanilana, Mickey, Valiana, and Issei remained unaffected, though the tension in the room was palpable. Apologize, Goro demanded, his voice firm as his aura intensified. Now. Issei's smirk faded into an unimpressed expression. He turned fully to face Garo and raised his own aura in response. The silver glow of his power surged, filling the gymnasium with an overwhelming pressure that made Garo's aura seem like a flickering candle in a storm. Everyone else in the hall, except Valiana and Maki, was brought to their knees or forced to lean heavily on whatever support they could find. Even Sirzex felt a bead of sweat slide down his temple as he steadied himself. Garo visibly struggled to hold his own under the immense pressure, his body shaking as he glared at Issei. Issei, still calm and collected, tilted his head slightly and smirked. "You know, old man, you should really stay away from people who are stronger than you." His tone was mocking, yet there was a deadly edge beneath his words. Garo's lips tightened into a thin line as he attempted to respond, but Issei didn't give him the chance. Raising his hand with exaggerated slowness, Issei extended his middle finger toward Garo, his smirk widening. "Here's your apology," he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. Valiana burst into laughter beside him, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement. Even Maki couldn't hide the small smirk that tugged at her lips. With that, Issei turned on his heel and began walking toward the exit, Valiana and Maki falling into step beside him. As they reached the doors, Issei paused briefly and glanced back over his shoulder. "Oh, and don't worry," he said casually. "We'll see you all tonight at the peace meeting." Then, without another word, he pushed the doors open, and the three of them walked out, leaving the stunned and humiliated crowd behind. The gymnasium was silent for a long moment, save for the faint sounds of heavy breathing as everyone tried to recover from the overwhelming pressure Issei had unleashed. Sirzex straightened slowly, his piercing blue eyes thoughtful as he exchanged a glance with Grafia. "So," he said quietly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "That's the man who defeated Kokobile." Grafia nodded, her expression calm but serious. "It seems there's more to him than we initially thought." Meanwhile, Garo remained rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. His pride had taken a heavy blow, and the sting of Issei's mockery lingered. Miki, standing beside him, frowned as she stared at the doors Issei had just walked through. The sense of familiarity she felt hadn't faded, in fact, it had only grown stronger. "Who is he?" she murmured softly, almost to herself. But no one had an answer. Max, still recovering from the weight of Issei's aura, gritted his teeth as anger and jealousy surged within him. "That guy, I'll surpass him, no matter what it takes." Rias, on the other hand, looked to her brother with a mixture of confusion and concern. "What do you think, Onisama?" Sirzex smiled faintly, his gaze thoughtful as he responded. "I think tonight's peace meeting is going to be very interesting." Scene change. Issei, Valiana, and Maki walked leisurely along the path toward the house, the late afternoon sun casting a warm glow over the surroundings. The quiet was comfortable, but Issei broke it as he glanced at Maki. "So, Maki," he began, his tone curious, "have you decided about joining the team? You've been considering it for a while now." Maki looked thoughtful for a moment, her arms crossed. "I'm still thinking about it," she admitted. "I want to keep some normalcy in my life for now. I'll join the team after I graduate from the academy. Until then, I'd like to focus on school and not get dragged into anything too crazy." Issei nodded at her answer, his expression understanding. "Fair enough. Whenever you're ready, you know the door's always open." Valiana smirked, nudging Maki lightly. "Just don't take too long. You'll miss out on all the fun." Maki rolled her eyes but allowed a small smile to tug at her lips. As they reached the house, Issei opened the door, and the familiar scent of home greeted them. Inside, they found Azazel seated at the dining table, eating peacefully. His casual demeanor was a stark contrast to the chaos of the day. Azazel looked up as they entered, his golden eyes twinkling with amusement. "Ah, you're back. Took you long enough. Didn't know we were on a timer," Issei shot back with a smirk. Valiana chuckled as they took their seats at the table, greeting Azazel with nods. Maki followed suit, her demeanor slightly more reserved but no less curious. Not long after, Ingvild arrived, her purple hair shimmering as she walked into the room. She greeted everyone warmly before leaning down to give Issei a kiss, which he returned with a soft smile. "Good to see you," Ingvild said, sitting beside him. "You too," Issei replied, his hand brushing lightly against hers as they settled in. A few moments later, Maria entered the room, carrying trays of food. The aroma of chicken fried rice, honey garlic chicken, and mixed vegetable salad filled the air, making everyone's stomachs rumble in anticipation. Finally, Issei said, grinning as Maria set the dishes on the table. "Patience, little brother," Maria teased, ruffling his hair affectionately before taking her seat. As everyone began eating, the conversation turned to Maria's day. She finished chewing a bite of salad before speaking, her tone thoughtful. "I encountered someone interesting today," she began, catching everyone's attention. "Ophis." The room fell silent as the name hung in the air. Even Azazel paused mid-bite, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. "Ophis," Valiana repeated, her voice sharp with intrigue. "The dragon goddess of infinity." Maria nodded, her expression calm but serious. "She proposed that I join the Chaos Brigade." Everyone exchanged glances, their curiosity and concern evident. Valiana, however, frowned and muttered under her breath, "Even her." Maria turned to Valiana, her expression puzzled. "What do you mean by, even her?" Valiana cursed softly under her breath, realizing she had let something slip. She sighed heavily, setting her fork down. "All right," she said, her tone resigned. "I might as well come clean. A few days ago, I also encountered Ophis. She asked me the same thing, whether I'd join the Chaos Brigade." That revelation sent a ripple of surprise through the room. Issei's eyes narrowed as he turned to Valiana. "And you didn't think to tell me, or anyone else?" Valiana sighed again, her silver eyes filled with guilt as she met Issei's gaze. "I didn't want to bother you," she admitted softly. "You already have enough on your plate. Between dealing with your former family and running into them again today. I didn't want to add to your stress." "And what about the others?" Ingvild asked gently, her concern evident. Valiana's shoulders slumped slightly. "Everyone else has their own problems to deal with. Maria Nay got her work, Ingvild handling the bar along with Team/Dog, and Azazel is dealing with this peace meeting. I didn't want to pile more on top of everything." The room grew quiet as everyone processed her words. Valiana's attempt to shield them from additional stress was admirable, but it was clear she had been carrying the burden alone. Maria reached out and placed a hand on Valiana's shoulder, her touch gentle. "You don't have to carry everything on your own," she said softly. "We're family. Whatever happens, we face it together." Ingvild nodded, her purple eyes warm with understanding. "She's right. No matter how busy we are, we'll always make time for each other." Azazel leaned back in his chair, his usual smirk replaced with a more thoughtful expression. "You've got a family air, Valiana. Don't forget that." Valiana's lips curved into a faint smile as she looked around the table. "Thanks," she said quietly. "I'll try to remember that." Issei reached over and ruffled her silver hair playfully, earning a small laugh from her. "Just don't keep stuff like this to yourself next time," he said, his tone teasing but firm. "We've got your back." The atmosphere lightened as the group continued their meal, the bond between them growing stronger with each shared moment. After finishing their meal, the group dispersed to get ready for the peace meeting. Azazel donned his usual purple attire, the regal and confident look perfectly complementing his role as the leader of the fallen angels. Issei adjusted his black suit and pants, adding his trademark black sunglasses to complete the ensemble. The dark clothing accentuated his sharp features, giving him an air of untouchable confidence. Valiana opted for a white shirt paired with a black jacket and matching pants, her silver hair cascading elegantly down her back. The outfit was simple yet striking, amplifying her natural charisma and poise. Ingvild chose a black top tucked into blue jeans with a brown belt, her casual elegance making her stand out effortlessly. Her purple hair was neatly styled, and her calm, warm demeanor added to her approachable appearance. As the group prepared to leave, they were stopped at the door by Maria, who stepped into view wearing a stunning outfit, a tucked-in blue shirt paired with an off-white skirt, black stockings, and boots. A blue headband held back her rich brown hair, framing her delicate features. Everyone froze for a moment, surprised by her sudden decision to join them. "You're coming?" Valiana asked, raising an eyebrow. Maria nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Yes, I changed my mind. I think it's better to see things firsthand." Issei's gaze swept over her, his usual confident smirk softening. "You look really beautiful, Machine," he said sincerely with a thumbs up, earning a genuine smile from her. "Thank you," she replied warmly, her expression briefly breaking its usual cold exterior. Azazel shrugged, clearly unbothered by the sudden addition. "Fine by me. The more, the merrier." With that, he activated a teleportation magic circle, the shimmering light enveloping the group and transporting them to Kuo Academy. Scene change. The group appeared just outside the main building of the academy. Without wasting any time, they made their way toward the meeting room. Issei walked with his hands in his pockets, his confident smirk never wavering, while Valiana walked beside him, her arms crossed under her bust, further emphasizing her figure. Ingvild followed, her hands clasped neatly in front of her, her warm and approachable aura standing in contrast to Maria's colder demeanor as she walked beside her, her eyes sharp and distant. As they reached the meeting room, Azazel knocked, and the door was promptly opened by Graphia. Her composed expression softened slightly as she greeted them politely. "Welcome," Graphia said, stepping aside to let them in. They entered the room, and their eyes immediately swept across the gathered representatives. From the devil's side, Seer's ex-Lucifer sat at the head of the table, exuding an aura of authority and calm. Beside him was Seraphal Leviathan, her usual playful demeanor subdued in the serious setting. Graphia moved to stand behind Seer's, her composed presence adding to the devil's air of formality. The Grimoire and Citri peerages stood to the side, their eyes flicking between the newcomers and their respective leaders. On the Angel's side, Michael sat with a serene expression, his golden aura radiating a sense of peace and warmth. Beside him was Gabriel, her ethereal beauty captivating as she offered a gentle smile. Standing near them were Irina and Zenobia. Zenobia spotted Issei almost immediately and raised her hand in a small wave. Issei nodded in acknowledgement, his smirk softening slightly for a brief moment. Azazel moved forward and greeted Seer's, Seraphal, Michael, and Gabriel with casual confidence before taking the empty chair that had been left for him at the table. Issei, Valiana, Ingvild, and Maria stood behind Azazel, their presence commanding attention. Issei leaned slightly, his arms still in his pockets and his smirk unwavering, exuding an aura of dominance and unshakable confidence. Valiana crossed her arms under her bust, her confident smile daring anyone to underestimate her. Ingvild stood calmly, her warm, approachable aura contrasting with Maria's colder, more distant demeanor. Maria's sharp gaze and composed posture made it clear she wasn't interested in engaging with anyone beyond their group. The tension in the room was palpable as the representatives exchanged polite greetings and introductions. Seer's gaze briefly flickered to Issei and his group, his expression thoughtful as he addressed Azazel. "It seems you've brought some interesting company with you, Azazel." Azazel leaned back in his chair, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "What can I say? I always bring the best." The remark drew faint chuckles from some, though the weight of the meeting quickly settled over the room. Michael's calm voice broke the silence as he addressed the group. "Shall we begin?" With everyone nodding in agreement, the meeting officially started. Discussions of alliances, lingering tensions, and the future of the three factions filled the air. Yet, through it all, the presence of Issei and his group loomed like a storm waiting to break, their presence silently commanding attention and respect from everyone in the room. The meeting progressed with an air of tension as Rias and Sona stepped forward to deliver their report. Both spoke clearly and concisely, recounting the events that had unfolded in Kuo over the past few days. Rias began. "It started when Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta arrived in Kuo under orders from the church. They were tasked with retrieving the stolen Excalibur fragments that had been smuggled into our territory. Their initial confrontation was with Fried Selzen, a rogue exorcist, and his band of followers. During that encounter, Irina was gravely injured. Sona continued seamlessly. Following this, Kokabil made his presence known, revealing himself as the mastermind behind the theft of the Excalibur fragments. He announced his intent to reignite the Great War between the three factions. He then fled toward Kuo Academy, with Zenobia in pursuit." Rias nodded and resumed, her tone growing heavier. "At Kuo Academy, Kokabil unleashed his forces upon us. His subordinates included Fried, who had fused the Excalibur fragments into a single weapon, and several Cerberus clones. We fought to the best of our abilities, but—" She hesitated, glancing at her peerage. Sona finished the thought. The battle took a dire turn when Kokubil revealed the death of God. A ripple of discomfort swept through the room. Several of the devils present, including the Grimoire and Sea-Tree peerages, instinctively held their heads in pain at the mere mention of the revelation. The weight of it was a crushing reminder of their own limits and vulnerabilities. Only Searzex, Graphia, Seraphal, and Valiana, Ingvild remained unaffected, their composed expressions betraying little. Rias continued, "Just as we thought we'd reached our limit, an unknown man appeared out of nowhere. As she glanced at Issei. Sona interrupted gently, her gaze moving toward Searzex and Michael. He pointing at Issei effortlessly overwhelmed Kokubil. It was unlike anything we've ever seen. He didn't even seem to be trying. That's all we know, Rias concluded, her voice steady. We don't know who he is or why he intervened, but without him, the outcome of the battle could have been catastrophic. Seraphal leaned forward slightly, offering Rias and Sona a rare moment of seriousness. Thank you for your report, she said, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. You've both handled this situation admirably. And you too, she spoke while looking at Issei, who nodded with his usual smirk. Gabriel nodded in agreement, her soft voice carrying a warmth that seemed to lighten the atmosphere slightly. Indeed, your actions helped protect Kuo from a far greater disaster. Searzex, however, turned his attention to Azazel. His piercing gaze settled on the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, his tone calm but firm. Azazel, what do you have to say about this? Kokubil is your subordinate, after all. Azazel leaned back in his chair, his expression casual as he waved a hand dismissively. Kokubil acted on his own. He's always been impatient, let's say. Apparently, he was so disappointed by the outcome of the last holy war that he decided to take matters into his own hands. Seraphal narrowed her eyes, her playful demeanor vanishing as she interjected. Be that as it may, he's still your responsibility, Azazel. You should have kept a tighter leash on him. Azazel smirked faintly, clearly unfazed by her sharp words. And I did. Kokubil and the other cadre have been dealt with. They're currently sealed in the deepest part of Cocytus with magic-canceling cuffs. Trust me, they're not going anywhere. Michael, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. While Kokubil's actions were reckless, there's also the matter of how he obtained the Excalibur fragments. It's possible there are traitors within the church who assisted him. The room grew tense at the suggestion, the implications far-reaching and deeply troubling. Before anyone could comment further, Issei's voice cut through the silence, his tone dripping with disdain. The church is the biggest trash in existence. The bluntness of his words shocked the room, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Gabriel was the first to recover, her golden eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and sadness. That's not true, she said softly. The church has protected humanity for centuries. Many of its members dedicate their lives to doing good. Issei snorted, removing his sunglasses as he fixed her with a piercing glare. Bullshit. The harshness of his retort made everyone flinch, and even Gabriel's serene expression faltered slightly. Protected humanity, Issei continued, his voice sharp. Like Valpier, who ran the Holy Sword Project and experimented on children. Or the church's brilliant decision to send assassins after a certain devil and an exorcist who fell in love, killing them both. Or better yet, the little assistance Kokubil had when he stole the Excalibur fragments in the first place. Want me to keep going? Kiba's eyes widened in shock, his hands clenched into fists as Issei's mention of the Holy Sword Project struck a nerve. How does he know about that? Kiba thought, his mind racing. The room fell silent again as Issei's accusations hung heavily in the air. The raw truth in his words was undeniable, and even those who wanted to defend the church found themselves unable to argue. Gabriel lowered her gaze, her hands clasped tightly together as she struggled to find a response. Azazel leaned back, watching the unfolding tension with mild amusement. Valiana stood beside Issei, her arms crossed as she smirked faintly, clearly enjoying the discomfort of those present. Ingvild and Maria remained silent, their expressions calm but observant. No one dared to speak, the weight of Issei's words leaving an oppressive silence that filled the room. The oppressive silence in the room lingered after Issei's scathing remarks, his words leaving a heavy weight on everyone present. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and even the normally composed leaders seemed unsure how to proceed. Azazel, however, broke the silence with a casual wave of his hand, his smirk firmly in place. "All right, enough chit-chat. Why don't we just sign the peace treaty already?" The abruptness of his suggestion left the other leaders momentarily stunned. Circex, Michael, and even Seraphol exchanged surprised glances. "Azazel," Circex began, his voice laced with curiosity, "are you saying you're fully prepared to agree to this treaty?" Azazel leaned back in his chair, his smirk widening. "Of course. After all, that's why we're here, isn't it? To put an end to all this pointless fighting and move forward. Or am I wrong?" Michael nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "You're correct. That is the purpose of this meeting." Seraphol, despite her usual playful demeanor, narrowed her eyes slightly. "Still, it's surprising to hear you say it so straightforwardly." Azazel shrugged, his tone light. "What can I say? I'm a man of efficiency." As the leaders began discussing the finer details of the treaty, Azazel glanced toward Issei and his group, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What about the opinions of the Dragon Emperors? Surely their input matters as well." Valiana tilted her head slightly, her silver hair shimmering as she shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as I get to fight strong opponents and stay by my man's side," she said, resting her head on Issei's shoulder with a smirk, "I don't care." Issei smirked back, his hand briefly brushing hers in an unspoken gesture of approval. Mia, standing a few feet away, crossed her arms and replied confidently, "I'm all for peace if it means I can grow stronger." She pointed directly at Issei, her fiery gaze locking onto him. "And one day, I'm going to defeat you." Issei chuckled arrogantly, his smirk widening. "You can try all you want, brat. But let's be honest, you're going to fail miserably." Mia's face flushed with anger, and her hands clenched into fists as she glared at him. "We'll see about that." Max, standing nearby, spoke up with a similar sentiment. "I agree with Mia. Peace is a good idea and defeating him as well," while pointing at Issei *. "But there's something more important to me." His gaze darkened slightly as he continued, "I want to find the criminals from the Hyodo clan, our so-called elder siblings." Issei's smirk turned sharper, and his piercing blue eyes gleamed with amusement. "Good luck with that, brat. You can try all you want, but the result will always be the same. Just so you know, he is talking about Max defeating him." Max's jaw tightened, and he glared at Issei, though he didn't respond. Throughout the meeting, however, Max's attention repeatedly wandered. His gaze would linger on Valiana, Ingvild, Maria, Seraphol, Irina, Zenobia, and even Gabriel. He sneakily eyed their bodies, his lustful thoughts tainting his expression with something darker. Valiana, who was resting comfortably against Issei, noticed Max's gaze and felt a surge of disgust. Her sharp silver eyes glinted with anger, but she kept her composure, choosing instead to ignore him as she leaned more into Issei's side. Ingvild, standing with her hands clasped in front of her, felt Max's gaze as well. Her calm demeanor didn't falter, but her eyes turned cold as her distaste for him grew. Maria, however, was the most visibly affected. She noticed Max's lingering stares, and her expression twisted into one of pure disgust. "My own ex-younger brother, looking at me like that," she thought, her stomach churning with revulsion. If it weren't for her self-control, she would have left the room to avoid the sickening feeling altogether. Irina, standing beside Zenobia, caught Max's wandering eyes and clenched her jaw in anger. She turned her body slightly away from him, making it clear she wanted no part of his attention. Zenobia, however, completely ignored him, focusing solely on the meeting. Gabriel and Seraphol were unaffected by Max's gaze. They were used to such behavior from mortals and lower-ranked beings, choosing to ignore it entirely as they remained poised and professional. Azazel noticed Max's actions as well, though he didn't comment. His golden eyes flickered briefly with disdain before he shifted his focus back to the treaty discussions. The meeting continued, the discussions moving steadily toward the signing of the treaty. Yet, the underlying tensions and unspoken conflicts among the gathered individuals lingered, promising that the peace they sought would not come easily, or without its challenges. As the discussions continued, Michael addressed the room, his serene tone carrying a note of concern. "We currently have 3 Dragon Emperors accounted for. Valiana as the Red Dragon Empress, and Max and Mia representing the Dark Gear and Spellbreak respectively. However, the current White Dragon Emperor remains elusive. He is either still out there somewhere or has yet to awaken. Before anyone could respond, Kiyomi spoke up, her voice firm and confident. The White Dragon Emperor has already awakened. The room turned to her in surprise, her words cutting through the air like a blade. Kiyomi continued, her sharp eyes scanning the room. The two criminals we've been searching for from the Hyodo clan, the boy had divine dividing. I have no doubt that the brat is still alive. A ripple of shock swept through the leaders. Sirzex, Serafal, Michael, and Gabriel leaned forward slightly, their interest piqued. You're certain of this? Michael asked, his tone calm but probing. I wouldn't speak without evidence, Kiyomi replied, her voice cold. As the room absorbed this revelation, Azazel, Valiana, Ingvild, and Maria exchanged subtle glances toward Issei, who stood silently with his hands in his pockets. Issei's smirk widened ever so slightly, his piercing blue eyes glinting with amusement. He made no move to acknowledge the attention, instead keeping his focus forward as though he were entirely uninvolved. Maria, standing nearby, caught the faint quirk of his lips and looked forward again, a small smile playing on her own lips. This is going to get interesting, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, the leaders pressed Kiyomi for more details. Sirzex's calm voice broke the murmurs. These criminals, what exactly did they do? Serafal nodded, her usual cheerfulness replaced with a rare seriousness. It must have been significant if they've warranted this much attention. Michael's serene expression turned more curious. Do you have specific details about their actions? Gabriel, always the voice of compassion, asked gently, and what are your intentions if you find them? Kiyomi's sharp gaze moved between them, her expression unreadable as she answered. Their crimes are clear. Murder of several prominent clan members and desertion of the Hyodo family. They left after committing their atrocities and have been evading us ever since. It is our duty to find them and hold them accountable. While this conversation unfolded, Max sat at his seat with a carefully crafted look of disheartened sadness. I just want to see my elder siblings again, he said, his voice trembling slightly as though filled with emotion. I miss them. I want to understand why they did what they did. To the untrained eye, his performance might have seemed genuine. However, to Issei and Maria, it was nothing short of laughable. This idiot really thinks he's convincing anyone, Issei thought, his smirk threatening to widen as he kept his usual confident demeanor intact. Maria, standing beside him, felt her stomach churn with disgust at her ex-younger brother's act. Her cold exterior betrayed none of her thoughts, but inside, she could hardly contain her disdain. Still playing the innocent victim, she mused bitterly. Unbeknownst to most in the room, Gabriel's gentle golden eyes flickered briefly as she silently used her sacred power to peer into Max's heart. The instant she did, her serene expression faltered ever so slightly, her lips parting in a barely perceptible flinch. Standing beside her, Michael noticed the subtle shift in her demeanor and glanced at her in concern. Using telepathy, he asked, "What's wrong?" Gabriel's response came through their mental connection, her voice tinged with unease. I saw his heart. It's full of darkness, arrogance, lust for power, and a disgusting obsession with women's bodies. He hides it well, but his thoughts are vile. Michael's jaw tightened, his gaze flicking to Max, who was now sneakily glancing at Gabriel with an expression of poorly concealed lust. The sight made Michael's stomach churn. His usually calm demeanor vanished as a cold edge entered his voice. Stop staring at my sister like that, boy, if you know what is best for you, Michael said sharply, his golden eyes narrowing at Max. The room went silent at the sudden rebuke. Max froze, his face turning a deep shade of red as all eyes turned to him. Sirzex, catching the shift in atmosphere, followed Michael's gaze to Max and immediately frowned. He hadn't noticed it before, but now it was clear, Max's gaze had lingered far too long on Gabriel and other females. With a calm but commanding tone, Sirzex turned to Rias. Rias, keep your pawn in check. We are here to establish peace, not make enemies or start another war. Rias stiffened, her face pale with embarrassment as she quickly nodded. Of course, Oni-sama. I apologize for his behavior. She shot a glare at Max, her crimson eyes filled with warning. Max muttered something incoherent under his breath, clearly humiliated, but he didn't dare meet anyone's gaze. Valiana smirked, her arms still crossed as she leaned slightly toward Issei and whispered, "Did you see his face?" "Pathetic." Issei chuckled softly, his voice low enough for only Valiana to hear. "He's just making it easier for us to laugh at him later." The room gradually returned to its earlier atmosphere, but the damage had been done. Max's reputation, already fragile, was further tarnished, and the disdain from the room's most influential figures hung heavily in the air. Issei's smirk remained as he observed the fallout, the game playing out exactly as he expected. Let the pieces fall where they may, he thought, his sharp blue eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The tense air in the meeting room was suddenly pierced by a wave of oppressive energy that passed through everyone present. Some froze entirely, their bodies unable to move, while others instinctively summoned their power to guard against the intrusion. Sona, her peerage, Akino, and Irina stood paralyzed, their expressions frozen in surprise and fear. The only ones unaffected were Sirzex, Serafal, Grafia, Kiyomi, Michael, Gabriel, Azazel, Issei and his group, Mia, Max, and Rias. Mia's spellbreak glowed faintly in her hands. Max's dark gear appeared with a burst of red light, his expression tense as he scanned the room. Valiana's boosted gear shimmered as her gauntlet materialized, her silver eyes sharp and alert. Ingvild, who had no immediate reaction, tilted her head curiously. "What just happened?" she asked calmly, her serene voice breaking the uneasy silence. Azazel leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the frozen figures. "This feels like a vampire's aura," he said, his tone speculative. His gaze flicked toward Rias, whose face paled in realization. "Most likely someone from your peerage," Azazel continued, his tone serious but calm. "It might be that Dampier boy you've been sheltering." Rias's concern deepened, her crimson eyes glancing nervously toward her peerage. Before anyone could act further, a deafening blast shook the entire room. The walls trembled, the ground cracked beneath their feet, and the ceiling threatened to collapse. A violent wave of magic surged toward them, but before it could touch anyone, a shimmering barrier materialized, shielding them entirely. The attack dissipated harmlessly against the barrier, leaving everyone unharmed. Sirzex, Serafal, Michael, and Gabriel turned toward the source of the barrier, their eyes widening slightly in surprise. The protective shield radiated an overwhelming strength and had been conjured almost instantaneously. Azazel smirked knowingly, his eyes flicking toward Issei. Standing casually with his hands still in his pockets, Issei glanced toward the now damaged meeting room, his smirk unchanging. "Looks like we've been attacked," he said lightly, as though commenting on the weather. The sheer speed and strength of the barrier hadn't gone unnoticed. Even Sirzex and Michael exchanged looks, acknowledging the impressive power and precision behind the spell. "That barrier," Gabriel murmured, her golden eyes wide. "It's incredibly strong. Fast and efficient," Grafia added, her tone calm but impressed at Issei's strength. Valiana smirked faintly, lowering her gauntlet. "Of course it is. What else would you expect from him?" Outside, the sounds of chaos grew louder. The leaders turned toward the shattered walls, and their gazes were drawn to the battlefield unfolding below. Several mages in dark, hooded robes swarmed the grounds, their magical attacks clashing with the defenses of the biblical factions, armies. Explosions of light and dark magic lit up the area, the sounds of battle reverberating through the air. In the middle of the chaos, a massive magic circle formed, its intricate patterns glowing with a dark blue hue. The energy it radiated was suffocating, and its presence alone made the battlefield momentarily pause. Ingvild's calm composure shattered as her eyes widened in horror. She instinctively moved behind Maria, clutching her arm tightly. Maria glanced back at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Before Ingvild could answer, a figure emerged from the magic circle, her elegant form stepping onto the battlefield with an air of absolute authority. She was stunningly beautiful, with long black hair and piercing violet eyes that glimmered with malice. Her regal attire, adorned with the crest of the Leviathan clan, shimmered as she surveyed the scene with a cruel smile. Cateria Leviathan. The atmosphere grew even heavier as she turned her gaze toward the shattered meeting room, completely ignoring the mages and soldiers below her. Her attention was solely on the leaders of the biblical factions. "Greetings," Cateria said smoothly, her voice carrying elegance. To the leaders of the biblical factions, I extend my regards." She didn't even spare a glance at the rest of the group, her eyes fixed solely on Circex, Seraphol, Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel. Her aura radiated power and defiance, and her mere presence made it clear that she was here with a purpose. Ingvild, still hiding behind Maria, trembled slightly as her voice barely came out in a whisper. "Why is she here?" Maria placed a comforting hand on Ingvild's shoulder, though her own expression was dark as she studied Kateria. Valiana's lips curled into a smirk as she leaned slightly toward Issei. "Looks like the circus brought out its star performer," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Issei chuckled, his smirk never fading as his sharp blue eyes locked onto Kateria. "Let's see what she's got." The leaders remained composed, their gazes fixed on Kateria as the tension in the room, and on the battlefield, continued to rise. The battle raged on, chaos engulfing Kuo Academy as mages and soldiers clashed in a maelstrom of magic and power. The leaders of the biblical factions observed the battlefield with sharp focus, their attention split between directing their forces and ensuring the situation didn't spiral further out of control. Meanwhile, Max had departed with Rias to save Gasper and Kaneko, leaving the others to handle the attacking mages and Kateria. Issei and Valiana stood side by side, their auras radiating dominance. Valiana activated her boosted gear balance breaker, the crimson armor enveloping her figure as her wings flared behind her. She grinned, her sharp silver eyes gleaming with excitement as she surged forward, cutting through the mages like a blazing comet. Issei, in contrast, fought without balance breaker, relying solely on his raw power and skill. His movements were precise, almost effortless, as he weaved through the battlefield, dispatching enemies with crushing blows and sharp bursts of energy. His silver aura shimmered faintly, a subtle reminder of the immense power he held in reserve. "Try to keep up, Valiana," Issei called out, his tone mocking as he sent a group of mages flying with a single sweep of his arm. Valiana glanced back at him with a smirk. "Don't get cocky, eyes. You're not the only one who likes to show off." Her gauntlet pulsed with energy as she blasted through another group of attackers, the crimson light of her attacks illuminating the battlefield. From above, Azazel engaged Kateria directly. Her elegant demeanor had been replaced with a twisted smirk as she unleashed waves of dark magic, her aura amplified by the presence of a snake infused with Ophus's energy. "You're putting up quite a fight," Azazel remarked, dodging a barrage of dark orbs. "I'll admit, I'm impressed. But you're not the only one with surprises." Azazel summoned his downfall dragon spear, the artificial sacred gear materializing in a flash of violet light. The spear's ominous energy surged as Azazel activated his balance breaker, his form glowing with a fearsome aura as he lunged toward Kateria. The clash between the two shook the battlefield, the sheer force of their attacks creating shockwaves that sent weaker mages and soldiers sprawling. Issei paused briefly, watching Azazel's fight with a spark of interest in his blue eyes. "That's something you don't see every day," Issei muttered, his smirk widening slightly. From within his mind, Albion's voice rumbled with intrigue. "That's really interesting to see, isn't it? Fafnir must have decided to become an artificial sacred gear." Issei raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "Fafnir, you know him?" Albion chuckled, his tone almost nostalgic. "Yeah, I know him. He's pretty chill for a dragon. Laid back, lazy most of the time, but strong when it counts." "Sounds like someone I'd get along with," Issei said with a grin, his gaze flicking back to the fight. "Guess he got tired of sitting around and decided to shake things up." Valiana, overhearing their exchange, glanced back briefly. "Are you two having a conversation in the middle of a battlefield?" "Just getting some history lessons," Issei replied casually before launching forward, his fist colliding with an incoming mage and sending him crashing into the ground. Valiana rolled her eyes but couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips as she returned to the fray. "Try to stay focused, will you?" As the battle continued, the tide began to shift in their favor. The combined strength of Issei, Valiana, Azazel, and the biblical factions proved too much for the attackers. However, the presence of Ophus's power in Kateria still loomed like a dark cloud, promising that the fight was far from over. As the dust settled on the battlefield, Azazel stood alone in the air as his downfall dragon spear dissipated into shimmering particles of energy. Blood dripped from the stump where his right arm had been, but a glowing magic circle surrounded the wound, stopping the bleeding and stabilizing him. Kateria's self-destructive final act had cost Azazel dearly, but he had managed to outplay her, striking the killing blow with his signature cunning. He looked at the others, offering them a tired but victorious smirk. "Well," Azazel said, his tone casual despite the pain, "that's one less megalomaniac to worry about." The frozen individuals, including Sona, her peerage, Akino, and Irina, began to regain their mobility as the effects of the earlier magic faded. They quickly joined the remaining forces of the biblical factions, pushing back the remnants of the attacking mages. The battlefield grew quieter as the enemy was either defeated or fled, and the leaders regrouped to assess the situation. As everyone began to relax, Max suddenly stepped forward, his dark gear flaring in his hand. His face was twisted in anger and determination as he pointed a finger at Issei. "You," Max shouted, "I challenge you to a fight." The sudden declaration caught everyone's attention, and the room fell silent as all eyes turned to Issei. Issei, standing casually with his hands in his pockets, glanced at Max with a bored expression. His smirk widened slightly, but his tone was cold and dismissive. "Why would I waste my time on an insignificant insect like you?" Max's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists, his aura flaring as he opened his mouth to shout at Issei, but before he could, Mia stepped in. "Then fight me," Mia declared, stepping beside her brother. Her spellbreak flared to life in her hands. Issei barely glanced at her, his expression remaining unimpressed. His smirk grew sharper as he spoke, his tone mocking. "You're as half-assed as your brother. Why should I waste my time on either of you? The result is already known. Mia's the winner, and you two groveling in the dirt." Both Max and Mia trembled with rage, their faces contorted in frustration. Before they could respond, Kiyomi stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. "What's the matter?" she said mockingly, crossing her arms as she looked at Issei with narrowed eyes. "Are you scared to fight the heirs of the Hyodo clan? Afraid you'll lose?" Issei's laughter rang out, sharp and full of derision. His smirk widened as he turned his piercing blue eyes on Kiyomi. "Scared," he repeated, his tone dripping with amusement. "Even a child with proper training could beat them. I'm the one who defeated Kokobile without breaking a sweat while all of them struggled just to hold their ground. What makes you think they can do anything against me?" The room grew tense as Issei took a step forward, his aura flaring slightly as he stared Kiyomi down. "And you," he said, his voice turning icy, "should keep your trap shut and let the adults talk. You're embarrassing yourself." Kiyomi's face turned red with anger, her sharp retort dying on her lips as Issei's words cut through her like a blade. Valiana snickered beside him, clearly enjoying the show, while Ingvild and Maria exchanged amused glances. Even Azazel couldn't hide his smirk as he flew back to the group, his golden eyes twinkling with amusement. "All right," Issei said suddenly, his smirk turning predatory. "Since I'm feeling generous today, I'll humor you. I'll fight both of you at the same time if that's what you want." Max and Mia's eyes lit up with determination, their anger fueling their resolve. "But," Issei continued, holding up a hand, "it's going to be a massacre unless you get some help. Azazel," he called out, turning to the fallen angel leader, "do you still have those power bracelets on you?" Azazel raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "I do," he said, pulling a small case from his coat and opening it to reveal a pair of glowing bracelets. "Are you planning to even the playing field?" "Something like that," Issei said with a smirk. He gestured toward Max and Mia. "Give them to these two. They're going to need all the help they can get." Max and Mia's faces turned red with anger, but before they could protest, Azazel stepped forward and handed them the bracelets. "You two are going to want to put these on," Azazel said, his tone almost amused. "Trust me." Reluctantly, Max and Mia each took a bracelet, slipping them onto their wrists. As the bracelets activated, their auras flared with a noticeable boost in power. Issei watched them with a smirk, his confidence unshaken. "Let's get this over with," he said, his tone dripping with arrogance. "I've got better things to do." The tension in the room rose as everyone moved to make space for the impending battle. Searsex and Michael exchanged wary glances, their curiosity about Issei growing as they prepared to witness what was certain to be a one-sided fight. Issei stepped forward, his smirk widening as he got into his fighting stance, a relaxed yet confident pose reminiscent of someone ready to toy with their opponents. His piercing blue eyes glimmered with anticipation as he gestured for Max and Mia to come at him. Max and Mia activated their balance breakers in unison, their auras surging with power. Max's dark gear manifested as a shadowy armor encasing his body. Mia's spellbreak shone with a silvery hue, her hands crackling with disruptive magic capable of nullifying spells and auras. Their power was leagues above what they had displayed in the battle against Kokobile, their training and the boost from Azazel's bracelets making them formidable opponents. This only seemed to excite Issei further. "You two are finally starting to look like something resembling a challenge," Issei said mockingly, his smirk never fading. The leaders and their peerages created a barrier around the combatants, ensuring the battle wouldn't spill over and harm the spectators or the surroundings. Circex, Seraphal, Michael, and Gabriel lent their power to reinforce the barrier, its shimmering surface pulsating with protective energy. As they observed Issei, both Seraphal and Kiyomi couldn't shake the strange feeling that they had seen him, or someone like him, before. "He seems familiar," Seraphal murmured, her usually cheerful tone subdued with curiosity. Kiyomi, standing near her, nodded slightly. "I feel it too. There's something about him." On the other side of the barrier, Circex and Graphia exchanged glances. "Do you remember what Malikas told us?" Circex asked quietly. "About the man who saved him when he was kidnapped years ago." Graphia nodded, her expression thoughtful as she watched Issei's movements closely. "I do. He described someone very similar to this man. But we need to be certain." Their focus returned to the fight, their curiosity growing with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Maria stood beside Azazel and the rest of Issei's group, her arms crossed as she observed the battle. For some reason, an inexplicable urge to fight welled up within her. It wasn't just the excitement of the moment, it was something deeper, primal. "Aurelia," Maria said quietly, addressing her dragon partner, "what's happening to me?" Aurelia's voice resonated in her mind, calm but insistent. "It's your instincts as a dragon. The energy in the air, the tension of the battle, it's calling to you. And you've been bottling up your emotions from the past. You need to let go. Release it." Maria's gaze lingered on Issei as he dodged a flurry of attacks from Max and Mia, his movements precise and effortless. The desire to join the fray burned within her, but she forced herself to stay put, her fists clenched at her sides. On the battlefield, Max and Mia launched a coordinated attack, their teamwork honed through years of training together. Max's dark gear created a barrage of shadowy spikes that rained down toward Issei, while Mia's spellbreak nullified the surrounding energy, cutting off Issei's ability to use external magic. Issei moved with fluid grace, evading Max's spikes with ease and countering with a burst of raw physical power that shattered the ground beneath Mia's feet, forcing her to leap back. "You're improving," Issei commented casually, his smirk widening as he deflected another attack from Max. "But it's still not enough." Mia glared at him, frustration flickering in her eyes. "Stop holding back," she shouted, her hands glowing with disruptive energy as she charged toward him. Max flanked from the opposite side, his wings glowing as he prepared to unleash a dark blast. Issei's movements were almost lazy as he dodged Mia's attack, his smirk never wavering. "Why should I go all out?" he asked mockingly, sidestepping Max's blast and delivering a swift counterattack that sent him skidding across the ground. From within Issei's mind, Albion's voice rumbled with amusement. "They're stronger than before, I'll give them that. But they're still not on your level, or your team's, for that matter." "Agreed," Issei replied internally, his smirk turning predatory. He glanced at Mia and Max, who were both breathing heavily, their movements slightly slower than before. "You're putting on a good show, but it's time to remind you who's in charge here." Max, his face twisted with frustration, launched himself toward Issei with a roar, his dark gear flaring. Mia followed suit, her spellbreak glowing as she prepared to disrupt Issei's defenses. Issei's smirk widened as he shifted his stance, ready to deliver his next move. The excitement in the air was palpable, the clash of powers promising a spectacular conclusion to the fight. Max and Mia attacked Issei in perfect sync, their years of training together evident in their movements. Max launched a barrage of shadowy spikes from his dark gear, aiming to box Issei in, while Mia's spellbreak shimmered with disruptive energy as she darted forward, her hands glowing with the intent to nullify Issei's defenses. Issei, however, remained calm, his smirk never fading. He moved with almost casual grace, sidestepping the spikes with ease and weaving through the gaps in their assault as if the attacks were in slow motion. "Is that all you've got?" Issei asked, his tone dripping with arrogance as he caught one of Max's spikes mid-air and crushed it in his hand. Max growled in frustration and unleashed a dark field barrier, the space around Issei distorting as the attack raced toward him. At the same time, Mia closed in from the other side, her spellbreak glowing brighter as she aimed to nullify Issei's aura. Issei smirked, raising one hand as a pulse of silver energy erupted from his body, dispersing Max's attack and throwing Mia off balance. "You're both trying so hard," he said mockingly, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. "But you're still so predictable." Mia snarled, regaining her footing as she launched another attack, her disruptive energy crackling in the air. Max flanked from the opposite side, his wings glowing with power as he attempted another blast. This time, Issei didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his hand, and a transparent barrier materialized in front of him, effortlessly absorbing both attacks. "Really?" Issei said, shaking his head. "You're going to have to do better than that." Max's frustration boiled over, and he charged at Issei with everything he had, his dark gear pulsating with energy. "Stop underestimating us," he shouted, swinging his fist toward Issei with all his strength. Issei caught the punch effortlessly, his smirk widening as he stared into Max's furious eyes. "Underestimating you," he said mockingly. "I think I'm overestimating you if this is the best you can do." With a flick of his wrist, Issei tossed Max aside like a ragdoll, sending him crashing into the ground. Mia seized the opportunity, her spellbreak flaring as she closed the distance between them. Her hands glowed as she aimed to disrupt Issei's energy directly, but he caught her wrist mid-swing, his grip like iron. "Nice try," he said, leaning closer. "But not good enough." With a burst of silver energy, Issei sent Mia flying backward, her body skidding across the ground as she struggled to regain her balance. From within Issei's mind, Albion's voice rumbled with amusement. "They're pushing themselves to their limits, but it's still nowhere near enough. You're toying with them." "Of course I am," Issei replied internally, his smirk never fading. "Why would I take them seriously when they're not even in the same league as me?" Max, blood dripping from his lip, forced himself to his feet, his wings flaring defiantly. "I'm not done yet," he shouted, launching himself toward Issei with reckless abandon. Mia joined him, her eyes blazing with determination as she prepared another attack. Issei sighed, shaking his head as he raised his hand. "You're both so persistent," he said, his tone almost bored. "But this is getting tiresome." With a wave of his hand, a shockwave of silver energy erupted from Issei's body, engulfing the entire battlefield. Max and Mia were thrown back with incredible force, their balance breakers flickering as they hit the ground hard. The barrier surrounding the fight absorbed the impact of the shockwave, but the sheer force of it left cracks in the reinforced structure. Issei lowered his hand, his smirk widening as he looked at Max and Mia, who lay on the ground, battered and struggling to move. "That's enough," he said, his voice cold and final. "You two don't stand a chance against me. Accept it and move on." Max and Mia glared at him, their anger and frustration evident, but they were too weak to continue. Outside the barrier, the spectators watched in stunned silence. Searsex narrowed his eyes, his voice low as he murmured to Graphia, "His power, it's overwhelming. Even against two balance breakers, he barely had to try." Graphia nodded, her expression serious. "He's far beyond what we expected. His confidence isn't arrogance, it's earned." Azazel leaned back with a smirk, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "What did I tell you? That's my boy, always keeping things interesting." Valiana chuckled, crossing her arms as she leaned against the barrier. "I told them this would be a massacre. They should have listened." Maria remained silent, her expression calm but cold as she observed the aftermath of the fight. Ingvild glanced at Issei, her purple eyes warm with admiration. "He didn't even break a sweat," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Inside the barrier, Issei turned away from his fallen opponents, his hands casually slipping back into his pockets as he walked toward his group. His smirk never faded, his blue eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Next time," he said without looking back, "don't bother challenging someone you can't even touch." As Issei walked away, his hands in his pockets and his confident smirk still on his face, the tension in the air remained palpable. Max and Mia, lying battered on the ground, glared at his back with a mix of humiliation and rage. He didn't even take us seriously, Max thought, his teeth clenched as his battered dark gear flickered faintly. Not even magic. Nothing, Mia's mind echoed, her body trembling from exhaustion and fury. The whispers started softly, almost imperceptible at first, but they grew louder in their minds, insidious and persistent. The faint glow of the power boost bracelets on their wrists intensified, and their auras began to shift, growing darker and more chaotic with every passing second. Azazel, observing from outside the barrier, immediately straightened, his relaxed demeanor vanishing. His golden eyes narrowed as his expression turned serious. "This is bad," he said sharply, his tone cutting through the tense silence. "What do you mean?" Searsex asked, his brows furrowing in concern. Azazel's gaze remained locked on Max and Mia as their auras continued to grow darker. "They're heading toward Juggernaut Drive. Those bracelets are amplifying their emotions and sacred gears beyond their limit, and it's pushing them toward the breaking point." The horror of his words washed over the group, but Kiyomi's reaction was different. She scoffed, her lips curling into a smug smile. "So what?" she said confidently. "They've practiced for this moment. Once they enter Juggernaut Drive, that brat will finally lose." Valiana rolled her eyes, her arms crossed as she muttered, "She's delusional." Maria remained silent, her sharp gaze fixed on her former siblings, her instincts screaming that the situation was spiraling dangerously out of control. Inside the barrier, Max and Mia slowly rose to their feet, their eyes blazing with a mixture of rage and madness. Their voices began to chant, the words resonating with power as they drew from the depths of their sacred gears. Max's chant was sinister, his words dripping with malice as shadowy tendrils of energy coiled around him. "From the abyss where shadows dwell, a darkness deep, no light can quell. Boundless void, I call thy might, to snuff out stars and swallow light. By this pact, my soul will bind the endless night, my wrath unkind. Awaken now, eternal despair, and shroud the world in shadow's snare." Mia's chant, in stark contrast, was filled with light, though its intensity was blinding and overpowering. "From the veil where balance bends, the spell is shattered, the chaos rends. By my will, no force shall stand. I tear apart with my own hand. Light and power, their chains undone. I rise as the breaker, the chosen one. Awaken now, disruption's might, to rend all foes, to end this fight." The ground trembled as their sacred gears flared with overwhelming power, their forms transforming as they entered Juggernaut Drive. Max's dark gear turned pitch black, jagged armor encasing his body as his wings grew larger and more menacing, pulsating with shadowy energy. His eyes glowed a deep golden, the madness within him fully unleashed. Mia's spellbreak took on a radiant yet dangerous form, her silvery aura expanding into a blinding glow as she donned armor made of light. Her hands crackled with destructive energy, her presence now a force of pure, unrestrained disruption. The leaders and their peerages watched in stunned silence, the sheer power of the Juggernaut Drive radiating from Max and Mia sending chills down their spines. "Impossible," Rias whispered, her crimson eyes wide. Even Searsex's usually calm demeanor faltered as he muttered, "So this is Juggernaut Drive." Azazel clicked his tongue in irritation. "Damn it, those two can barely control themselves normally, and now they're tapping into something like this." Michael frowned, his golden eyes narrowing. If they lose control completely, it could destroy everything. Inside the barrier, Issei turned around slowly, his smirk replaced with a faint look of curiosity. His sharp blue eyes scanned their transformed forms, the sheer intensity of their auras making the air around them crackle with energy. Max and Mia wasted no time. In an instant, they shot forward, their combined speed and power a blur as they closed in on Issei. The battle erupted into chaos as the two unleashed a flurry of attacks, their juggernaut forms giving them strength and speed far beyond their previous limits. Issei, however, didn't falter. He moved with precision and grace, dodging their strikes and countering with calculated force. Their punches and blasts shattered the ground and sent shockwaves reverberating through the barrier, but Issei matched their ferocity blow for blow, his movements almost lazy in their efficiency. Max's dark field barrier rippled through the air, attempting to distort the space around Issei, but he dissipated it with a casual wave of his hand. Mia's disruptive energy lashed out like a storm, seeking to strip him of his power, but he countered with bursts of pure force, nullifying her attacks before they could reach him. From within Issei's mind, Albion's voice rumbled with approval. They've gotten faster, stronger. I'll give them that, but even in Juggernaut Drive, they're nowhere near your level. True, Issei replied internally, his smirk returning. But I'll admit, it's more entertaining this way. Outside the barrier, the spectators watched in awe and disbelief. They're on equal footing with him. Rias muttered, her voice filled with a mixture of hope and fear. Azazel snorted, his smirk returning faintly. Not quite. He is just playing along. If he went all out, this fight would already be over. Valiana grinned, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement. He's just letting them think they have a chance. It's classic for him. Ingvild tilted her head curiously. But how long is he going to let them go on like this? Maria remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on the battle as her instincts whispered that something was about to shift. Inside the barrier, Max and Mia grew more desperate, their attacks becoming wilder and less coordinated as their frustration mounted. Why won't you fall? Max roared, his voice distorted by the darkness consuming him. Mia gritted her teeth, her glowing form flickering as she unleashed another wave of destructive energy. We'll make you take us seriously. Issei dodged their combined assault with ease, his smirk widening as he spoke, his voice calm and taunting. You're trying so hard, but no matter how much you push yourselves, you'll never reach me. His words cut through their rage, fueling their madness further as the fight continued, the barrier trembling under the weight of their clash. As the fight continued, Issei began to fall back, his movements more defensive than before. Despite this, his smirk remained firmly in place, his confident demeanor unchanged. To the untrained eye, it seemed like he was being overwhelmed. From outside the barrier, whispers of doubt started to ripple through the gathered crowd. Is he losing? Rias asked, her tone a mix of surprise and hope. It looks like it, Akino replied, her lips curling into a faint smile. They might actually win. Sona watched closely, her brows furrowed. If they keep pushing, they might defeat him. Azazel, however, leaned back against the barrier with his arms crossed, an amused smirk playing on his lips. Valiana stood beside him, her silver eyes gleaming with excitement, while Ingvild and Maria exchanged knowing looks. They don't get it, do they? Valiana said, her tone dripping with amusement. Not even a little, Azazel replied. He's not falling back because he's losing. He's testing them, letting them think they have a chance. Ingvild tilted her head slightly. Though I have to admit, it's a little nerve-wracking watching him pull this off so casually. Maria, however, wasn't so calm. Her brown eyes were fixed on her little brother, her body tense. He's pushing too far, she murmured. He shouldn't let it get to this point. Aurelia's voice echoed in Maria's mind, calm but firm. Trust him. Issei knows what he's doing. But Maria shook her head. That may be true, but I won't stand here if he gets hurt. Inside the barrier, Max and Mia felt their confidence growing as they pressed their attacks. Issei continued to dodge and counter, but his movements became more measured, almost sluggish, as if he were conserving energy. Max launched a flurry of shadowy spikes, forcing Issei to leap back. At the same time, Mia surged forward, using Spellbreak to restrain him in place. We've got you now, Max shouted triumphantly, charging his dark field barrier and slicing through the air. A sharp arc of energy lashed out, striking Issei's restrained form and severing his right arm in one clean cut. The severed limb fell to the ground with a dull thud, blood pooling beneath it. Outside the barrier, gasps of shock and horror rippled through the crowd. He lost his arm, Rias exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did they actually hurt him? Sona added, equally shocked. The Grimoire and Citri peerages looked at Max and Mia with newfound admiration, while Issei's group remained calm, their expressions unreadable. Maria, however, couldn't contain herself any longer. Without hesitation, she leapt into the barrier, her body glowing with energy as she landed gracefully beside her brother. Inside the barrier, Issei didn't seem fazed by the loss of his arm. He backflipped, creating distance between himself and Max and Mia as they charged toward him. Despite the apparent disadvantage, his smirk remained, a mocking glint in his blue eyes. "Is that all?" he asked, his tone calm and taunting. Max, emboldened by his perceived success, sped behind Issei and struck him in the back of the head, hoping to drive him forward. However, Issei didn't budge from his spot, his body unmoving despite the force of the attack. Issei turned his head slowly, his smirk widening into a crazed expression that sent chills down Max's spine. "Nice try," Issei said, his voice low and dangerous. A blue sphere of energy formed in Issei's remaining hand, and before Max could react, Issei slammed it into his stomach with overwhelming force, driving him into the ground. Blood spewed from Max's mouth as he writhed in pain, unable to get up. Mia, enraged, charged at Issei with her spellbreak glowing fiercely. But before she could reach him, Issei threw another blue sphere of energy directly at her, the impact sending her flying back with a scream of pain. As Mia tried to recover, Maria appeared in a flash of light and kicked her in the face, sending her tumbling to the side. Maria stood back to back with Issei, her eyes blazing with protective fury. "Machine," Issei said, his tone amused but questioning. "Why did you interfere in my fight?" Maria glanced over her shoulder at him, her expression softening. "Because I won't let anyone hurt my precious little brother." For the first time that day, Issei's smirk faded, replaced by a genuine smile that made him look impossibly handsome. The warmth in his expression was so disarming that many of the females outside the barrier found themselves blushing, butterflies fluttering in their stomachs. Even Graphia, who was bound by her loyalty to Circex, couldn't help but acknowledge his striking appearance, though she maintained her composure. Maria grinned, her energy surging. "So, what do you think, Eyes? Should we take this a bit more seriously?" Issei pouted, clearly reluctant. "If we do, it'll be over too quickly. Where's the fun in that?" Maria laughed, her brown eyes twinkling with mischief. "We can always hold back just enough." Issei sighed dramatically. "Fine, fine." Suddenly, a pair of radiant blue wings erupted from Issei's back, their shimmering form unmistakably that of divine dividing. The sheer power of his presence sent shockwaves through the barrier. Maria, not to be outdone, summoned her incinerate anthem. The holy flames roared to life, surrounding her in an aura of divine fury. Outside the barrier, the spectators were frozen in shock. "Divine dividing," Rias shouted, her voice filled with disbelief. "An incinerate anthem." Kiyomi's eyes widened as the realization hit her. "It's them," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The criminals we've been searching for. They've been right under our noses this entire time." She turned to Azazel, her expression demanding answers. "You knew this, didn't you? You knew who they were." Azazel glanced at her, his golden eyes cold. "And if I did," he said sharply, his tone filled with disinterest, "what reason would I have to tell you anything? You're not entitled to their story, or their lives." Valiana chuckled darkly, her silver eyes gleaming with disdain. "Looks like the truth hurts." Kiyomi clenched her fists, anger and frustration boiling within her as the battle resumed, the barrier trembling under the might of the siblings who had finally decided to show their true strength. As Issei stood in the center of the battlefield, his severed arm began to glow with a faint silver light. In an instant, it regenerated as though nothing had happened. His smirk widened as he flexed his fingers, testing his newly restored limb. The sight left the onlookers stunned, their shock palpable. "Impossible," Rias whispered, her crimson eyes wide in disbelief. "He just grew his arm back, like it was nothing." Sona's normally composed expression faltered, her hands trembling slightly. "What kind of monster is he?" Azazel chuckled lightly, leaning back with his usual air of amusement. "That's just eyes for you," he said casually, ignoring the stunned stares around him. Issei turned his sharp blue eyes toward Max and Mia, his smirk unrelenting. Maria stepped up beside him, her incinerate anthem glowing fiercely as flames danced around her figure. "Shall we?" Maria asked, her tone light but dangerous. "Let's," Issei replied, his voice filled with mock excitement. Without another word, the two launched themselves into the air, splitting off in opposite directions. Issei targeted Max, while Maria engaged Mia. Max gritted his teeth as Issei closed in on him, his gear shined to form another dark blast. But Issei was way too fast. In a blur of movement, Issei appeared directly in front of Max, slamming a powerful punch into his stomach that sent him flying backward. Max crashed into the ground, coughing up blood as he struggled to rise. "Pathetic," Issei said mockingly, his smirk widening. "Is this the best the heir of the Hyodo clan can do? No wonder your father was disappointed." Max's mind was racing. How are they alive? How can he be so strong? He thought, his confidence unraveling. This shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Maria was toying with Mia, her movements precise and fluid as she dodged the younger woman's attacks with ease. Mia's spellbreak lashed out in waves of destructive energy, but Maria countered effortlessly with the flames of Incinerate Anthem, nullifying each attack. Mia's frustration grew as she continued her assault. Her mind was a storm of questions, each one burning brighter than the last. "Why did you do it?" Mia shouted, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and confusion. "Why did you kill Korga and his subordinates? Why did you run away? What happened to you?" Maria dodged another attack, her expression calm but cold. "You wouldn't understand," she said simply. "Then explain it to me," Mia demanded, tears brimming in her eyes as she unleashed another wave of energy. Maria sighed, her flames flaring brighter as she deflected the attack with ease. "I owe you nothing, girl. If you want answers, you'll have to earn them." While the siblings fought, Kiyomi stood in front of Azazel, her body trembling with barely contained fury. Her golden eyes burned with anger as she glared at the leader of the fallen angels. "You knew," Kiyomi hissed, her voice low and dangerous. "You knew who they were all along." Azazel tilted his head slightly, his expression unfazed. "And if I did," he said calmly. "Why are you protecting them?" Kiyomi demanded, her voice rising as her anger boiled over. "Why are you housing criminals from the Hyodo clan? They're murderers, traitors." Azazel's golden eyes hardened slightly, though his relaxed posture didn't change. "I don't see any reason to answer your questions," he said evenly. "Their story isn't mine to tell." "Don't give me that," Kiyomi shouted, her fists clenching. "They killed Korga and his men. They abandoned their family, and you're shielding them like they've done nothing wrong." Azazel's smirk faded, his gaze turning cold. "And why should I tell you anything after what your clan did to them?" he said sharply. Kiyomi froze, her anger faltering for a moment as Azazel's words hit her like a slap. What are you talking about?" she asked hesitantly, her voice trembling, fearing that he knew about the torture, negligence and outright favoritism they had for younger twins and how they discarded elder ones. Azazel leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes locking onto hers. "You think they just woke up one day and decided to kill Korga and leave? You think it was that simple?" His voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge to his tone. "They had their reasons," Azazel continued. "Reasons that your precious clan convenient L played a part in. So, spare me your self-righteousness, Kiyomi. You know nothing about them, or what they've been through. No wait, you knew what they went through like your whole clan but choose to ignore it since those two brats were your favorites after all." Kiyomi's lips parted, but no words came out. She could feel the weight of Azazel's words pressing down on her, forcing her to question everything she thought she knew. Inside the barrier, the fight raged on. Issei dodged another flurry of attacks from Max, his movements almost lazy as he countered with precise strikes that left Max gasping for breath. Maria, meanwhile, continued to dominate Mia, her flames growing more intense with each passing moment. As Max and Mia began to falter, the truth finally started to sink in. The criminals they had been searching for, the siblings they were looking for different reasons, had been right in front of them the entire time. And they were far beyond their reach. The battle reached its climax as Issei and Maria's dominance became undeniable. Max and Mia, battered and exhausted, struggled to keep up with the relentless onslaught. Despite their juggernaut drive forms and the boost from the bracelets, the gap in strength was too vast. Issei stood over Max, his piercing blue eyes gleaming with cold amusement. "Still want to keep going?" he asked, his smirk razor sharp. "You can barely stand." Max gritted his teeth. "Shut up," he roared, summoning all the power he had left. "I'll make you take me seriously." With a desperate cry, Max charged at Issei, his body surrounded by a dark aura as he prepared to unleash one final attack. Issei sighed, shaking his head. Pathetic. In a blur of motion, Issei closed the distance, his blue wings flaring behind him. He sidestepped Max's attack effortlessly, appearing behind him with an almost lazy expression. Game over, Issei said. A devastating burst of silver energy erupted from his palm, slamming into Max's back and sending him crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Max coughed up blood, his armor cracking as his divine dividing flickered and faded, his juggernaut drive form finally breaking apart. Max lay motionless, his body trembling as the power of his sacred gear dissipated. On the other side of the battlefield, Maria faced Mia, her flames roaring as she delivered a final, decisive strike. Mia's spellbreak flared in defiance, the silvery aura attempting to counter Maria's incinerate anthem. But the overwhelming heat and power of Maria's flames proved too much. Why? Mia gasped, her voice shaking as she struggled to hold her ground. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Maria with desperation. Why did you leave us? Why did you do all of this? Maria's expression softened for a moment, but her voice remained cold. You wouldn't understand, Mia. Not yet. With a swift kick, Maria sent Mia flying backward, her body slamming into the barrier. The impact caused Mia's spellbreak to shatter, her juggernaut drive form breaking apart as she slumped to the ground, unconscious. As the dust settled, Issei and Maria stood side by side, their auras glowing faintly as they looked down at their defeated siblings. Max and Mia were completely drained, their bodies barely able to move. The barrier flickered as the leaders lowered it, allowing the spectators to approach the battlefield. Kiyomi stepped forward, her expression a mix of disbelief and anger. You two, she began, her voice trembling. You really are the criminals we've been searching for. Issei turned his piercing gaze toward her, his smirk returning. Took you long enough to figure it out, old hag. Kiyomi clenched her fists, but before she could speak again, Maria stepped in. Don't bother, Maria said sharply, her brown eyes cold. You wouldn't understand why we did what we did, and frankly, we don't owe you an explanation after what you and your clan put us through. Kiyomi's anger boiled over, but Azazel's voice cut through the tension. Enough, Azazel said firmly, stepping forward with his usual calm demeanor. This fight is over. He glanced at Issei and Maria, his golden eyes glinting with approval. You two did well. Issei smirked, brushing dust off his shoulder. Of course we did. Maria glanced at her defeated siblings, her expression softening slightly. Take them, she said, her voice quieter. They need to rest. As the Grimoire and Citri peerages moved to help Max and Mia, the rest of the leaders exchanged glances, the weight of the battle and its revelations hanging heavily in the air. Sirzek stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. We will need answers soon, he said, looking directly at Issei and Maria. There are too many questions left unanswered. Issei chuckled, his smirk widening. We'll see. With that, he and Maria turned away, their forms glowing faintly as they prepared to leave. The battlefield was quiet, but the tension in the air remained thick, promising that this was only the beginning of the storm. Azazel along with the group and his army, they all left after bidding farewell. The angel side also left to heaven while Irina had a look of sadness since she didn't get the opportunity to greet Issei or talk to him as she also got teleported. Only Devil faction remained as they repaired the destroyed school and area and also left while Rias and her peerage along with Kiyomi take Max and Mia to Hyodo Estate feeling tired and completely drained. The crowd dispersed as the leaders gave orders to begin repairing the damage left by the battle. The tension lingered in the air, thick and oppressive, as the reality of the events began to sink in for everyone present. Max and Mia lay unconscious, their defeated forms slowly regaining some semblance of life as Asia finished healing them. With a soft glow from her sacred gear, the twilight healing, she ensured their injuries wouldn't leave lasting scars. Rias knelt beside Max, her crimson eyes filled with concern. Max, she said softly, relief flooding her voice as his eyes fluttered open. Rias, Max muttered, his voice weak as he looked around. Akino moved closer, her usually teasing demeanor replaced by genuine concern. We were so worried, she said, her tone uncharacteristically soft. Asia, tears glistening in her eyes, threw her arms around Max as she sobbed, I'm so glad you're okay. Max winced at the sudden affection but managed a small, reassuring smile. I'm fine, just tired. On the other side, Sona and her peerage crowded around Mia. Saji, his usual bravado gone, looked at her with worry. Mia, are you okay? You had us all scared. Tsubaki knelt beside her, her voice gentle. Take it easy, Mia. You've pushed yourself too far. Momo and Rhea both chimed in with similar sentiments, their concern evident as they fussed over her. Mia sat up slowly, her expression clouded. She glanced around, her memories of the battle slowly returning. Where are they? She asked, her voice shaky. Who? Sona asked gently. Issei and Maria, Mia clarified, her voice firmer now as she looked at Kiyomi. Kiyomi's brown eyes narrowed slightly, her frustration evident as she crossed her arms. They're gone, she said curtly. They left with Azazel and the others. Mia's shoulders slumped, a mix of disappointment and frustration washing over her. She clenched her fists, her emotions swirling. Max, meanwhile, sat up fully, his gaze darkening as he processed what had happened. What happened at the end of the fight? He asked, his voice low and strained. Kiyomi turned to him, her lips pressed into a thin line. You lost, she said bluntly. The simple statement hit Max like a sledgehammer. His hands trembled as his mind raced. Anger, jealousy, and hatred burned within him, all directed at one person, Issei. How? Max muttered, his voice filled with venom. How is he so strong? How can he just sweep the floor with us like that? Mia, sitting nearby, echoed his sentiments in a quieter tone. We trained for so many years, we used everything we had, even Juggernaut Drive, and it wasn't enough. Not even close. Pyrina's voice resonated in Mia's mind, soothing and steady. You have potential, Mia. You can grow stronger. Don't let this defeat consume you. Mia shook her head, frustration evident in her voice. But what's the point, Pyrina? They defeated us like we were nothing. Even at our strongest, we couldn't touch them. Saji, overhearing this, looked down, his usual optimism dampened. We'll get stronger, he said quietly, though his words lacked conviction. On the sidelines, Sirzex and Graphia observed the defeated siblings with thoughtful expressions. They're strong, Sirzex murmured, his tone contemplative. Far stronger than we anticipated. Graphia nodded, her gaze sharp. Their power, their connection to divine dividing and incinerate anthem, it changes everything. Seraphal, who had been quietly observing, added, and fast. If they're this strong now, imagine what they'll be like if we let them continue unchecked. The three shared a brief look of agreement before Sirzex gave the order for their forces to return to the underworld. As the area slowly cleared, Kiyomi and Rias led their groups back to the Hyodo estate. Max and Mia, still too weak to walk on their own, were supported by their respective peerages. Before leaving, Sona placed a gentle hand on Mia's shoulder. Take care of yourself, she said softly. I'll check on you later. Mia nodded weakly, her mind too clouded to respond properly. At the Hyodo estate, the atmosphere was subdued as the group entered. Mickey and Goro rushed to greet their children, their concern evident. Mickey pulled Max and Mia into a tight hug, her tears flowing freely. I was so worried about you two, she sobbed. Goro, however, stood back, his expression unreadable as he observed his children carefully. Max pulled away from his mother's embrace, his mind still consumed by the battle. Without a word, he headed to his room, leaving the others behind. Mia, though equally shaken, stayed with her mother, her exhaustion clear as she leaned on Mickey for support. As the night deepened, the Hyodo estate fell quiet, the weight of the day's events settling heavily over everyone. Yet, in the hearts of some, the seeds of resentment, curiosity, and determination had already begun to take root, promising that this was far from the end. The atmosphere in the Hyodo estate remained heavy as the night progressed. After Max retreated to his room, accompanied by Rias, Asia, and Akeno, the rest of the peerage also dispersed to their respective rooms. Mia, still shaken and deep in thought, excused herself and left as well, leaving only Kiyomi, Goro, and Mickey in the main hall. Goro's sharp gaze landed on Kiyomi, his tone serious and commanding. Kiyomi, tell me what happened in the meeting. No half answers this time. Kiyomi sighed, running a hand through her hair as she met his gaze. This isn't something I can explain easily. Call for a meeting. Gather every clan member. They need to see this. Goru frowned, confusion flickering across his face, but he nodded. Fine, but this better be important. He stepped out, his commanding presence ensuring the summons reached every Hyodo clan member swiftly. 30 minutes later, the main hall of the Hyodo clan estate was filled to capacity. Members of the clan, from prominent elders to young initiates, sat around the massive table, their murmurs filling the room. Goru, Miki, and Kiyomi sat at the head, their expressions tense. Kiyomi stood, her sharp golden eyes sweeping over the gathered clan members. I'll get straight to the point, she began, her voice firm. We've found them. The criminals we've been searching for. The room erupted into a mixture of surprise and excitement. Whispers of questions and speculation buzzed through the air. Who are they? One elder demanded, his tone sharp. Did you capture them? Another asked eagerly. Goru raised a hand, silencing the room as his gaze narrowed on Kiyomi. Who are they? He asked, his voice cold. Instead of answering, Kiyomi gestured to a nearby projector. A glowing magic circle appeared on the table, projecting a vivid image of the battle that had taken place earlier. The recording began from the moment Issei and Maria revealed their divine dividing and incinerate anthem. Gasps and murmurs filled the room as the clan members watched the brutal fight between Issei and Maria against Max and Mia. Issei's devastating strikes and Maria's overwhelming flames dominated the recording, their power so far beyond Max and Mia's that it left the audience in awe and fear. The siblings who were once dismissed and neglected by the clan had grown into forces of unimaginable strength. Goru's face remained impassive throughout the recording, but his clenched fists under the table betrayed his emotions. The sight of Issei's and Maria's sacred gears, once he had believed impossible for them to awaken, struck a nerve. He had discarded them as weak, unworthy of the clan's time and resources. Yet now, the truth of their strength was undeniable. How could this happen? Goru thought, his jaw tightening. I thought Max and Mia had everything they lacked. Miki, on the other hand, was overcome with a mix of emotions. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched her eldest children, now strong and confident, fight with skill and power. A part of her swelled with pride at how far they had come, but the lingering questions haunted her. Why did they do it? She thought, her hands trembling slightly. Why did they kill Koruga and his subordinates? Why did they leave us? We gave them everything. Why did they abandon us? The rest of the clan sat in stunned silence as the recording ended. For many, fear was etched into their faces. That power. One elder muttered, his voice trembling. They're beyond anything we imagined. How did they become so strong? Another asked, his tone laced with both awe and terror. And what do they want now? A younger member whispered, his eyes wide with fear. It wasn't just their strength that frightened the clan, it was the potential for revenge. The memory of how the clan had treated Issei and Maria loomed heavily over everyone present. They had been ignored, ridiculed, and ultimately discarded. If they come back for revenge, another elder began, his voice trailing off as the weight of the possibility settled over the room. Kiyomi cut through the murmurs, her voice sharp and commanding. Enough, she said, silencing the room once more. Her brown eyes scanned the gathered members. We don't know their intentions yet, but what we do know is this. They're stronger than any of us ever expected. And they're not the same children we once knew. The room remained silent, the weight of her words pressing down on everyone. Goru finally spoke, his tone cold and calculating. We need to determine their motives, if they truly seek revenge. They don't, Miki interrupted, her voice trembling slightly. All eyes turned to her as she wiped a tear from her cheek. They didn't attack anyone except Max and Mia, she said softly. If they wanted revenge, they would have targeted us directly. But they didn't. There's more to this than we understand. Goru narrowed his eyes, his lips pressing into a thin line. Even so, we can't ignore the threat they pose. Miki turned to him, her voice firmer now. They're our children, Goru. Whatever they've done, they're still part of this family. Goru didn't respond, his expression unreadable as he stared at the now dark projection. As the meeting concluded, the clan members left the hall, their expressions a mix of fear, confusion, and unease. Goru remained seated, his mind racing as he considered the implications of the battle they had just witnessed. Miki sat beside him, her hand resting on her lap as she silently prayed for answers to the questions that tormented her. Kiyomi, standing nearby, crossed her arms as she watched the departing members. Her golden eyes were sharp, her mind already planning the next steps. This isn't over, she thought. Not by a long shot. Scene change. Issei leaned against the kitchen counter, his smirk faint as he finished reading the letter Maki had left behind. Her neat handwriting was direct and to the point, as always. Issei, I've gone back to my place. Nothing to do here, and I have classes tomorrow. Tell your group I said, good night. Don't burn the kitchen. Maki. Issei chuckled, folding the letter and setting it aside. That woman, he muttered to himself, shaking his head with amusement. Always straightforward. Can't sit still for more than a day. As he turned to the stove, he tied on an apron and began prepping ingredients for dinner. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables and the soft sizzle of a pan filled the quiet house. The others had gone to freshen up after the events of the day, leaving him to his thoughts. From within his mind, Albion's voice rumbled. You're taking all of this surprisingly well. Issei smirked, his blue eyes glinting as he tossed chopped onions into the pan. Why wouldn't I be? Nothing's changed, Albion. They're still as weak and pathetic as I remember. Weak, yes, Albion said thoughtfully, but they've seen your face now. They know who you are. That clan has a long history of holding grudges. You've essentially painted a target on your back, and Maria's. The sound of sizzling oil filled the air as Issei added garlic to the pan, his smirk widening. Let them try, he said nonchalantly as his eyes suddenly glowed red. If they want to send someone after us, they'll just get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. I'll even include free express shipping. Albion chuckled darkly. You've grown into quite the confident one, haven't you? Issei leaned on the counter, stirring the pan with ease. Why wouldn't I be? I've got the power to flatten that entire clan with one serious attack. But... He trailed off, his tone turning bored. That would be too easy, too boring. So, what's the plan? Wait and see. Exactly, Issei replied, sprinkling spices into the pan. Let's see if they have the guts to send anyone after me or Maria. If they do. His smirk turned predatory, his eyes gleaming with malice. I'll make sure they regret it. Albion hummed in agreement. Still, I wonder how Maria feels about this. Issei shrugged, flipping the contents of the pan effortlessly. Machine can handle herself. She's strong, and she's got her head on straight. If they come after her, she'll crush them. No need for me to step in unless it's absolutely necessary. He glanced out the kitchen window, the faint glow of the moon illuminating the quiet streets outside. His smirk softened into something almost contemplative. But you know, he added, his tone quieter, it's almost laughable. They spent years chasing us, hating us, trying to erase us from their lives. And now, after all this time, they're scrambling to figure out how we got this strong. Irony is a funny thing, Albion said with a hint of amusement. That it is, Issei agreed, turning back to the stove. The sound of footsteps broke the silence as Valiana entered the kitchen, her silver hair damp from her shower. She leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed as she watched him cook. Talking to Albion again? She asked, her voice light with amusement. Always, Issei replied, glancing at her with a smirk. He's more fun to talk to than most people. Valiana chuckled, pushing off the doorframe and walking over to him. She peered into the pan, her silver eyes gleaming with interest. Smells good. What's on the menu tonight? Stir-fried beef and vegetables, Issei said casually. Something simple. Valiana nodded, leaning on the counter beside him. You're surprisingly domestic, you know that? Issei shrugged, a faint grin tugging at his lips. What can I say? Gotta keep you all fed. Valiana smirked, but her expression turned thoughtful as she tilted her head slightly. So, the Hyodo clan knows now, huh? They do, Issei confirmed, his tone calm. Not like it matters. You're not worried. Why would I be? Issei said, his smirk widening again. They're not worth worrying about. Valiana's gaze softened, and she reached out to ruffle his hair. You're so cocky sometimes, but I guess you've earned it. Obviously, Issei said, swatting her hand away playfully. As they continued to banter, the rest of the group began trickling into the kitchen, drawn by the delicious aroma. The weight of the day's events lingered in the air, but within the walls of their home, a sense of calm and camaraderie remained. The dinner table was lively as Issei placed plates of stir-fried beef and vegetables, rice, and miso soup before everyone. The enticing aroma filled the air, and the group eagerly dug into their food, their chatter light and relaxed. "Wow, Eyes," Ingvild said, savoring a bite of the perfectly cooked beef. "You're really good at this. Are you sure you don't want to become a chef?" Issei smirked, leaning back in his chair as he took a sip of miso soup. "And miss out on all the fun of smashing arrogant fools? No thanks." Valiana chuckled, shaking her head. "Can't argue with that." The conversation moved from light teasing to small talk, everyone exchanging stories of their day. Maria added a few quips here and there while Valiana occasionally glanced toward the window, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. As the chatter continued, a faint glow appeared near Issei's ear, a magic circle forming and pulsing softly. The table quieted, everyone's attention shifting to him. Issei touched the magic circle lightly, his expression shifting from curiosity to surprise. "You're coming back?" he said, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. "When?" The conversation around the table stopped entirely as the group exchanged curious glances, wondering who he was speaking to. The magic circle disappeared, leaving Issei thoughtful for a moment before he looked up, meeting their expectant gazes. "Who was it?" Maria asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Issei leaned back, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Our team. They're coming back soon." The announcement caused a ripple of excitement around the table. Ingvild and Maria exchanged delighted glances, and even Valiana looked momentarily intrigued, though her expression soon turned wistful. Valiana rested her chin on her hand, her silver eyes distant. "I wonder when my team will return," she murmured softly. "It's been too long." Maria reached over and gave her a light pat on the arm, offering a small smile. "I'm sure they'll be back soon, Valiana." Valiana nodded, her thoughts drifting once more. The group finished their meal and transitioned to dessert, small bowls of fruit parfait that Issei had whipped up with surprising speed. As they ate, another magic circle appeared near Issei's ear, drawing everyone's attention once more. Issei answered it, his usual smirk slowly transforming into something more predatory as the conversation progressed. By the time the magic circle disappeared, his grin had become sharper, more dangerous. The change in his demeanor sent a shiver down everyone's spine, but it wasn't fear they felt, it was something deeper, an inexplicable thrill that made their hearts race. Maria, however, quickly shook her head, snapping herself out of the strange thoughts creeping into her mind. "What am I thinking?" she thought, her cheeks flushing slightly. Inside her, Aurelia chuckled softly, clearly amused. "Who was it?" Ingvild asked, her orange eyes wide with curiosity. Issei leaned forward slightly, his grin still firmly in place. "Azazel," he replied. "He said we need to meet at Kuo Academy tomorrow. He's talked to Sirzex, and apparently, they want us to join the academy." The room fell silent for a moment before groans of annoyance erupted from the group. "Join the academy? Seriously?" Valiana grumbled, crossing her arms. "We've got better things to do than sit in a classroom with a bunch of kids." "Agreed," Maria added, her tone equally unimpressed. Ingvild sighed, stirring her parfait with a spoon. "Do we really have to?" Issei chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Relax, he didn't say we had to join as students. Just that we need to be part of the academy." The group exchanged glances, their annoyance subsiding slightly. "Well," Valiana said after a moment, "that's a little better. But still, what's the point?" Issei's smirk widened as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Guess we'll find out tomorrow." The group finished their dessert, their initial irritation giving way to curiosity as they began speculating about Azazel's motives. One thing was clear. Their presence at Kuo Academy was about to shake things up in ways no one could have anticipated. After the group finished their meal and dessert, Issei stretched lazily and got up from his seat. "I'm heading to refresh and hit the sack," he said casually, glancing at the others. Maria nodded, pushing her chair back as well. "I'm coming with you. It's been a long day." Ingvild and Valiana exchanged glances before getting up to follow. "Guess we're all turning in early," Valiana remarked with a yawn, her silver eyes gleaming softly in the dim light. The group made their way to the bedroom, where Issei lay down first, his usual relaxed smirk still on his face. Maria settled beside him, wrapping her arms around him protectively as she buried her face in his neck. Good night, little brother, Maria murmured softly, her voice filled with affection. Ingvild slid in on his other side, clutching his arm gently as she nestled close. Sleep well, Issei, she whispered. Valiana joined them last, lying comfortably near his chest as she rested her head on his shoulder. Night, eyes, she said with a faint smile. Good night all of you. He whispered softly and kissed the top of their head, making them smile. You too, Albion. Good night, he said to his best friend in his mind. Good night, eyes. Albion yawned and soon fell asleep. Within minutes, the room was quiet, their steady breathing signaling that sleep had claimed them all. The next morning, Issei woke up early as usual, slipping out of bed without waking the others. The faint morning light streamed through the windows as he stretched and made his way to the training area outside. His movements were fluid and practiced, each strike and step a testament to his years of discipline and experience. His silver aura flared faintly as he pushed his limits, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he focused on sharpening his already formidable skills. From within his mind, Albion's voice rumbled with approval. You're up early again. Can't seem to stay still, can you? Issei smirked, finishing a series of punches before pausing to catch his breath. What can I say? Gotta stay sharp. Especially with all the excitement these days. True enough, Albion replied. So, what's the plan for today? Issei wiped the sweat from his brow, his smirk widening. First, breakfast. Then we head to Kuo Academy and see what Azazel has in store for us. Albion chuckled. Think it'll be anything interesting? Who knows, Issei said with a shrug, walking back toward the house. But if it's not, we'll make it interesting. After a quick bath, Issei dressed in his usual casual attire and headed to the kitchen. He began preparing breakfast with practiced ease, the smell of sizzling bacon and fresh eggs filling the air. As he worked, he continued his conversation with Albion. You think they'll throw us in as teachers or something? Issei asked, cracking an egg into the pan. Possibly, Albion replied thoughtfully. Though I imagine Azazel has something more unconventional in mind. He usually does. Issei chuckled. Good. I'd rather not stand in front of a bunch of brats trying to teach them math. The sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention as Maria entered the kitchen, her hair slightly messy from sleep. She leaned against the counter, watching him cook with a faint smile. Up early as always, she said softly, her brown eyes warm. Someone's gotta feed you all, Issei replied with a smirk, flipping the bacon in the pan. Maria chuckled, moving to set the table as the smell of breakfast began to rouse the rest of the group. Soon, Valiana and Ingvild joined them, the kitchen filling with quiet chatter as they prepared for the day ahead. The group stepped out of their house, the morning sunlight casting a glow on their polished appearances. Issei led the way, wearing his usual confident smirk, his presence commanding attention without effort. Beside him, Valiana walked with an air of self-assured elegance, her silver hair shimmering in the light. Maria and Ingvild followed, their beauty radiating a quiet grace that drew every gaze in their direction. As they approached Kuo Academy, the effect was immediate. The students who were lingering near the gates and hallways froze, their chatter fading as their eyes locked onto the striking group. Hey, isn't that? A student began, his voice filled with disbelief. Yeah, that's them, another whispered excitedly, from the parents' meet. Who's that with them? A girl murmured, her gaze fixated on Maria and Ingvild. They're gorgeous. The reactions were varied, odd whispers, envious stares, and even a few daring students trying to snap pictures discreetly. Issei's smirk widened as he caught the glances, his sharp blue eyes sweeping over the crowd. Already famous, huh? Valiana teased, her silver eyes glinting mischievously. Of course, Issei replied casually. Can't help it if I stand out. Maria rolled her eyes but couldn't hide the faint smile tugging at her lips. Show off, she muttered. Ingvild, ever composed, glanced at the students with a polite but distant smile. They're just curious, she said softly. The group continued walking, their destination clear, the old school building, where they could feel Azazel's unmistakable aura radiating from within. As they neared the building, the faint sound of voices reached their ears. Issei pushed the doors open, and the sight before them immediately brought a grin to his face. Inside the ORC's main room, Rias and Sona stood at the center, engaged in what could only be described as a heated, comical banter. You can't be serious, Sona, Rias exclaimed, her crimson hair swaying as she gestured dramatically. How could you allow this? Sona adjusted her glasses, her expression calm but slightly annoyed. Allow what, exactly? It's not my decision, Rias. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Rias retorted. Letting Azazel join the academy as a teacher and club administrator? And training our peerages? Rias, calm down, Sona said firmly, though a faint twitch of irritation crossed her face. It was decided by the leaders. And besides, isn't it a good thing to have someone with his expertise? Rias crossed her arms, pouting slightly. I just don't like it. The scene was both amusing and absurd, and it was clear neither woman was backing down anytime soon. Issei's gaze shifted to Azazel, who was sitting comfortably at one of the tables, smirking as he sipped wine from a flask. His relaxed posture and amused expression made it clear he was enjoying the spectacle. Having fun, Azazel? Issei called out, his voice cutting through the argument and drawing everyone's attention. The room fell silent as Rias, Sona, and their peerages turned to face the newcomers. Azazel's smirk widened as he raised his flask in greeting. Always, he replied smoothly. The reaction from the others was immediate. The members of the Orc and Sona's peerage tensed, their auras flaring slightly as they instinctively moved into defensive positions. Rias's crimson eyes narrowed as she took a cautious step forward. You again, she said, her voice low. Sona adjusted her glasses, her sharp gaze flickering between Issei and Maria. So it's true, she murmured. Akeno and Tsubaki exchanged glances, their postures tense but curious. Kaniko's ears twitched as she focused on Issei, while Gasper peeked nervously from behind a chair. Issei's smirk didn't waver as he casually leaned against the doorframe, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. Relax, he said, his tone mocking. We're not here to fight. At least, not today. Valiana stepped forward, crossing her arms as she scanned the room with an unimpressed expression. What's with the hostility? We're just here to see what Azazel wants. Maria and Ingvild remained composed, their calm demeanors contrasting with the tension filling the room. Azazel set his flask down and stood, his golden eyes glinting with mischief. Well, now that everyone's here, let's get started, he said, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. The others hesitated but slowly relaxed, their curiosity outweighing their caution as they waited to hear what Azazel had to say. Azazel stood tall, brushing imaginary dust off his coat as his usual smirk adorned his face. Now, he began, his golden eyes flickering with amusement as he scanned the room. No need for all the hostility. We're all on the same side now, remember? Rias crossed her arms, her crimson eyes narrowing. You keep saying that, but you're not exactly trustworthy, Azazel. Azazel raised a brow, his smirk unchanging. Oh, Rias, you wound me. I'm here purely in a professional capacity. Sona adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp. If you could get to the point, Azazel, that would be appreciated. Azazel chuckled, leaning casually against the table. Fine. No need to glare, Citri. Here's the deal. After my discussions with Sirzex and Michael, it's been decided that your peerages need some refinement. And that's where I come in. Rias's brows furrowed. Refinement? What's that supposed to mean? Azazel gestured toward Issei and his group, who stood calmly by the door. Your training is about to get a major upgrade. These four will be part of the academy for a while. Not as students, mind you, they'll be additional resources. The tension in the room immediately returned as the Orc and Citri peerages exchanged uneasy glances. Resources? Akeno asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Think of it as hands-on experience, Azazel replied with a shrug. You'll be training alongside them, learning from them. And maybe, just maybe, you'll close the gap between where you were and where you need to be. Valiana smirked, her silver eyes gleaming. Close the gap? That's optimistic. Rias's eyes darted to Issei, her gaze hardening. You mean, we're going to train with him? Not just him, Azazel corrected. Maria, Valiana, Ingvild. They'll all be involved. Think of them as your new mentors. Kaniko, who had been silent until now, frowned slightly. They don't seem very friendly. Issei's smirk widened as he stepped forward, his sharp blue eyes locking onto hers. That's because I'm not here to hold your hand. If you can't handle a little tough love, kitten, you might want to sit this one out. Kaniko's ears twitched, her frown deepening, but she didn't respond. Maria stepped forward, her calm but cold demeanor commanding attention. "We're not here to make friends," she said simply. "We're here to make sure you don't embarrass yourselves in the future." Ingvild, ever gentle, added, "Think of it as an opportunity. It's rare to train with people stronger than you. Use it wisely." The group's words stirred mixed reactions among the gathered peerages. "This is absurd," Rias said, her tone clipped. "Why would Oni-sama approve something like this without consulting me?" Azazel raised a brow. "Rias, you're strong, but you're not invincible. Your performance against Kokebil proved that. If Issei hadn't stepped in, you'd all be dead." The bluntness of his words made the room fall silent. Sona, though clearly uneasy, nodded slightly. "It makes sense. There's no harm in learning from those stronger than us." Rias clenched her fists, frustration evident, but she said nothing. Azazel clapped his hands, breaking the heavy silence. "Great, now that we're all on the same page, let's talk logistics." He pointed at Issei and his group. "You'll be observing and assisting the peerages in their training sessions. There's a lot of ground to cover, and they're behind on the basics." Valiana smirked, leaning against the doorframe. "Sounds like fun. Where do we start?" "Tomorrow morning," Azazel replied, "bright and early." The announcement earned groans from several members of the Orc and Sea Tree peerages. "Tomorrow?" Gasper squeaked, his face paling. "But mornings are scary." Issei chuckled, his smirk turning predatory. "Better get used to it, kid. You're in for a rough ride." As the meeting wrapped up, Azazel dismissed everyone, sending the peerages back to their respective club activities. Issei and his group lingered briefly, exchanging a few quiet words with Azazel before heading out. Valiana stretched, her silver eyes gleaming with excitement. "This might actually be fun," she said as they walked down the hall. Maria shot her a sideways glance. "For you, maybe. I'm not looking forward to babysitting." Issei chuckled, his hands in his pockets. "Relax, Machine. If nothing else, we'll get a good laugh out of it." Ingvild smiled softly, her purple eyes thoughtful. "It's a chance to see how much they can grow. Let's give them a fair shot." Next day, time. Early morning. The next morning came early as promised. The sky was painted in soft hues of orange and pink, signaling the break of dawn as Issei and his group gathered in front of Kuo Academy. Issei leaned casually against a lamppost, his arms crossed, his usual confident smirk etched onto his face. He was dressed in simple training clothes, a black tank top and dark gray pants, that highlighted his toned physique. Valiana stood nearby, stretching lazily, her silver hair catching the early sunlight. She wore a fitted white training top and black athletic pants, her demeanor relaxed but focused. Maria, ever composed, adjusted her sleeves as she surveyed the scene. Her calm expression betrayed nothing, but her sharp brown eyes missed nothing. Ingvild, as serene as ever, offered a small, encouraging smile to the assembled peerages. In front of them, Rias's and Sona's peerages stood in their track suits, their postures tense with a mix of apprehension and determination. Max and Mia were also present, their expressions clouded with lingering frustration from their recent defeat. Kiyomi, who had arrived earlier, stood with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on Issei and Maria. Her presence added an edge to the atmosphere, though she said nothing. Azazel arrived moments later, his usual smirk in place as he clapped his hands together. "All right, kids, time to get moving. Today's a big day." The peerages groaned collectively, but no one dared to voice their complaints aloud. As the group moved to the academy's training grounds, the tension in the air grew thicker. The peerages lined up in front of Issei and his group, their postures straight, their expressions a mix of determination and unease. Issei stepped forward, his sharp blue eyes sweeping over the gathered group. "Before we start, let me make one thing clear," he began, his voice calm but carrying a weight that demanded attention. "We're not here to coddle you. If you want to grow stronger, you're going to have to earn it." His silver aura flickered faintly, a subtle reminder of the power he held. "Now, let's see what you've got." He was about to take a step forward when Ingvild raised her hand. "Wait," she said softly, drawing his attention. Issei turned to her, raising a brow. "What is it?" "I'd like to evaluate them first," Ingvild said, her tone gentle but firm. Her request took everyone by surprise, but Issei merely shrugged. Fine by me, he said, stepping back. They're all yours. Ingvild smiled faintly before stepping forward. Her purple eyes scanned the peerages, her calm presence putting them slightly at ease. Let's start with something simple, she said. I want to see your stamina and physical endurance. We'll do a basic endurance test first. Laps around the training ground. Don't stop until I say so. The peerages exchanged uneasy glances but complied, beginning their laps around the training ground. Ingvild watched them carefully, noting their form, pace, and determination. After the endurance test, Valiana stepped forward, her silver eyes gleaming with interest. My turn, she said, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. She placed her hands on her hips, addressing the exhausted group. All right, now let's see how you handle combat scenarios. Pair up and spar. No magic, just pure physical strength and technique. I'll be watching. The peerages groaned but obeyed, splitting into pairs and beginning their spars. Valiana circled them like a predator, her sharp gaze picking apart their weaknesses. Too slow, she commented as Gasper narrowly dodged a punch from Kiba. You need to anticipate your opponent's moves. Use your footwork, she called out to Saji, who stumbled after a poorly executed kick. You're leaving yourself wide open. By the end of the session, it was clear that the peerages were far from where they needed to be. Their forms were sloppy, their movements lacked precision, and their stamina was quickly depleting. Valiana sighed, crossing her arms as she addressed the group. Disappointing, she said bluntly. You couldn't even last an hour. If this is the best you've got a long road ahead of you. The peerages hung their heads, their exhaustion and frustration evident. Issei stepped forward, his smirk widening as he looked at the defeated group. I told you it wasn't going to be easy, he said. But this is just the beginning. If you can't handle this, you might as well give up now. His words were harsh, but they lit a fire in the peerages' eyes. They weren't about to give up, not after everything they had been through. Good, Issei said, his voice softening slightly. Now go rest, you'll need it for tomorrow. As the peerages dispersed, Issei turned to his group, his smirk fading into a thoughtful expression. They've got potential, he said quietly. But they're not there yet. They'll get there, Ingvild said gently. It just takes time. Maria nodded, her gaze distant. If they're willing to put in the effort, they'll grow. Valiana smirked, her silver eyes glinting. Let's hope they can keep up. Things are only going to get harder from here. Issei chuckled, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. Exactly. Let's see if they're up for the challenge. Rias walked alongside her peerage, her crimson hair clinging slightly to her damp forehead from the grueling training. Her legs felt like lead, and her muscles burned with exhaustion, but her pride kept her walking upright. She glanced back at her team. Kiba was silent, his gaze distant as he replayed Valiana's criticisms in his mind. Gasper clung to Kaneko, his energy completely drained. Even Akino, normally composed, looked fatigued, her steps less graceful than usual. This training is brutal, Rias thought, her jaw clenching. But it's necessary. She looked down at her hands, the faint tremble in her fingers a stark reminder of her shortcomings. Her pride had taken a hit during the battle against Kokobile, and now, the overwhelming gap between her team and Issei's group was undeniable. I have to lead by example, she told herself. If I don't push myself, how can I expect them to do the same? She glanced at Max, who was walking slightly ahead, his posture stiff. His aura was tinged with frustration and anger, emotions that mirrored her own. Max's mind was a storm of conflicting emotions. His fists clenched tightly at his sides as he replayed the humiliation of his defeat against Issei over and over again. How can they be so strong? He thought, his teeth grinding. How did he get so far ahead of me? The fact that Issei had dismissed him so casually during their fight burned in his chest like a fire. And then there was Valiana. Her mocking smirk and complete indifference to his advances only fueled his anger. How dare they look down on me, he thought, his vision narrowing. I'll prove them wrong. I'll surpass him, no matter what it takes. But beneath his rage was a flicker of doubt, a tiny, insidious voice whispering that no matter how hard he tried, he might never reach Issei's level. Mia trailed behind Sona's peerage, her exhaustion evident in her slow steps. Her mind was clouded with frustration and self-doubt, the weight of her failures pressing heavily on her shoulders. Pyrina, she thought, her voice shaky in her mind, we've trained for years. Why does it feel like everything we've done is worthless? Her partner's voice was steady and calm. It's not worthless, Mia. You've grown, but so have they. And clearly, their growth was far greater. But why? Mia asked, her frustration spilling out. Why did they leave the clan? Why did they do what they did? And why are they so strong now? The answers will come, Pyrina said gently. But for now, focus on your training. You have potential, Mia. Don't let your anger blind you. Mia's fists clenched, tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. She didn't respond, but Pyrina's words lingered in her mind. Kiyomi walked at the back of the group, her golden eyes sharp as she observed the exhausted peerages ahead of her. Her gaze flicked briefly to Maria and Issei, who were speaking quietly with Valiana and Ingvild. They're stronger than I imagined, she thought, her expression unreadable. Far stronger than Max or Mia. And they're holding back. Her thoughts drifted to the day's events, to the sheer ease with which Issei had dominated the training session. His confidence wasn't arrogance, it was earned, built on a foundation of overwhelming power. Her fists clenched at her sides. How did this happen? We discarded them as weak. And now, they're the ones looking down on us. She shook her head slightly, forcing herself to remain composed. No, I need to focus. I'll deal with them when the time comes. Issei watched the peerages leave, his smirk fading into a thoughtful expression. His sharp blue eyes followed Max and Mia, lingering on their tense postures and clenched fists. They're pushing themselves, he thought, leaning against a nearby tree. Good, let them struggle. They'll either grow stronger or crumble under the pressure. Albion's voice rumbled in his mind. You enjoy this too much. Of course I do, Issei replied mentally, his smirk returning. Watching them squirm is part of the fun. But, they've got potential. Especially Mia. And Max? Albion asked. Issei's smirk twisted into something colder. He's got the drive, but it's tainted. Too much arrogance, not enough substance. If he doesn't fix that, he'll never amount to anything. His gaze shifted to Maria, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, her sharp eyes scanning the field. He chuckled softly, his expression softening. She's always so serious. Maria watched Issei out of the corner of her eye, her sharp gaze catching the faint smirk on his lips. She sighed softly, crossing her arms as she turned her attention back to the retreating peerages. They're struggling, she thought. But at least they're trying. Aurelia's voice resonated in her mind, calm and steady. They're not weak, Maria. They're just inexperienced. Give them time. Maria frowned slightly. Time won't be enough if they don't push themselves harder. Her gaze drifted back to Issei, and her expression softened slightly. He's so confident, she thought. Sometimes it's infuriating. But deep down, she couldn't deny the pride she felt watching him grow into the strong, unyielding person he had become. Valiana leaned against a tree, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement as she watched the peerages shuffle away. She stretched lazily, a satisfied smirk tugging at her lips. They're a mess, she thought, her tone light and mocking. But they've got heart, I'll give them that. Her thoughts drifted briefly to her own team, and her smirk faded slightly. I wonder how they're doing, she thought. It's been too long. She shook her head, her silver hair catching the sunlight. Focus, Valiana, she muttered to herself. There's plenty of fun to be had here. With that, she turned her attention back to Issei and Maria, her smirk returning. Let's see what tomorrow brings. After some more training, the group sat in the training field, the early morning sun casting a golden glow over the grassy expanse. Plates of food were passed around, the aroma filling the air with a tantalizing warmth. Issei had prepared a hearty breakfast, one packed with nutrients and protein to aid in recovery after their grueling training. They were eating half-fried eggs with veggies, green beans, ham and avocado. Scrambled eggs with toast and avocado, and last but not the least, high-nutrients burrito. As everyone dug in, they couldn't help but marvel at the taste. This is incredible, Akino said, her voice carrying a hint of surprise as she took another bite. Where did you learn to cook like this? Issei smirked, leaning back slightly as he sipped from a cup of tea. I've had time to learn a thing or two. Rias, sitting across from him, reluctantly admitted, it's divine. I hate to say it, but it's better than anything I've ever had. Agreed, Sona added, her usually stoic demeanor softening slightly as she savored the food. Even Kiyomi, who had been quietly observing, couldn't deny the quality. She glanced at Issei, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. The meal continued peacefully until Mia, seated beside her brother, set down her fork and looked directly at Issei and Maria. "Can I ask you something?" Mia said, her voice quieter than usual. Maria glanced up, her brown eyes meeting Mia's uncertainty. "Why did you do it?" Mia asked, her tone filled with a mix of frustration and curiosity. "Why did you kill Korga and his subordinates? Why did you run away? What happened to make you criminals in the eyes of the clan?" The question hung in the air like a heavy weight. Maria flinched, her body visibly trembling as her fork slipped from her hand. Her face paled, and she instinctively curled in on herself, the memories of that day crashing down like an unstoppable wave. That day, Korga's leering face, his disgusting words, the way he forced her on the bed at night after he threw Issei put when he was protecting her, everyone ignored her cries for help. She had been powerless, frozen in fear and desperation. If it hadn't been for her precious little brother, if Issei hadn't come in time. Maria shook her head violently, her breathing uneven as the trauma resurfaced. She still have PTSD from that day. Issei's sharp eyes immediately noticed her reaction, and his smirk vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, he moved closer, wrapping his arms tightly around Maria and pulling her against his chest. "That's enough," Issei said firmly, his voice calm but carrying an edge of steel. He shielded Maria's trembling form from everyone's view, his protective embrace a clear warning. Mia blinked in surprise, guilt flickering across her face. I didn't mean to upset her," she stammered. Issei glanced over his shoulder, his sharp blue eyes narrowing at her. "You'll get your answers when the time is right," he said coldly. "Until then, don't ask again. I don't owe you anything." Valiana and Ingvild exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of jealousy. "She's not even his mate," Valiana muttered under her breath, her silver eyes narrowing. Ingvild sighed softly, her usually gentle demeanor slightly tinged with envy. "She'll always come first for him, no matter what. That's just how it is." They both knew Issei loved them unconditionally and his other mates as well, and he would do anything for them and would never allow anyone to harm them. But seeing how effortlessly Maria could lean on him, how much influence she had over his decisions and actions, sometimes stung more than they cared to admit. Kiyomi, however, had no such reservations. She crossed her arms, her golden eyes sharp as she regarded the scene before her. "You two are cowards," she said suddenly, her tone dripping with disdain. The air grew tense as her words echoed through the group. "You're hiding behind others," Kiyomi continued, her voice colder now. "Instead of answering for your actions, you cower and let others speak for you. It's pathetic." Something inside Issei snapped. The atmosphere shifted violently as an oppressive aura exploded from him, the sheer weight of it pressing down on everyone present. The air grew thick and suffocating, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Rias, Sona, and their peerages gasped, struggling to stay upright under the crushing pressure. Max and Mia fell to their knees, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Only Azazel and Issei's group remained unaffected, though even they could feel the sheer intensity of his power. Issei's eyes glowed a menacing red, strange patterns swirling within them like living flames. His expression was cold and unyielding as he turned his gaze on Kiyomi. "Shut the fuck up," Issei said, his voice low and filled with a dangerous edge. "Say another word, and I'll silence you permanently." Kiyomi froze, her golden eyes wide with terror as his words cut through her like a blade. She could feel the raw malice radiating from him, and for the first time, she realized just how out of her depth she truly was. The oppressive aura pressed down harder for a brief moment before dissipating as Issei withdrew his power. "Stay quiet," he said calmly, his tone returning to its usual sharp edge. "You don't know anything about what happened, so don't speak like you do." Kiyomi didn't respond, too shaken to form coherent words. Issei turned his attention back to Maria, his expression softening as he held her closer. "You're safe," he murmured, his voice gentle. "I'm here." The group remained silent, the tension in the air thick as they processed what had just happened. For most, the display of power was a stark reminder of just how far beyond them Issei truly was. For others, it was a warning never to cross a line they didn't understand. Azazel cleared his throat, his tone deliberately casual as he tried to cut through the suffocating tension lingering in the air. "All right, enough of the drama," he said, stepping forward. "Let's change the subject. Issei, Valiana, how about you tell everyone about your teams?" The sudden shift in conversation caught everyone off guard. "Teams?" Rias asked, her crimson eyes narrowing. Sona adjusted her glasses, her expression curious. "You mean they have their own peerages?" Issei leaned back, his expression relaxed but his eyes still sharp. He walked over to a nearby log and sat down, pulling Maria onto his lap without hesitation. She pressed herself against him, her trembling body slowly calming as his arms encircled her protectively. Maria buried her face in his chest, her heart pounding in a way she didn't understand. The warmth of his embrace, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, it was both comforting and confusing. "Why am I feeling like this?" she thought, her cheeks flushing as she tried to push the strange feelings aside. Inside her mind, Aurelia chuckled playfully. "Oh, Maria, I think you know exactly why." "Shut up," Maria snapped internally, her face growing hotter. Issei glanced down at her, his blue eyes filled with concern as he rested a hand on her back. "You all right?" he asked softly. Maria nodded quickly, keeping her face hidden. "I'm fine," she mumbled, her voice muffled. Valiana stepped forward, her silver eyes glinting as she answered Azazel's question. "My team," she echoed, her tone casual. "They'll be arriving soon, probably during our stay in the underworld." Her answer piqued everyone's curiosity, but before they could ask further, Issei spoke up. He looked away from Maria briefly, his hand still resting on her back. "Same here," he said, his tone calm. "My team's scheduled to arrive during summer vacation in the underworld." The group froze, shock rippling through the gathered peerages. "Wait," Kiba said, his usually composed expression betraying surprise. "You both have teams." "Of course we do," Valiana replied, smirking. "Did you really think we'd take on everything by ourselves?" Rias frowned, her crimson eyes narrowing. "I didn't expect you to have entire teams under your command." Sona tilted her head thoughtfully. "Who are they? What are their abilities?" Mia, still shaken from earlier but curious nonetheless, asked, "Are they, like you?" Issei chuckled softly, the sound low and amused. "They're strong," he said simply. "That's all you need to know for now." Azazel grinned, leaning against a nearby tree. "Oh, come on, eyes. Give them a little more than that. You can't just drop a bombshell like this and leave them hanging." Valiana shrugged, her silver hair catching the sunlight. "Fine, my team consists of 2 humans, and 2 yukais. They're tough, and they don't mess around. You'll meet them soon enough." "And yours?" Kiyomi asked, her tone sharp as she addressed Issei. Issei's smirk widened. "My team is diverse," he said, his tone cryptic. "Let's just say they're not the kind of people you'd want to pick a fight with." The group exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of his words sinking in. "They sound intense," Rias murmured. "Intense doesn't even begin to cover it," Valiana said with a laugh. The conversation continued, the peerages asking more questions about Issei and Valiana's teams, their abilities and their purpose. But despite their curiosity, neither Issei nor Valiana gave away too much, leaving an air of mystery hanging over the discussion. As the morning wore on, the peerages couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. The thought of meeting these mysterious teams only added to the growing sense of unease and anticipation surrounding the days to come. The group fell silent for a moment, processing the revelation about Issei and Valiana's teams. The idea that the 2 of them not only wielded immense power themselves but also commanded their own formidable groups left an uneasy tension hanging in the air. Azazel broke the silence, chuckling softly as he leaned against the tree, sipping from his flask. "I have to admit," he said, "the thought of your teams showing up during our little underworld trip makes things a lot more interesting." Valiana smirked, crossing her arms. "Oh, they'll definitely liven things up. They're not exactly subtle." Issei tilted his head slightly, his smirk softening as he rubbed Maria's back gently, his protective instincts still on high alert. "They're good at what they do," he said simply. And when they arrive, you'll see just how wide the gap is. Max, who had been silent until now, clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. His pride had already taken multiple hits, and now hearing about Issei's team felt like salt on an open wound. What makes them so special? Max asked suddenly, his tone sharp and laced with jealousy. What gives you the right to act like you're better than everyone else? Issei glanced at him, his sharp blue eyes narrowing slightly. Because I am better, he replied calmly, his tone carrying an unshakable confidence. You've seen it firsthand, haven't you? And my team, they're an extension of that strength. You'll understand soon enough. Mia frowned, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Why do you always speak in riddles? She asked, her voice tinged with annoyance. Why can't you just answer directly? Issei's smirk widened slightly, his gaze shifting to Mia. Because, he said, his tone low and deliberate, you're not ready for the answers. Kiyomi, who had remained quiet since Issei's earlier outburst, finally spoke up. Her golden eyes were sharp, but there was a flicker of caution in her gaze as she addressed him. You talk about a big game, but all I see is arrogance. How do we know your team isn't just hot air? The oppressive aura from earlier flared briefly around Issei, making everyone but Azazel and his group flinch. You'll know, Issei said, his voice cold and unwavering. When they arrive, you'll know exactly what we're capable of. Maria, who had calmed down considerably, glanced up at her brother. She could feel the tension radiating from him, but also the unshakable certainty in his words. She tightened her grip on his shirt, drawing comfort from his steady presence. Inside her mind, Aurelia's teasing voice echoed once more. You're starting to understand, aren't you? Maria blushed faintly, burying her face in Issei's chest again. Shut up, Aurelia. Rias, still processing everything, crossed her arms and glanced at Azazel. What about you? She asked. Did you know about their teams? Azazel chuckled, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Of course I did, he said. I've known about them for years. I even helped Issei assemble part of his team. Sona adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable. And you didn't think it was worth mentioning. Why ruin the surprise? Azazel replied with a grin. Besides, it's more fun this way. Valiana laughed softly, typical Azazel. As the conversation continued, the tension began to ease slightly, though the curiosity and unease lingered. Maria finally sat up straight, though she remained close to Issei, her expression calm but thoughtful. When the time comes, she said quietly, her voice carrying an edge of determination, you'll see why we're different. Until then, just focus on yourselves. Ingvild smiled gently, her calming presence cutting through the lingering tension. She's right. Growth takes time, and you've all started down that path. Don't worry about comparisons for now. Valiana smirked, her silver eyes gleaming. And when you finally meet them, just try not to embarrass yourselves. With that, the group began wrapping up their breakfast, the anticipation for the days ahead growing steadily. The thought of meeting Issei and Valiana's teams added a new layer of complexity to their training, and everyone knew that whatever was coming next would be anything but ordinary. As the group wrapped up their breakfast and prepared to leave, Issei stood and adjusted his clothes, a faint sigh escaping his lips. He opened a small tear in his personal dimensional space, carefully placing the packed lunch boxes inside for later. All right, he said, his tone casual as he closed the tear with a flick of his wrist. Let's head home and get ready for. Before he could finish his sentence, Maria suddenly jumped onto his back, her arms wrapping securely around his shoulders as her body pressed against him. The unexpected contact caused him to stumble slightly, and he instinctively reached back to hold her thighs to steady her. Masha ne, Issei exclaimed, his voice uncharacteristically nervous and slightly higher pitched than usual. His sharp blue eyes widened as he glanced back at her. What the hell are you doing? His tone, usually so calm and confident, was tinged with embarrassment, something that immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Rias and Sona's peerages froze, their eyes wide with surprise. Max and Mia exchanged stunned glances, their confusion clear. But Azazel and Issei's group weren't fazed at all. Valiana smirked knowingly, while Ingvild covered her mouth to hide a small giggle. Maria, unbothered by the reactions around her, rested her chin on Issei's shoulder, her lips curling into a playful smile. I'm tired, so you're carrying me home, she said matter-of-factly. And I'm not taking no for an answer. Issei groaned, his cheeks flushing faintly as he adjusted his grip on her thighs to make sure she didn't fall. You're unbelievable, he muttered, though there was no real irritation in his voice. You love me anyway, Maria teased, her voice soft and affectionate. Issei sighed, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he began walking, carrying her effortlessly despite her teasing antics. Let's just get this over with, he said, his tone resigned but still tinged with embarrassment because he can feel the big breasts of her pressed on his back. He don't get embarrassed when his mates do that, but with Maria it's different. As they walked, Maria could feel the gazes of the others burning into her back. Jealousy and envy radiated from behind her, and she didn't even need to look to know who it was. Valiana and Ingvild, she thought with a smirk, feeling their eyes boring into her. She didn't care, though. The questions Mia had asked earlier still lingered in her mind, and being this close to Issei, feeling his steady presence and warmth, was the only thing keeping her grounded. The group eventually reached their home, each heading to their rooms to get ready for the day. Issei emerged first, wearing the Kuo Academy boy's uniform. His expression was one of mild annoyance as he adjusted the tie around his neck. I can't believe Azazel tricked us into this, he muttered under his breath. Valiana appeared next, wearing the girl's uniform, her arms crossed and her silver eyes glinting with irritation. He said extracurricular activities, she said, tugging at the skirt. Not this nonsense. Ingvild followed, looking far more composed in her uniform, though there was a faint pout on her lips. It's only temporary, she said gently, trying to soothe the others. Let's just get through it. Maria was the last to join them, dressed in a sleek suit that highlighted her professional demeanor. Her long hair flowing AMD hang loose neatly, and she carried a leather bag in one hand. At least I don't have to wear a uniform, she remarked with a small smirk. I'll be teaching management for the 3rd year temporarily. It's amusing. Issei raised an eyebrow. You're teaching. Maria shrugged. It's only for a short while. And, conveniently, you 3 are assigned to the same class I'm teaching. Valiana groaned. Great. More babysitting. The group left the house together, walking toward Kuo Academy. Issei carried his usual confident smirk, though there was still a faint hint of irritation lingering in his expression. As they approached the gates, they drew immediate attention from the students already gathered there. Isn't that the guy from the parents' meet? One girl whispered, her cheeks flushing as she stared at Issei. And the silver-haired girl. She's so pretty, another said, pointing at Valiana. Who's that with the suit? A boy murmured, his eyes fixed on Maria. The reactions were varied, but one thing was clear, Issei and his group were already the center of attention, and their presence was about to shake Kuo Academy to its core. As the group passed through the gates of Kuo Academy, the murmurs and stares grew louder. Students lingered near the pathways, their curiosity evident as they tried to piece together who these striking individuals were. Issei, walking slightly ahead of the group, shoved his hands into his pockets, his sharp blue eyes scanning the campus lazily. His usual smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, though it was more amused than arrogant this time. Valiana walked beside him, her silver hair catching the morning sunlight. Despite her annoyance with the uniform, she carried herself with a confidence that drew attention from everyone around her. Ingvild followed close behind, her calm and gentle demeanor contrasting with the intense presence of her companions. She offered a small smile to a group of students who had stopped to gawk at them, causing a few blushes and shy glances. Maria brought up the rear, her professional suit making her stand out even more among the students. Her sharp brown eyes and composed expression gave her an air of authority, though she couldn't entirely hide the faint smile tugging at her lips as she noticed the reactions around them. Who are they? One girl whispered, her gaze fixed on Issei. I heard they're new students, another replied, her cheeks pink. But that woman in the suit, she doesn't look like a student. She's gorgeous, a boy muttered, his eyes glued to Maria. And that silver-haired one, she's like a model. Another added, gesturing toward Valiana. The group reached the main building, where Azazel was already waiting for them. He leaned casually against the wall, his signature smirk in place as he took in their expressions. Ah, there you are, Azazel said, pushing off the wall. How's everyone feeling? Excited for your first day at Kuo? Excited isn't the word I'd use, Issei replied, his tone dry. Valiana crossed her arms, her silver eyes narrowing. You lied to us, she said bluntly. You said extracurricular activities, not this. Azazel chuckled, clearly unbothered by her irritation. Details, details, you'll survive. Maria raised an eyebrow, her tone calm but firm. I assume there's a reason you didn't tell us the full truth. Of course, Azazel replied smoothly. You'll blend in better this way. Plus, it gives you a chance to observe things up close. Ingvild sighed softly, her usual patience evident. Let's just get this over with. Azazel handed them their schedules, his smirk widening as he watched their reactions. You're all in the same class, he said. Makes things easier for everyone. Convenient, Issei muttered, glancing at the paper in his hand. Maria adjusted her bag, her composed expression betraying nothing. And I'll be keeping an eye on all of you, she said lightly. Valiana groaned. Great, more surveillance. Azazel laughed, clearly enjoying their discomfort. Think of it as character building. As they headed to their assigned classroom, the attention they garnered didn't lessen. Students turned to watch them pass, their whispers growing louder with every step. By the time they reached the classroom door, the entire hallway had gone silent, all eyes on them. Issei opened the door without hesitation, his confident smirk firmly in place as he stepped inside. The classroom fell silent as every student turned to look at the newcomers. The tension in the room was palpable, and for a moment, no one spoke. Maria stepped in behind him, her sharp gaze sweeping over the room. She carried herself with the grace of someone used to commanding attention, and it worked. Every student sat up straighter under her scrutiny.